malverzira. Zajedno
Ništa ja to nisam rekao.
Preko 450.
Nemoj ti da stavljaš moje reči u svoje usta.
Rekao sam te da ti pričaš da sam ja ukrao.
Nisi ti ukra? Od države si ukra?
Nisam ukra.
Jesi. Jesi, to je trebalo da ide na otpad.
Ne, nisam ukra.
Rekao sam ti.
Nisam ukra.
Nisi ukra od gazde.
Ne, nisam ukrao nikoga.
Ukra si od države.
Ne.
To je trebalo da je na otpad.
Ne, nisam ukrao.
Jesi.
Ja sam za 2 anomal. I još su mi ostali dužni pola plate, to ti jedno... Ta jedno 60.000 još treba mi platiti za sljedeći mjesec. Znači, zaradio sam bez te 60.000, 450.000 za 2,5 mjeseca. To je tvoja godišnja plata. Za godinu dana ti toliko zaradiš. Tu su frikom 100.000, to je 540.000 i duži su mi 60.000, to je 610.000. 5.000 € sam zaradio za frikom i ovo 3,5 mjeseca. Meni dovoljno da ne mora radi godinu dana. Tebi bi 500.000 bilo dovoljno da ne radiš 2 godine.
I pričaš o mojim troškovima, ne?
Pa tako je opet 1.000 u kuću. Vi račun sam koliko? 7. Evo 7. 10 mjeseci, 70.
Jesi, ali tako stvari ne funkcionišu.
Što?
Ne. Tome se radi. To tako možda kod tebe funkcioniše.
Mogu te pitati nešto pošteno. Kad si zadnji put sebi kupio?
Sebi, za šta?
Sebi.
Za šta?
Primjera radi. Četkicu, pastu, sapun, čarape, bokserice...
Uzeo sam četkicu za zube. Uzeo sam 3 četkice za zube. Economic pack pre 2 mjeseca.
Dobro. To je koliko bilo? 400, 500 dana, 300?
3 komada. To ti je dovoljno kod mene za 3 godine.
Za 3 godine?
Jes.
Što ti zajebavaš?
A godinu dana sam koristio četkicu za zube koju sam uzeo prošli put kad sam bio u Crnoj Gori. To je bilo, ne ove godine?
Ne, a dobro. A
pastu? Onoga tamo.
A to, pastu spičuš za
Ne, pastu se budale. Pastu uzimamo svaki mjesec. Ili ja uzmem ili Keva.
A dobro, reci mi jednu stvar.
Gluposti. Ti pričaš gluposti baš.
Kako si zadnji put sebi uzeo čarape, bokserice...
Čarape, bokserice?
Pa je, gaće, nebitno, podgaće.
Papuče sam uzeo i ostavio sam ih kod kuma, to što kući ima papuče. Ostavio sam kod kuma papuče.
Aha, da imaš kad dođeš kod kuma.
Je, zamisli. Za 200 dinara sam uzeo papuče iz Gomeksa, bile su na popustu. I ostavio sam ih kod kuma iza frižidera. Svaki put kad dođem kod njega uzmem papuče i papučam se šetam.
Kad si uzeo čarape?
Kuma se malo zajebava na taj račun.
Ali dobro, multiples.
Pa volim me vrih.
Nego reci ti meni kad
Papuče čarape dobijem svaki put kad mi je rođendan, ili od sestre ili od Keve.
To ne kupuješ?
Jes, to ne kupujem, zato što ne mogu da potrošim. Šta smiješ? Šta smiješ? Evo ti imaš na mom streamu, možda me klipuješ slobodno. Klipuj ovo.
Čekaj.
Je.
Mogu ja te pitam nešto?
Whatever.
Ne, sad. Mogu li ovako, pošto prepostavlja, ajde, dok imaš malo veći od mene što se tiče. Ne, stop.
Što je fali? Pa nije probušen, nije čarapa, gledaj.
Ne, dobro, sve u redu. Ne, sve u redu, pa nije ni moje.
Hej, što je?
Čekaj, prepostavljam bokserice da uzmem da su meni malo, kao za mene su malo komotni. Mogu li, evo da te častim, da ti kupim 3 para čarapa i 3 bokserice? Crne ću ti uzeti.
Ti da me uzmeš.
Evo recimo primjerati, evo.
To je poklon za...
Evo recimo ovak,
Može, to je poklon.
Čekaj, vidi ovo.
Važi.
Vidiš.
Ne, gledam tvoje moćnice.
Ne, u ovo ćeš stanuti.
Milan se skida ovdje, evo, dajte kameru da ga snimim.
Odgovara li ti ova veličina?
Čekaj ga snimim, ček, stani. Ajde ti, pobjegaj.
Ne, stani samo malo.
Pobjegaj.
Čekaj, odgovara li ti ova veličina? To je to, meni malo komotno ovako tu,
Dobro je to.
A?
Dobro je to.
3 čarapa će ti kupim. Koju ćeš boju? Crna, može. Samo ti pitam.
Ma boja mi je sve, možeš roze, ako je jeftinija roze, uzmi roze.
Ne, radi se, hoćeš i malo one deblje.
Malo deblje?
Pa da, ono tipa, znaš na šta mislim, ne one tanke kao za cipele letnje, nego ono malo deblje. A ono, tipa ovako, već piku.
Ne? Što s njim?
Pa ta deblje.
A kao za zimu, a? Pa taman da ne moram zimski uzimati.
Pa je.
Aj.
Može.
Jednim udarcem, 2 mu. Aj.
To sve neće biti,
a to je ono kad se Milan sjeti, znaš.
Ne, to sve ono neće biti 2 crvene, primjera da.
Pa je.
Mogu li ti kupim?
Da mi kupiš.
Pastu od 700 dinara, evo ti.
A šta, pa, nije fora uzeti jednu pastu, fora je svaki mjesec da mi izmeš tu pastu.
I četkicu od 300.
Kao da se ja navadim. Ne, četkicu imam.
Ne, ništa to ne valja.
Ništa to ne valja?
To su one četkice nagrađene, ništa to.
Ta četkica je, dobro. Šta kaže užički heroin?
Dobro, te pitao.
Je li ovo džez?
Čekaj, samo te pitao. Kad si zadnji put uzeo neki šampon za ti?
A, ovo je jazz kao.
Ajde. Kad si zadnji put uzeo parfem?
Parfem? Evo ti.
Dobro. A nisi ti
Znaš
uzeo?
tu jedan, tu
Ne,
drugi.
a nisi ti uzeo?
A šta će mi? Ja koji sam uzeo zadnji,
Da si uzeo baš.
da, baš za moje pare,
Dobro.
još da imam. Samo da nađem, ako da nije Keva bačio.
A šta bi ga bačilo? Izduflio?
Možda. Ili ga je Sima bio. Bio je neki na bazi vanile. Viš ovo?
Dobro.
Ovo ne znam jok vam se. Ima još, skoro puno. Ovo je od ovoga. Šta s njim radim?
Kakav kralje. Znači, mogu da ti uzmem
Ja
ovaj...
mislim da je ovo taj. Jedan ti sam možda i ja uzeo, možda.
Ovaj malo slabunje, ne mogu
E, taj, to je najslabunije. To je taj sam uzeo.
Tipa
Ovo ti
slabunje.
je na bazi vanila.
Čekaj,
tako
a
nešto.
ovo, evo ti. To je ova četkica, top, samo idem to da.
Možda.
Vade neku. Ova je dobra.
To ćemo kad sam potroši.
Ne, ova je dobra.
Dobro, stavim.
Samo dim. Evo, dobio si pastu
Težak čovjek.
i dobio si šampon. Evo, šta je ovo?
Užasno težak čovjek.
Evo, šampon. Ovo ima da pereš kosu i tebe 10 godina.
Ne,
To!
tu grešiš.
A, ne, tu grešiš.
Tu grešiš, ja ako šta radim...
Tu grešiš.
Jedino me
Znaš
ne-
odakle to je? To ti moram pustiti. Tu grešiš. Moram samo da stavim u podsjetnik čarape i bokserica. Sjetit ću Surabas.
Ne.
Vrba S i dodat ću slovo U.
Sve u, šta je su? Dobrotvorni radovi, šta?
A što rade čujne vrlošanke?
Ne bi znao.
Evo reka je Elon, nije Elon, već Elon Musk.
Ne, Ilan. Vrati nazad da čuješ. Vrati nazad. Ne, vrati nazad da čuješ. To ti je trending, popular. Vrati da čuješ.
Elon.
Ilan. Ti čuješ ono što tvoj mozak hoće da čuje. To je tvoj problem.
A se kako?
Ilan.
Koja je igrica? Piše Call of Duty.
Pa to ti je ovaj novi. Modern Warfare 2. Kao trećeg lica. To ti je kao mod. Ili tako neki kurac.
A Warzone ili je?
Zato što samo nije mi jasno kako su radili takvu animaciju. A znam zašto su radili. Zato što imaš one varijante gdje... Da. Ne, sve je to u redu. To je kamera iz trećeg lica. Nisam zainteresovan. Isti kurac. Drugo pa.
Da li postiže se da je kamera iz drugog lica?
Ti si lud.
Ima jedna igra.
Ti si lud.
Ima jedna igra. Kao neka istraživačka tipa kao Silent Hill ili tako nešto gdje ovaj sebe kao posmatra kroz kamere, tako nešto. Ono znaš kako se zove ta igra?
Ne znam.
A čekaj, je li ovo speed up igra ili ovako brzo? Pogledaj.
Tako se igra.
Brzo je tako.
Igra se na joystick i ima auto-aim. Ja ne znam šta ti nije.
Dobro, možda igraš ti na PC ovo.
Ne, imaš aim assist. Zato onaj lik kad igra sa, onaj kako se zove...
In third person.
Nade, kako se zove, grenade. On kad igra sa Dr. Disrespectom, Dr. Disrespect pogine, ovaj uleti i ubije trojicu. Zato što uleti i samo uvati na dugme i samo aim assistom uvati na nišan čovjeka i strese kalašnika u njega i ubije. A Dr. Disrespect mora da ga nanišani svaki put kad ga vidi. Malo...
Evo, vidi ovo, ovo vozi rover. Slušaj što kaže?
He's a 10, but he uses pronouns. Yeah, like it's a negative 100. Negative 100? Why? Because, man, my man is mentally confused. He has no idea what he is. He's like basically like showing off his mental illness on Instagram. He's a 10, but he uses pronouns. Yeah, like it's a negative 100. Negative 100? Why? Because, man, my man is mentally confused. He has no idea what he is. He's like basically like showing off his mental illness on Instagram. He's a 10,
Pronouns.
but he
Znaš
uses
šta je pronouns?
Pa to,
Yeah, like it's a
Znaš šta je
negative
pronouns?
100. Negative 100? Why?
dobro, rekla minus 100.
Ne. Znaš šta je pronouns?
Ne, nikad nisam čuo.
To ti je sad kontroverzno, bolest novog doba. Kad smo ja i ti odrastali, bilo je znaš, ja, ti, ona, mi, vi, oni. Jel to to? Jel to to? A sad imaš, Milan je...
Ono.
Ne, ono ili ona. Da, čak nije ni ona, kao ne osjećaš se kao žena, nego kao pol ti je nedefinisan, znaš. I želiš da ti se drugi ljudi obraćaju kao ono.
Treće lice jedine, to.
Da te se obraćaju javno i na društvenim mrežama. Da priznaješ to. To je sad ta boleština. I sad se ljudi sprde na taj
račun. My man is
račun.
mentally confused, he don't even know who is it.
Ne zna ko je.
He's a 10, but he uses pronouns. Yeah, like it's a negative 100.
Minus 100.
Why?
Tako se kao deklariše, kao minus 100.
Šta je mental illness?
Znaš šta je mental illness?
Ne, illness. Za mental šta je illness?
Illness ne postoji, illness je bolest.
A dobro, ona je to malo britankinja, pa illness. Malo čudno to rekao.
Nisam siguran da uopšte je to britanski.
Kako nisi slušao? Slušaj glas.
Ne, to ti nije britanski akcent. Ne. Ne, opet kažem.
Mental illness u Instagram.
This is Russia's new stealth bomber. The Pacta. The aircraft.
Why are we here?
De facto.
Why are we here to suffer?
Nešto mi posla Boki Stanović, kaže, u rovu nema nevjernika, gledaj, ovaj kukavac idi ovako i moli se, što ćeš? Joj, gledaj ovu scenu, lijepo. Ovo mi sve pošalje Boki Stanović, on voli to, gledaj. Vid piše, u rovu nema nevjernika, ovaj Ukrajina nesretnik, moli se, što će, taprtek. A gledaj ovo.
Nije to rov.
A dobro.
To je krater od bombe.
Pa, tu je.
Znaš kako izgleda rov?
Gledaj, ne znam.
Ne znaš, nisi ga kopao.
Slušaj muziku. Dobro, sad će njega spiča, ali ću ajde da pretekne, ali gledaj ovo. Vacini od head, zombi. Ali izbačilo ga je napolje i on je lija kada je kljan. Od šoka, gleda lijevo, desno, ne zna što ga je snašlo. Gledaj ga sa ozir. Gledaj, živ je, zdrav je, šedi, gledaj ovako, gleda lijevo, desno. Šta bi ovo? Malo prije sam bio u tank, šta je ovo?
Nije ga izbačila, nego imaš rez na tom snimku. Ne može nikog da izbači eksplozija napolje, šta je s tobom?
Kako on tu se našao?
Izaša je, to je rez, jel ti znaš kad ljudi edituju snimke kako izgleda rez? Da, eksplozija ga izbačila, kako si ti to u svom mozgu. To bi čovjek može svašta da proda, nemoj da gledaš više vesti, molim te.
A čekaj Ilija, zašto je on u šoku? On šedio ovako kao malo...
A da te proba malo, da te pesnica ona spali mubra da hoćeš i da šediš tako kao malo dijete, šokiran, a?
Ovaj ga bomba,
da idimo.
Tu zvoni muš i ne zna gdje je.
Da vidimo šta će se desiti.
Mentally illness.
Mentally confused.
Da, pa hej. Evo ih Lipošanke, ovo je bila bivša djevojka, gledaj. Poznaješ li?
Ne poznam. Čekaj, zašto tebi izlazi šta ona radi? Objasni mi.
Illness.
To je mentalna bolest.
Illness,
zašto tebi izlazi šta ona radi?
Pa nisam još disrespektovala sad.
Čekaj, ja kažem da recimo, Božo Komnenić je interžija veliki i ne volim da se družim s takvim osobama.
Mogu čuvaj, gledaj.
Možemo otići na kafu, ali tuču.
Pa je, Ultimate Fighter.
An all Australian fire, šta je to za taj festival? Fire, nisam vidio se tu kuj kako. To je rvanje možda.
Ne, baš je nema ženski, si gleda to? Sad ću ti pokazati. Ilija,
neinteresantno.
Do toga nivoa su stigli. Znači, ženski MMA. Ješ. Ima
Jes, nevesta. Buduća nevesta. Majka.
Ne. I to se dobro krpe, vidi li. Sve za pare, vidi li, ne.
Pa naravno za par. Nije sigurno da kažeš koja pobedi dobit će mladoženje. Za to se sigurno ne bio.
Vidi, ovdje imaš presmjerene sve živo. Kapra i bokser, vidi.
U redu, ne želim. To su neke bolesti modernog društva.
Prišto je lijepa, gledaj. Ali je brzo facu na grbu.
Ne interesuje me ta ljepota staklena.
Ova bi te branila.
Ova bi me branila. Ta me ne bi branila, ta se bije za novac.
Ilija, znaš šta najgleći? Jebim oca ako nas ne bi izbili.
Jel? To tako funkcioniše, jel?
Da te ubaču u ring sa njom izbili.
A što bi ja ušao u ring s njom?
A dobro, ali zamisli to.
Što bi ja ušao u ring sa borcem koji profesionalno za novac se bori?
A dobro, žensko, ali nema veze.
Što bi ja to radio?
Evo ti streamerka, why do you pronounce? Vidi, gledaj. Je ovo poznata neka streamerka?
Beban, ne znam. I jes. E-Y-E-S. Ok, ona je zbunjena.
Here's the only way to survive a falling elevator. Most people think you should... Trump or Biden?
Jebote, Trump, jebote.
A ovo ti je stari tik, to si treba da vratiš.
Koje?
Ovo. To je kao kad pošalju da vide koliko su inteligentne ove streamerke, znaš. Kao... Ovo. Test inteligencije. Što nema receptora. Ne, gleda sam kao, kada kažu kao, da li možeš kao da dodirneš sa dva lakta da dodirnu se, znaš, ovako.
Dobro, ovako.
I ovako dođe, a znaš kako im kamere stoje, ono, kamera stoji tu.
A zbog sisa.
I ovako, znaš, i ona dođe ovako i ono, znaš, dođe ovako gore. I sad, da li to neko svesno radi ili nesvesno?
Ovo je dobro. Dobra fora, evo. Kao zove. A čekaj, Ilija, što su ona našminkala i sve živo i kao stream?
Zato što žene polažu na izgled. Zašto?
Ali ne mora da znači da su gameri, ovo gamerke.
Ma nisu oni gameri.
Ne, ova.
Uđi
Uđi
na prvu stranicu Twitcha, a da nisi ulogovan. Vidjet ćeš ovaj gulotin.
Da vidiš kakve služu u Ameriku, gledaj, dođu panjoli da jedu i gledaju ove, vidiš, ove CFK, Kentucky Fried Chicken. Vidi li? I kako je služi? Kentucky.
Ne gledam hranu, ako ćeš baš iskreno. Ja sam vidio dovoljno ženskih grudi da mi ne treba još sa internetom da gledam.
Ja bi ovo radio li, ovo što skaču po zgrade.
To bi radio. Kakav?
Je li moga ti ovo ili kako bi se ti...
Da skakućem.
Kako bi se ti slovio, ti si...
Da skakućem.
Ti si ovako...
Čekaj, zašto? Samo mi reci zašto to odradim. Kao izazov lični, šta? Jel to? Ili za novac? Jel to radimo za novac ili za...
Karatiste, gledaj užasko, jesi gledao ovaj vremensku prognozu?
Ne kontaš, vrati. Poenta je u tome, znači, da, poenta je u međunošću, to je ono što je prodala taj snimak, znaš. A to što je ona to udarila, to je sad nebitno. To su ti takozvani clickbaitovi.
Vidio se gola ninja.
Ne, nekakav donji veš.
Ali mizeran.
Oskudni. A. Come with me, makes me sing. Ja ne znam zašto me zamaraš s tim glupostima. Što nisi stavio neku liturgiju, oprosti. A to ti gledaš kad nisi kod mene, ali? Gledaš liturgiju.
Ovaj ne možda stigne traku, gledaj. Moguće ovako brzo se vrti.
A to mu je neko stavio na maksimalnu brzinu, ili on sam stavio.
Kako izleti ovako?
Pa to ljudi rade radi tih pregleda, da kažem, te gluposti.
Moguće ti izleti ili ovako?
Da li moguće? Pa. Čim ti si pogleda taj mini kao klip, short, znači da je to što on uradi malo smisla. Da ti ja objasnim ili ti treba ovaj...
Što bi rekao je, neći na Facebook, neći na Instagram, neći na YouTube short, YouTube short.
Ko što rekao. Čim si ti to govno pogleda, znači da je to što on uradi ima point. Znači prodato.
Ovo bi ti radili, kakav skate. Zdravo.
Hoćete li doručkovati?
Ne, popili smo kafu, ja neću, pazi.
On ne doručkujem, pazi na kilažu, ja doručkujem, hvala.
Eno ti sandvič ako ćeš i kiselo mlijeko. A?
Gdje ste vi?
Niđe. No, eno ti nasto. Kako si ove?
Hoću samo da otpratim gost.
Gospodine.
Anytime soon.
Poveti ovo lišće posle.
Sad ću Milana zaposliti da metla.
Aj ti dok ti jedeš, ja ću to izmetla.
Ti ćeš da izmetlaš. That's a new.
Ne, a ustav nedelje neću.
Ne, šta?
Nedelje, ne radim nedelje.
Pa ti nikad ne radiš.
Ne, gledaj, bilo ovo proba.
Ja sam uzeo roller, žalo kad ti
a nije.
A to nije isto.
Nije.
Prosti, nije isto. Dođi.
Koliko sam puta ođe glavom
udario. Ajde.
Ti dan danas ili udario glavom.
te baš toliko loše.
If you hear one thing, hear this. The Stadia team is working really hard on a great future for Stadia and cloud gaming. We hope you agree, and we know proof is in the playing. So, since the 5th of February 2022, things have somewhat changed for Stadia, because it's dead. It's dead, and I'm glad that we're recording this a few days after the news broke, because if we talked about this the day that it came out, we would have missed quite a few decently juicy, because they're pretty friggin' impactful, aspects to this story.
Yeah, it's fun whenever it's like, hey, Stadia is dead, and everyone has like their first moment of, of course it is. Of course it is. It was only a matter of time. What was the Google's like 4 years before their like average product life cycle? So Stadia is very close to on the way out anyway. But now that everyone's kind of had their time to go, oh, that was very funny. We should maybe talk about this. Ask different people why this is happening, how it went, what are your plans now?
Yeah.
What's going on with all of the controllers that people are now calling utter e-waste? Thanks, Google. Where did Don't Be Evil go? That's not your motto anymore? Anyway, yeah, it's fun.
So, Stadia lasts from the 19th of November 2019 until the 18th of January 2020. Not a particularly great run, and this is a little note from the desk of Mr. Phil Harrison, who is now on the launch of his third failed system. While the approach to streaming games for consumers was built on a strong technology foundation, it hasn't gained the traction with users that we expected. Surprising, we just about all told you that because it really made just about no sense for the average consumer, including the more value-oriented consumer that perhaps streaming would be good for, considering it would be avoiding the the upfront hardware costs. But no, they did a business that could be single-handedly be completely destroyed if Microsoft decided to just release a small, cheap dongle or a TV.
Did anyone tell Logitech this? Because they just released their Logitech Cloud? Okay, never mind.
Yeah. Just to say, it's a tough market, and while Stadia had pretty amazing technology, but it was pretty damn good tech, right? And they did have some nice little solutions to a few issues, but fundamentally, I just think that the value proposition was not there, considering what ownership of a game meant over with Team Xbox, where you also had the local copy that will always work. Shouldn't say always work in the modern context of games, but you get my point.
Yeah, it tried to basically take the shortcut to being a platform without actually thinking about what most users were going to be thinking or feeling or using. It was literally just, hey, we've got a good idea. How can we mental gymnastics our way into this making sense financially and logistically without ever dealing with the hard truth that it was a bad idea?
How can we do this while having less content and offering less value? Because ultimately, Stadia was expensive and generally did not offer a great value, even though it was built on top of great tech. So they, Phil announced they'll be refunding all Stadia hardware purchases made through the Google Store and all game and add-on purchases made through the store as well. So basically, all of the revenue generated from Stadia over this period of time is being given back to people.
That's pretty good. Obviously Google will be able to afford that pretty handy, but that is still that is one of I guess the silver lining here is that anyone who's kind of was in on this don't leave feeling like they've been scammed. Like everyone thought Stadia was effectively a scam in the first place, going, oh, so you're going to buy a load of games and they'll disappear, go nowhere, and all our money will be gone? Yes, but at least you'll get your money back. So at least that's okay. Gotta give them at least some sort of respect for doing that at least.
Yeah. Now, there is a silver lining here. So streaming tech, I think, is pretty damn awesome and has a lot of absolutely fantastic future applications. Here's a really good example using something like, is it Shadow is the one?
The PC rental service?
Yeah. No, well, no, it wasn't Shadow. It was whatever its front end looks a bit like Discord.
You're thinking Parsec?
I'm thinking of Parsec, yeah. So Parsec is that computer-to-computer streaming stuff, and we were just thinking of, getting something set up in the office with Parsec, so we would always have access to our stuff here in the office, but because Parsec is a hell of a lot better than a lot of other older solutions, with a really good user experience. So that's just an example for us in business of this being really handy. For a lot of you, you might find a lot of value in setting up a situation where perhaps if you're on the road, if you're on holidays, you can always remote into your home PC. Maybe you've got a home server with some files, whatever it is. This is all great. And of course, for gaming, I've already experienced cloud tech being very useful in my own life with, being in a different place with an iPad and a controller and actually spinning up a few games using the Xbox streaming tech, which was surprisingly strong. So Google does say that they see clear opportunities to apply this technology in other parts of Google, as well as make it accessible for their industry partners. So I think they've realized, okay, we're not going to be consumer facing, but they've maybe thought tech is great, server infrastructure is great, we can go B2B, business to business.
That's always been Google's strength, honestly.
They want some enterprise customers in the same way like one of the pillars of the Microsoft Corporation is strong enterprise.
Because of, obviously, like Azure is basically why they can do the cloud gaming stuff so well, because they already have the background for it, but they also have the platform that is Xbox. The problem with Stadia was they didn't have the platform for games, and they thought, we're Google, we can do that, easy, no problem. And obviously, no one stopped and said, Phil Harrison, have you lost the plot again? Everyone just went, drop loads of devs and hundreds of millions, work away, sir, no problem.
Yeah, it was a full-on, why are you launching into a market that's about to be very competitive, but while offering a worse deal? And that is ultimately one of the reasons why Stadia never really found an audience. I think for a lot of people, we still think about some things a bit more traditionally, and we like the idea of owning the game in a way that we can download it to a local device where the files are there, where we know it will run.
Yeah, cloud is and will, I imagine will be for a long, long time, will just be a nice backup option for when you don't have access to hardware temporarily. It's access to the existing platform that you have all your stuff on.
Yeah.
That's, I imagine, what it will be for the longest time. Obviously, they all talk about like what people who only play cloud stuff and they only play a couple of games every now and again. That's fine, but that's not going to be the meat and potatoes. That's going to be like that's going to be the special, unique USP you can get some new customers in with, but it's not going to be everyone. Everyone's going to be like, can I have the good experience, please?
Yeah. Now, this is what's tricky.
Yep.
They probably wanted to eventually have a big, God of War like, not literally like, but, a massive exclusive. So they made a publishing and development house headed up by Jade Raymond. Didn't even last 2 years after the fairly early feeling release of Stadia. They cancelled many titles. The Quarry by Supermassive Games, Life on High by Squash Games. Also, they turned down a Stadia exclusive Death Stranding 2 from Hideo Kojima and another game from Yu Suzuki, who made Outrun.
Could you imagine turning down a Kojima game for your platform?
Yeah.
I imagine he must have asked for a lot of money. But
he probably realized, like, if I do this, I am going to lose a lot and people will be pretty frustrated. You need to compensate the fuck out of me.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, it would need to be Kojima making that deal to buy a hell of a lot of future freedom, I would imagine, given the general ambitions that he seems to have as a creative.
He absolutely is very much. He, as always, and I think even still does in like the PS4 gen, we'll see about the PS5 gen, but always runs into bottlenecks of, this isn't powerful enough for me yet. Even moving to the PS, because this is the whole did you know gaming videos on Metal Gear Solid recently have been, with like David Hayter voicing them, have been just, no, Kojima's a madman. He wants to do like the most insane, crazy stuff. He wanted to have like internet online enabled AI supported by human avatars stuff for characters in Metal Gear Solid 2. So you can see why he would want to do this, but clearly they were like, no, wait, you want to make a game that uniquely leverages the power of our platform and would in fact be a transcendental experience for video games, something that only the power of our platform could enable? Nah, we're okay. Go back to 505 and Sony there, Kojima. We don't need you.
Yeah, they didn't.
Dumbasses, like.
They didn't come out strong enough, and they also did try to, I guess, innovate or change up some things. So they did some technology licensing out to other companies for streaming demos of games, or using that tech to allow for play testing and development stuff. They did that with Bungie. Of course, encouraging people to put games on their platform. They also were promising a 15% revenue split from June 2021 to 23, while developers will also be given 70% of any Stadia Pro subscription revenue made during their month of release. Divided between the relevant games that would apply to. So basically a rolling kind of like bonus pool. These things did not turn the situation around, and the final nail in the coffin came from Sundar Pichai himself, who is the CEO of Google. Basically, in the last all hands, he was pushing for a significant, cost reduction, removal of waste within the business. One other thing of note is the Pixelbook project does appear to have been canned as well. Stadia then, it started from a position of weakness. It never got, it never really got momentum. It was just saying, hey gamer, do you want to buy full price for access to a game in the cloud? To which gamer says, no, I'd rather buy a game, actually. And, oh look, if I do it in Microsoft, seems I might get to stream it too. Microsoft had them completely mogged.
Yeah.
Like, utterly mobbed. Just fucking destroyed. That's the thing. And I've got to say, this tweet is just goddamn hilarious. To be fair, Stadia faced terrible odds in the past 3 years. It had to deal with a pandemic forcing people to turn to online entertainment, graphics cards and console shortages, creating high demand for alternatives. Yeah, if only they hit the market at a better time.
Yeah, absolutely no one was interested.
That wave.
No one was interested in cloud gaming or mobile gaming or anything during that time whatsoever. Yeah, it's not like Steam released Steam Play Together to facilitate all that, or Parsec got extremely big because people were using it to play games together over the cloud. None of that happened at all. Dude,
as rumblings of a mysterious new flu were spreading around, like literally in that November, that's when Stadia came out. Like, if they had have came in, here's the thing, they've just had to go and refund this anyway. If they had have decided this is a major strategic initiative, we are going to bring down the force of God upon the games industry. Look at how much money we have. Because they're willing to wind this down by refunding everyone when they literally do not have to do that. Right? So, you just wonder, could they not have afforded to offer users a more competitive value proposition when the unanimous feedback from the games industry was, other than the Stadia Reddit, was, what the hell, this does not make sense.
Man, those like Stadia Reddit people are going to be in for the biggest windfall of their entire lives. Thousands back into their carts. But yeah.
I mean, you did just get to, they did get a thing that they enjoyed for a few years for free.
They're the people. But are they the only people who won? But we got to laugh at them the whole time, and it ended how expected. So I think everyone wins except Google in this scenario. Yeah, which is actually pretty good.
There's people who don't win. That's partners.
Yeah, of course.
So now it's time for the rough stuff. So, Pixel Junk Raiders. This was one of the first games to use Stadia's technology in a meaningful way, allowing people to jump in and load save states from their friends' screenshots. Imagine a friend sends you a screenshot of a crazy moment at a game, and you can just, boom, zoomed into it, and now you're playing it.
Very cool.
Awesome tech, right? Now this does come after Q Games have only just republished their previously delisted title, the Tomorrow Children, after getting the rights back from Sony.
Yeah,
We've got...
because Connor was telling me about that whole process, right? He's telling me about this story of the Raiders and Tomorrow Children, and it was just full on. These people cannot catch a break publishing these games, man.
Yeah. Yeah, even like with Jade Raymond, like the amount of just stuff not panning out. So, Pac-Man Mega Tunnel Battle, which is a Battle Royale Pac-Man in the vein of Tetris 99. Hello Engineer, basically a Hello Neighbor universe kart game. Outcasters, which is a game from Splash Damage. And Guilt, a third-person horror shooter from Tequila Works, who are the people behind the Sexy Brutale. So... Google have decided this and then immediately implemented it with their partners, like the people that they had signed, exclusivity deals with, finding out at the same time that you and I did. Can you imagine? You have whatever, your funding is lined up because you got the Stadia deal. And then at the same time that all us punters find out about it, you find out that something materially has just changed with the Stadia company. So you absolutely would hope that they would honor some of their financial, obligations to these studios. So here are the developers who are currently working on unreleased Stadia games: IO Interactive, Bungie, Ubisoft, CDPR, Tequila Works. They've all had to release statements saying that they will do what they can to offer versions of games or other things like that. Ubisoft are investigating transferring purchases over to Ubisoft Connect.
Yeah, there was a story about someone who, I think it was 6,000 hours played on a character on Red Dead Redemption 2 and the Red Dead Online stuff on Stadia, and they're just like, please Rockstar, please let me transfer the save. I want to continue playing this great game, but it's just gonna die in a couple months. Shit. But then the fun part is, because all of the CDPR news broke today of all the games they're working on, and even going through like the marketing for them, they literally didn't have time to remove the Stadia logo from even like the new Cyberpunk expansion that they announced the name of. It's like, yeah, there's just a Stadia logo there. You're like, Jesus Christ. It must have just literally full bin. The Google CEO goes, shut it down. Like, you mean now? Yeah, now. Like, okay, I guess we just go and shut it down with no warning whatsoever. Dire.
Now here's stuff that's rough, right? Because there's some devs who are in the process of releasing Stadia games, and we just do have that. There does not seem to be much of reasonableness from Google. So here's from Mike Rose. Oh my God, links the article. We have a game coming to Stadia in November. Who wants to guess that Google will refuse to pay us the money they owe us for it? Now, even that as a level of a level of ambiguity on the running of your business is rough, right? Because Mike's company will have spent money on publishing whatever this title is, right? Funding its development, doing marketing, all of that stuff. For the developers themselves, they're probably thinking, oh wow, we got this Stadia deal. This has went through the regular revenue waterfall of our contract for our royalties, which means that we've already paid back the publisher's stuff, and now our revenue split is better because of that. Oh, maybe that's not the case anymore. So this is like material stuff. Here's another one. I know everyone's having a great time laughing at this, but Stadia had the best dev revenue of any streaming service, and launching Hyper Gunsport there was going to recoup our dev costs. We were launching there in November and are now in a much tougher situation. That's shit. We literally signed the publishing agreement with Stadia last week. So I would assume the internal teams there, who are lovely, are likely finding out about this at the same time that we are, since I had a super energetic meeting with them last week about us joining. So this is at a stage where Google do not even have a rolled out internal plan of this, because the Stadia team are still getting deals across the line the week before the closure of the service is announced. That is absolutely insane. And their own developers did not know up till the day that it was cancelled. Here's from Peter. It's a weird experience starting your workday and realizing the feature you've been working on for 6+ months and we're launching soon is no longer relevant. If nothing else, it does put things in perspective, onward and upwards.
That's so
Ouch.
painful, man. Just, yeah, sorry, all that, a substantial enough portion of your life that you're working for us. Sorry if you're because obviously when you've got quality, talented engineers, you're going to have people who are really passionate about doing the best job and pushing forward features and pushing forward the experience for users and stuff like that and giving it their all. They're like, yeah, sorry, 6 months your work's just in the bin. We're like, cool, I guess. Good luck keeping these people at Google without, offering them other very nice jobs and very much nice money for it.
Yeah, I think this ultimately means Google are out of consumer-facing video games. Developers will not trust them. Customers will not trust them. It is good that they're doing right by their customers. You may not even say right. You may say they're doing more than right by their customers. For those refunds, right? That's definitely positive. So we're not, we do have to give them credit there. We need to find out whether developers and publishers will have financial obligations, be honored, given that Google is obviously, Alphabet is a solvent company. It's doing just fine, we presume. They will have the cash to honor these agreements, and I mean, contractually, surely they do have outstanding obligations. So let's hope that all of that stuff does happen. But again, based on what Brandon was saying, you know, that they're not launching there and now they're in a more tough situation, that does not bode well. And, you know, treating your customers good is important, but treating your partners well is also important. And this is a bad mark for Google. One that very much validates the work of one Jason Scott. Jason did create StadiaCountdown.com, which is a very simple thing. It's a countdown timer set to the average lifespan of any Google product or service. And the average is 4 years till death. So they've actually speedrun it with Stadia. They've came in at only 3 years and 2 months. Not 4 years. So, well done, Sundar. Well done, Google. You've beaten the average.
That's a 10-month time save. That's really impressive.
Yeah, you've pivoted faster than normal.
Yeah.
And, you know, we say this as a joke at their expense, but actually, you have to remember, the way that you do things in big tech, it is MVP. Release your minimum viable product, see what you get from that, and, you know, at some point you pump all the friggin' capital in to make that motherfucker grow, and, you know, as you are growing, you're then going to work out, okay, when do we do the bit of, do the squeeze to think about profitability? And the idea of, killing ideas fast when they're not working, that is very much in the Silicon Valley ethos, because ultimately, if something's doomed to fail and you just hold on for 8, 9, 10 years while it's slowly dying, instead of killing it quickly and moving on to something else with the experience you've gained, you're going to run out of time in your career, actually. So, it's called fail fast, and in fairness, fail fast, it does make sense. There's many times that, I've killed projects in a way that hurt, in a way that was still fail fast, because ultimately shit wasn't going to work. You could have kept those projects going for like another year or two, and it would have been a slow death, and that would have killed the company. The thing though is, when you're launching, like, this is fine if you're creating a tool. This is what I've always said about Google. They're really shit at making products. They're damn good at making tools.
Yeah, almost. I think it's like the only thing that's a product
Utilities.
of theirs. Yeah, the only product of theirs is like actually kind of lasted a while has been the Pixel, right? The phone. Because that's actually a pretty decent Android flagship.
Got the Pixel. I wonder what's going on with all the Nest stuff, because Google acquired Nest. YouTube, of course, that was a successful acquisition. That kind of has worked out pretty well for people. But other than that, you've got G Suite for enterprise, but the likes of Google Docs, Sheets, etc., they are not really updated much.
No, but
stuff's languishing.
Yeah, Google almost feels a little bit like Valve in that sense, where you kind of go, "Hey, we're doing something." We think. It just seems like someone just like goes, "This is my project," and then one day they go, "I'm bored." I mean, what's the Toy Story movie? Just dropping the toy in the bin.
Yeah, and I think people also probably just need to realize, so many of their staff are just working on shit related to ads.
Yep.
It's the kind of thing that, honestly, if you're outside of that game, you probably don't understand. I don't.
Yeah,
it's a big black box of engineers doing things to make more ad money. Yeah. I don't give a shit about that.
I don't want to know anything about it. I don't even like looking at it from the outside. Never mind looking at it from the inside. I want nothing to do that.
So there you...
Yeah, just because you mentioned fail fast.
Oh, yeah.
I want to talk about... I'm not going to do it very long because I don't have all the details at hand. Phil Harrison. Look at his Wikipedia page. That man has just failed upwards so hard. His entire career. It is unbelievable. I think the last work that was outwardly, because he probably does a whole load of work. He probably worked pretty hard and all that stuff. But it just seems to be there's a curse following that man. And I think the last time he did something that was seen as widely positive was PS1 marketing in Europe. That's how long ago it was. That man's seemingly been going around just wrecking things for 20 years.
Well, see, that's
or having something, some sort of negative karmas following him around.
Yeah. That's what it's like with these big monolithic projects with a low chance of success. Look, Jade Raymond, the amount of initiatives that she's almost ping-ponged around trying to get set up. Yeah, it's quite something. So I guess, funny enough, this is pretty good for me because
Oh yeah.
Turns out, everyone, I've been a Stadia subscriber for quite a while. I forgot to cancel my subscription.
Very good.
So, it's ended up nice. Let's see, what have I got? I've got
a tax rebate,
2 e-waste controllers.
Yep.
Hopefully there'll be some way that those can be used.
We didn't cover it here, but there's something where they may have a pretty short shelf life unless Google actually update them with a Bluetooth update. Give them a nice little OTA for other support and longevity, because otherwise it kind of will just languish.
Let's hope there could potentially be a community fix to that at the very least.
Hopefully,
because hey, People are really goddamn smart on the internet. So, I guess the nice little bright side for me is I'm up 2 Chromecast Ultras. You don't really need. 2 Stadia controllers, which I might not even be able to use. So yeah, I guess, I don't know, that'll pay for like a few weeks of groceries.
Very good.
So it's not particularly exciting, but yeah. Don't you love when you forget about a subscription and then you feel like a massive doofus, and then reality doesn't punish you for your actions because Google are going to refund? Very rare that happens.
Yeah. I have a Bloomberg and a Wall Street Journal subscription because you have to phone them during the working hours to cancel.
Is that illegal?
I think that's illegal, but I haven't been able to call them during the day and I keep forgetting. So I've been paying Jason Schreier's wages, apparently.
Right, next step, we have to sue Bloomberg.
Go for it.
What a crazy story. There you go. Big tech, consumer products. Yep. It's like Google just needs to learn a few things from other companies, to put it very simply.
Yeah.
I was about to make an Apple sort of analogy, but honestly, not even Apple, because I just think Apple are so well moated and, you know, like an edge case, right? But they needed to at least look at the value offering that people could get with what was going to be coming out. I mean, we're thinking about the Xbox Series S. That gives you full cloud plus local gameplay. Like, they will have known like that this was the business model of Stadia. And, you know, these big companies, they do know what the other companies are working on. Like, the corporate intelligence is a thing. They're going to know that at some point Microsoft is just going to put out their version of a Chromecast that you'll be able to play your Xbox Cloud on.
Yeah.
That is going to work in their subscription service. That is going to benefit from them being goddamn Xbox, having all of these deals, having all of these partners and pre-established relationships. Surely Google would have known that the vague death of this was coming because of their big competitor. But it seemed that when Google needed to make a proper hard commitment to this, they evidently did not give it the resources that it needed. That's just that. They did not commit.
And now we can't even laugh at it anymore because it's gone. At least we got one last kind of, it went out with a bang in a way.
Yeah.
Because obviously it could have went out by, you know, announcing this internally and speaking to all the developers and making sure there were no, you know, problems with it whatsoever. Now they're just like, yeah, shut it down. Devs, sorry. We'll give you money, maybe. Goodbye.
Chaos. That's it for the story. Wow. So, hey, if you looked at this and thought, well, that seems stupid and not really well thought out, you can actually pat yourself in the back for seeing what Google couldn't see ahead of time. Perhaps if there was more people like those of us who were going around being critical of their business plan, if there's more people like that internally, maybe Google has a bit of a weird culty culture where, you know, no think ain't allowed. Who the hell knows? But certainly, they did not get the feedback that they needed to get by the time that they conceived and launched this product. And maybe it'll be a big lesson to actually listen to your target customers. Anyway,
I don't.
that's it for us. If you want to support what we're doing, you can check out The Pale Beyond on Steam, the link below. And yeah, I'll catch you next time.
Today, gentlemen, today we begin a new but similar adventure. Something different but something the same. Today we are going to be unlocking the Dark Knight. Gentlemen, today we begin to wait for the loading screen. Dude, look at them all. Oh, and I also want to show you guys. I cannot tell you how long I've waited for this day. Allow me to present to you my family home, 4 Thames Manor. Come, my friends, introductions must be made. 96, dude, I love, oh. All right. I get experience again.
have returned with the Scions.
I thought he was the Lord.
I hope your journey was
Dracula.
not too taxing.
Edward. Oh, it's his dad? Oh, wow.
I, Count Edmond de Fortom, do bid you welcome.
What up, dude?
As wards of House Fortom, you shall be afforded every courtesy. My home is your home.
Okay. It's the narrator. I can,
My
yeah.
companions and I are deeply honored, Count Forton.
The honor is mine, Master Alpino. Consider it an expression of our gratitude for your service to Ishtar.
Damn, that's a nice guy. Bro, this guy's dripped out. Look at him, man. Bro, he's got that V-neck thing going on. He's got this big ass coat. He's got his pimp cane. Bro, like, look at that. Look at that. He's got like 3 belts on.
Forgive me, my lord, but are you not concerned? To accept foreign guests at such a juncture, especially ones with our reputation.
True, yeah, it's a little bit interesting.
Do not worry yourself on my account. 'Tis true that Ishgard's first thought has ever been the war effort, hence the closing of our borders.
Yeah, I guess so, because you're getting
Yet
attacked by
it is
dragons.
in troubled times most of all that men should seek allies. Don't you think?
How about that? How about that?
Granted, my decision will have raised eyebrows in the vault and in the halls of the other high houses.
Yeah.
But so long as you continue with your altruistic endeavors, I doubt my honored peers will feel moved to voice their concerns.
Okay, so they're just gonna shut the fuck up and deal with it. I like
Then
that.
there is naught to fear. Though our numbers are much reduced, we are no less determined to carry on our work.
So is this Horsefart's dad? Okay, it is. Count Dripula. I mean, it is, though. I mean, it fucking is.
Full glad am I to hear it. But before you return to your labors, why not take a tour of the city?
Okay.
You would do well, I think, to acquaint yourselves with your new surroundings. After all, you may be here for some time.
I would assume so, especially with how fast I did a Realm Reborn. Holy. Damn. Do the warrior quest for Felcleave. I'm doing a Dark Knight one. Yeah, I'm about to do the Dark Knight quest. What the fuck do you mean? To Taru, the city awaits. Let's go. Now, I'd like to tell you guys that I've actually been prepared for this moment. People might not know this, but I have actually been very prepared for this moment. And I want to show you guys how exactly I've been prepared. Take a look at this. I went, whenever I was playing before, and I farmed out, and I saved up enough of the marks in order to buy the Dark Knight sword. I have it ready. Now, I do start at level 30. I know that I do. But whenever I hit level 50, I'll be ready to go. So, is this where I go to talk and get the Dark Knight? Oh, wow. Look at this. Wow. Damn. I think they had planned on me coming in from another direction. Alrighty, boys. Let's fucking see it. I am so ready to see this shit. I am so fucking ready to see this shit. Alrighty, guys. Let's go. Where's my Dark Knight? Where is my Dark Knight? Ishgardian citizen. After witnessing a spectacle like that, everyday life seems rather dull in comparison. So you didn't see a trial earlier. You're lost. Fury take me. The way that heretic swung the slab of iron he called a sword was a sight to behold. He couldn't have carried a shield if he wanted to. The blade was so big, had to keep it up with 2 hands at all times. I was amazed that he managed to keep up with that temple knight for as long as he did. Fought like a demon in the deepest pits of the 7th hell, bellowing threats and working his arts. I wasn't sure what to make of it at first, but then I heard someone say that he must be a Dark Knight. But you didn't hear that from me. In fact, I'm sure I don't know anything about it. You know what? Let's press the man for some details. Fine. But keep quiet. Now listen well, because I'm only going to say this once. Oh, here. Sigil of the Dark Knight. The people of Ishgard are in high spirits for another heretic has answered for his crimes. So as I was saying, the heretic was fighting like a man possessed. Even after he took several wounds, he showed no sign of pain, even though there was no mistaking the blood. As the fight wore on, it began to soak through his armor, spreading through every limb of his body. But whenever it began to rise and envelop him in a mist, I realized that it wasn't blood, but something dark and twisted. But the righteous are not so easily cowed. Hallowed be praised. I screamed myself hoarse, and when the temple knight slipped past his guard and ran him through. Good riddance, I say. Man was not meant to wield such arts. Yet I wonder, Was he truly one of those? Well, it matters not. I heard the Temple Knights talking of dumping his corpse on Broom. By sunrise, he'll be stripped bare and tossed over the walls. It will be as if he never was. And as though we never had this conversation. Okay, well, let's get his fucking body. Oh my, look at everybody, man. This is crazy. Oh my God. Wow, this guy, dude, I really want that big axe. That axe is so big, man. I think I need to get that one. Okay, give me 1 second. Our end. Okay, so we have to go over to here, and I'll just pour it over to foundation right now. Alrighty, boys. Are you ready to see the ascension? Is it time? I've waited on this for a long time. And I'll be honest, if it wasn't for this class in the game, I might not have ever wanted to play it. Let's do it. That's farther than enough for charity. They'll take care of the rest. And mayhaps sooner rather than later. Come on. Wait, am I just gonna get the stuff right off of him then? Oh, there he is. Wow. There's the armor. It looks just like my fucking armor already. The fuck? Wait, what? Is this it? Is it all that awaits? No. No more. Enough. What the fuck? Asmongold. Asmongold. Oh, shit. Wait, what? Wait, what? What? Yeah, exactly. I've been waiting for you to open your eyes. You all right? You were moaning in your sleep and sweating buckets besides. Name's Frey, by the way. And no, I'm not a heretic. Try convincing a Temple Knight drunk on authority that. Huh, shame the pompous arse got the better of me. How about you? You touched it, yes? That couldn't have felt good. Boy, that's my boy. All right, there it is. A voice, huh? Rather distressed one besides. Please, someone, anyone. I'm like, what the fuck, dude? Not so fast. We need to talk about what's happening to you, what's growing within you before you get carried away. There's a darkness within us all. Nothing dangerous, mind. In fact, it's quite healthy. But the crystal changes you. It gives you the power to channel it. Do it without proper training, however, and, well, it might get hurt. I'm like, what the fuck, dude? What the fuck, dude? So go ahead. Ask me to teach you. Ask me to instruct you in the ways of Dark Knights, and I will. That was easy. All right, guys, here we go. I know you're still worried about that screaming woman, so I'll keep this brief. We Dark Knights don't care one whit for prestige or pedigree. We are free to follow our hearts and defend the weak and punish the guilty as we see fit. I like this. The law of the land, the authority of a name. These are tools cowards use to escape harm. We have no needs of shields, of figurative or literal. True. Here, my blade is your blade. My soul crystal, your crystal. Go on, take them. You'll need them soon enough. Is it time? Gentlemen, is it time? Okay. You must first change your class to Dark Knight. And I changed my class by equipping the Claymore. Is that... Oh, wow. Oh, fuck, dude. God damn, I look fucking good. I look so fucking good, it's insane. Let me talk to him right now. Frey is ready to teach you. You need only ask. Well, well. You don't look the part, ready to harness the darkness within to set the wrong things right? Now, bear in mind that while the darkness gives you strength, that strength comes at a cost. That is but one sacrifice, though, and justice demands many. Slay a man, a venerable, untouched man, harms a child in unspeakable ways. He strides through Hopalon, secure in the knowledge that he is beyond punishment. But for one who cuts down that vile beast as he flaunts his freedom, who knows of how many others will suffer? Such was the dilemma faced by a goodly knight not long ago. He knew that would be stripped of his titles and denounced for the deed. That threshold we refuse to cross is a line that we draw for ourselves. We fear the consequences, and people suffer for our indecision. Everyone who held the crystal came to conquer that fear, and became who they wanted to be. That night was the first. Will you be the next? Think on that while we look into the commotion down below. Oh, fuck. So you do whatever the fuck you want to do, man. Oh, it's so good. Look at that. That's so badass. Oh, that's so fucking badass. Okay, let's go talk to her then. Please, I don't know what to do. It's my granddaughter. I didn't see him standing there, and I know it's no excuse. I should have been more careful. But my granddaughter, she started yelling at the temple knight, and I tried to stop her. I did. But then he said she had to come with him, and if I could just tell him how sorry I am, maybe he'd take you too, is what he'd do. Even if you went and begged the blue bastard to intervene, it'd be too late by then. Ain't the first time they've taken a girl her age. If she doesn't fight back, they might let her go afterwards. No, there has to be another way. Guardian justice. Oh shit. Oh shit. We're about to pop off on somebody here, I see. They might spare the girl, you know. Leave her with a few scars and a lifelong lesson. This is fucked up, dude. This is some fucked up shit. Oh my god. Or we could beat every last one of them within a limb of their lives and rescue the girl. You'd like that, wouldn't you? Yeah, I would. That sounds great. Let's do that. I knew you would. Everything's gonna be alright, man. Whenever I'm through at those nights, they'll dare not trouble you ever again. Oh, thank you, thank you. Alright, let's go. Assuming they didn't just drag her into an alley, they'd taken her to either the congregation or the tribunal. The Honorable Sir Emic would not serve for such reprehensible behavior under his roof. The Inquisition, on the other hand, well, so that leaves the tribunal. If the girl's still alive, I imagine they'll make all manner of threats. Come any closer and she dies, and so forth. If so, we'll need to make something perfectly clear to them. We're not here for her, we're here for you. Once they understand that she means nothing to us, they'll attack us or flee. I don't know about you, but I'm eager to find out which one. Damn, yo, this guy's a fucking pimp. Oh my god. Who's this dick-sucking dick sucker? Let me see what this guy is. Ishgardian Justice, level 34 sync is in place. Alright, let's do this. Damn it, girl, you're only making it worse for yourself. The hell's with you? I've done nothing wrong. Why are the pretty ones always so daft? If I had a gill for every time I had to kill an unrepentant bastard like you. Oh, shit. Oh, what the fuck? Are you threatening a temple knight? Yes, I am. Oh, you're very clever. Yes, I am. Now let her go. Enough of this. With me, girl, now. One more word of protest and I'll toss your grandmother in a cell to rot. You three, seize this imbecile. God damn. Okay, let's beat the fuck out of him, man. Alright. So I have no idea what I'm doing at all. I have no idea. That looks so cool, man. I guess I'll put this one over there. Or wait. We'll put that one over there. There we go. Okay, nice. Apparently that's like a 3 combo thing. That's so fucking cool, dude. Oh my god. Oh my god, dude. I'm doing all kinds of sword shit. Look at that, man. God damn. Yeah, look at that. Your gear's trash? It's okay. It doesn't matter. Like, I'll get better gear. It's not a big deal. Like, yeah, it's fine. Fuck yeah. Okay, now they're all dead. I feel like, you know, after they just entered, like, they just invited me into the house, and they're like, oh, don't cause any trouble. And, like, I'm immediately killing this fucking Templar. That seems like a problem. Yeah, I mean, I did kind of fuck that up, huh? Do you see, Asmongold? The flames beckon. Is that right? Immerse yourself in the flames and ignite the darkness within. What the fuck? Darkness? Who the fuck is darkness? Okay, rescue your... Oh, wow. I'm taking a lot of damage. I warned you not to drink too deep. Oh. Oops. Okay. Wait. I've got to fight 4 guys at a time? Oh, fuck. Okay. Let's kill this guy here. I'll use my cooldown. Okay, you use AoE. I don't know what my AoE abilities are. Deals extra damage to all nearby enemies. Okay, here we go. Let's. Oh wow. Wait, I can cast that as much as I want? Wait. Dude, that's badass. What the fuck? Okay, it costs mana? My mana hasn't gone down at all. Yeah, so I'm not sure about that, man. Your pain manifests into a new flame of darkness. Oh, so I have to go hit this one. Okay. Got him. Okay, there's one right there. Do I have to click all of these? I have to run through all of these, is that right? No, just two? Okay, let's go. Damn, dude. Oh, shit, there's a lot of these guys. What the fuck? Okay, so I just... Wait, I can literally just AoE everything down? This is awesome. Fuck yeah. I'm a god. Clicker? I don't have everything ready, okay? You're gonna have to be patient with me. It's gonna take me a little bit of time to do it. And as soon as I can, I'll be able to, I'll figure out all the abilities and everything I need to do. This is actually fucking cool, man. Watch your HP. I'll be fine. Yeah, I'll be fine. Don't worry about it. Okay, so this guy's dead. Holy fuck. There we go. All right, let's pick up 2 more of these. And wait, am I gonna go inside of here? Oh, I don't know. I mean, I just go inside of the fuck. Wait, I'm going inside of the temple to bust that shit down? Okay, I'm ready. Let's do it. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Wait, he's talking shit, too. Oh, my God. All right, let's kill this guy. I'm pretty sure this is the healer, so we'll kill him first. Moving out of that. Immediately fucking dead, dude. Immediately fucking dead. This does look really, really cool. Wow. Called you a simp? Actually, you know what? He did call me a simp. That's okay, though. We're gonna kill him anyway. It doesn't matter. Dude, I'm already hitting 300s at level 30. Bro, whenever I hit level 55 or whatever I am on a warrior, I am going to be unstoppable, man. Unfucking stoppable. Got it. And let's go talk to her. Next night at Bear Steel, I'm not only gonna kill him, but I'm gonna kill his wife, his friends, and burn his goddamn house down. Yeah, this is my class. Oh, thank you. Those of you who yet live, remember this horror, and know that should you speak of it, it shall be visited upon you again 100-fold. Oh fuck. Yeah, this guy's great. Oh my god. Oh my god, zero chill? Yeah, this guy does not fuck around. I don't know what to say, sir. Thank you. Thank you. I got a little carried away earlier. It's just whenever somebody saw how they were treating my grandmother, I had to say something, and I... What? No one screamed your name? My grandmother called out just the once, but that was it. Speaking of which, I should hurry back. I suppose I ought to say that I'm sorry for what I did, but I'm not. Those knights had it coming. Halloween bless you for what you did. You're goddamn right they did. You're goddamn fucking right they did. Fuck them. Okay, let's talk to Frey now. Feels good, doesn't it? Strange, maybe, but a good strange, I'll wager. You tapped into something primal, a power nestled within you, yearning to be free. As your understanding of this power grows, so too will your skill as a Dark Knight. You have done well, far better than I could have hoped. In fact, but there is still so much more to learn, so much further to go. I won't lie, Asmongold, the risks will only increase. So if you want to keep going, you'll have to trust me. Can you do that? Honestly, this guy is a stone-cold killer. He doesn't give a fuck. He's talking about killing people's families and stuff. I feel like he basically, I mean, what would he have to hide? Like, yeah, he's not, he's just talking, he's saying what he thinks. Good, it's a promise. Circumstances being what they are, it might be best to be parted ways for a while. Think of it as an opportunity to hone your skills in my absence. But don't worry, we will meet again. When the time is right, I'll be waiting where we first met. Flood of Darkness deals unaspected damage with a potency of 250 to all enemies in a straight line before you. Oh, that's fucking badass. The next Dark Knight quest will be available from Frey upon reaching level 35. Requirements for undertaking subsequent quests can be reviewed in your journal. It's an off-GCD ability. Oh, okay, okay. You're going to control the darkness within. Wow. So I have to get up to level... I feel like I could get to level 50 in a day. Like, I'm not even kidding. I think I could get to level 50 in a fucking day. Dark Knight, level fucking 50. I leveled this character all the way up to 50 off stream just so I could fucking play today and show you guys all the new different fights, man. I have saved every single job quest for me to do with you guys today. Where he be at? Ooh. Made it up to Isengard, man. I made it all the way over here. Frey. Frey has been waiting for you for a long time. Okay. I had a feeling you'd come today, Asmongold, and sure enough, there you are. Eager to pick up where we left off. Let's start with a question, then. You must be burning with several after that last affair. Why are you detained by Inquisition? What was the voice I heard? What became of the woman and her granddaughter? Oh, for the love of... Oh, they're fine, both of them. You solved all their problems. Happy? This sounds like McConnell. Now then, are you ready to stop dancing around the real question and just ask? Why were you detained by the Inquisition? Why do you think I was detained by zealous temple knights who see heretics around every corner? There was a girl, an innocent, they wanted her, and I objected. Now then, are you ready to stop dancing around the real question and just ask? What became of the old woman and her granddaughter? What was the voice I heard? Ah, yes, the voice. The one you heard whenever you first touched the crystal. An excellent question, but a difficult one to answer. Some say it's a beacon, a guiding the Dark Knight to his true calling. Whose is it, you ask? Only you can discover that, for each knight must hearken to a different voice. As you grow more accustomed to drawing upon your dark side, you will come to hear it more clearly. Communion will hasten this process, but we dare not conduct the rites here under the watchful eye of the Holy See. We will make for Southern Thowland, for Little Alamigo. All right, let's go over there. So they had the expansion content take part in like the old game? That's really cool. I like that a lot. Dude, that's actually lit. Oh my God. Punctual as ever, I see. Communion, lest you worry, is rather simple. It's a ritual in which one nurtures the darkness within so he may channel it more effectively in battle. Do not, however, presume the risks should be any less than before. Should you partake in it in excess, you will die, or worse. So before we begin, I want you to do me a favor. I want you to kill something for me. Okay. Something feral. Something fearsome that will push you to your limits. I want to see you thrive in that moment. That way, I will know you are ready. Ask Gundo Baldo. He should know of a suitable creature. All right, where's Gundo Baldo? Wait, isn't Gundo Bald the guy? It is. I know him. A pleasure to see you again, Asmongold. Do you require assistance? Yes. Training. Well, if you seek dangerous beasts for that purpose, then the Red Labyrinth is home to Pisces notorious for its size and vigor. Our trappers take great pains to avoid their nests, and those who do bear scars for their folly. I pity the man who dies without scars, but these pesties sound promising. Tell me more. They attacked caravans loaded with adult carcasses before. The smell drives them into a frenzy. They should serve to draw them out of hiding. Okay. Asmongold, I will always be grateful for what you did. Those young ones were on the verge of making a terrible mistake. So consumed with anger they were. I hesitated to act, even though I saw it burning within them, as I see it burning within you now. He has a dick chin. You seek the darkness within. Yes, I do. I will not claim to understand your meaning, but I wish you well in your training. Let's go. I like how he doesn't have the sword anymore. Like, I could give him his sword back now. It's not that big of a deal. Okay, yeah, let me just play the game, okay, guys? Let me just play the game. Okay. Ah, they're close. I can feel it in their eyes. Well, while we're here, show me who you are, Asmongold. Show me what you can do. I'm waiting. Stop backseating. Guys, just chill. Just try to enjoy the stream and watch the stream. Don't spam to do X or Y, Z thing. Just let me just fucking enjoy the stream, guys. But please, just enjoy the stream. I promise it'll be better that way. Yeah, just chill. Okay, that was easy. Damn, what a really hard challenge that was. Okay, now what? That wasn't so hard, now was it? No, it wasn't. To met out our justice, protect the weak from the strong, and so forth, you must yourself be strong. Strength is pain. Strength is suffering. Strength is sacrifice. We must prepare for communion, but not here. Come before more pesties are drawn by the smell. Okay, so we've got to go over to, we're going to do communion? I've already done this before, actually. You look ready. Good. Now listen well. Close your eyes and hold out your hand towards me. Breathe deep through your nose and let the air fill your lungs. And let it pass from your lips. Slower, slower. Wait, what the fuck? Listen to your heartbeat. Listen to the other. What the fuck? What the hell is going on? Oh, what the... With every breath, you grow lighter and slip further into the abyss. What the fuck? One foot in front of the other, over and over again. To the ends of the world and back again. And if time has no end, still forward and onward, over and over again. What the fuck? So what did you hear? Interesting, but not terribly informative. But do not lose heart. That you are able to hear it once more is progress enough. I believe that you will come to understand its words, its will, in due time. I should mention that, in some circumstances, the voice is said to be that of another, one whom the Dark Knight is fated to seek out. If that's the case, you may have a long journey ahead of you. Okay. So you would welcome such a journey. There is something to be said for it, and for travel, for that matter. To roam free and to help those in need. Yet no good deed goes unpunished, does it? I knew a man once, wanting to be a hero, did great things. And do great things, and he did. The song always ends there, but life doesn't, does it? Wait, what the fuck? This is serious. There are temptations more deadly than the dark side, Asmongold. You should have learned this by now, but you haven't. You will. The communion is ended, and with it our time together. But we shall meet again as we did before. That is deep. What the fuck? Restores mana upon landing weapon skills or spells. Effect does not stack whenever hitting multiple targets with a single attack. Okay, so this is just like a basic default, like, damage ability. Okay, that's simple. Yeah, that's really simple. The dark side grants you visions of power unhinged? What the fuck? Well, let me go back over to him again. Heroic respite. You look well, Asmongold. More determined. You have not heard the voice since we last spoke, but do not worry. If your affinity with the dark side is as strong as I believe, then communion is all you require. Come with me to the burning wall. You know what you must do. Oh, shit. It begins, as always, with blood, a confirmation of your destiny. There are axe beaks here which have grown ferocious beyond reckoning. Vile creatures, eager to prey on man and beast alike. Offer yourself to them. They will come. They will make an offering, then make an offering of them to me. Oh, shit. Okay. Let's see. We have to go slay axe beaks. Okay. Where are the axe beaks? Oh, they're right there. Okay, I'll just click on this. Where to get that nice sword? This sword is from Baphomet. I got it. It's actually 135, which is the highest item level in the game right now. Okay. There we go. Big dicking these guys. There we go. He's dead. And this guy's dead too. Fuck him. All right. That's easy. I feel more comfortable playing Dark Knight than I do Warrior. I don't know why, but I just like the off-GCD abilities a lot more. Now that's the Asmongold I've longed to see. You resent this, don't you? This pointless trial. Yeah. Perhaps you even resent me for subjecting you to it. Remember this feeling. Treasure it. I want it smoldering within you whenever we commune to Camp Drybone. All right. Close your eyes and hold out your hands towards me. Breathe deep through your nose, let the air fill your lungs, and let it pass from your lips. Slower and slower. Listen to my voice, listen to your heartbeat, listen for the other. Thank the 12, it is you, Asmongold. What the fuck is this? Who the is it? Oh my god. Yeah, I did a quest for this guy at like level 30. To think that you would end up slaying the Lord of the Inferno whenever you first came through looking for a missing comic folk. Yeah, this is the guy that came in there and he got captured. But this isn't the time to reminisce. I sought you out because I need your help. Do tell. Not long ago, an Amanjala raiding party attacked a caravan on the road, abducting several pilgrims. We reported the incident both to the Brass Blades and the Immortal Flames, but it seems like neither is in a position to muster forces at present. You know what lies in store should they not be rescued soon. Please, Asmongold, there is no one else. Really, charge into the enemy encampment filled with Amanjala warriors and free some fools who should have armed themselves. Risk life and limb to do the work of a dozen men, all because you bloody asked? Is that it? That's what we do. That's what we do. Fuck them. Every goddamn time. Fine. We'll bring them back. Thank you for it. They were bound to the encampment to the southeast. And so were we. Okay. Who's this stupid bitch? Who's this stupid ass bitch? Get the fuck out of here. I don't want to look at you. Pull this guy too. Pull that guy. Pull all of these guys. AoE all these guys down. Hit him with the F right there. I fucked that one up. I didn't hit the other target. Easy, easy, easy. Okay, we're done for. Oh no. Oh no, we're done for. Shut up, bitch. I'm saving your ass. God bless you, adventurer. Yes, I know. God's not real, but I am. Let's keep moving. Now what? Oh, I have to run with them. Okay, I'll stay. Oh. Oh, we got some dick boys coming in here. Okay, I see how it is. Got some dick boys causing trouble. That's what happens to dick boys. They get fucking deleted. Get the fuck out of here. I don't have time for you. Keep running. All right, let's keep running. Okay, we're good. We saved them. You will pay for your insolence. Wait, who the fuck is this? Ah, oh, Jesus. Another dick boy is causing trouble for me? Get the fuck out of here. Okay, let's kill him. There we go. And I guess this is supposed to be like some sort of a boss or something, but apparently not. There we go. He's dead. Mad Max reference? Was Mad Max? I don't know about that. You just don't know when to leave off, do they? Neither did you, huh? I mean, look at yourself. Most of that's not even your blood. You had to pop off, dude. You have to do what you need to do. Leave it. You've got nothing to be ashamed of. Let's go and give Ismbardo the good news. All right, let's go do that. Okay, let's help this guy out. Welcome back, Asmongold. I heard you really gave those Amajala what for. Good shell. I'm sure you're eager to be on your way, so I won't waste any more of your time, but thank you. Come back whenever you like. Great. Awesome. There's not like 5 other things that I need to do for this idiot. Those who have never faced death do not scruple to condemn others to it. They know nothing of true sacrifice and are weak for their insolence. Ignorance. In sacrifice there is strength. In sacrifice there is liberation. Close your eyes and hand out your... Okay, alright. We're gonna go through that one again. With every breath you grow lighter and slip further into the abyss. Am I gonna fall down again? Oh, yeah. On a throne of bone he waits. Serve, save, slave, slay. They come to entreat his judgment, one by one, in solemn procession. What the fuck? What the fuck, dude? So what did you hear this time? There's some bad shit, man. I was thinking you were on the verge of discerning the truth. Your affinity with your dark side grows stronger by the day, and yet there is a hesitation. Listen to me, Asmongold. You performed great deeds and saved countless people. You are a hero to the realm. But you are no Dark Knight. I'm gonna have to respec again? Dude, I thought I had it. This sucks. A Dark Knight accepts that he cannot save everyone, and sometimes he is fortunate to just save himself. Sacrifice, Asmongold, is to renounce that which binds you, to recognize that which matters, and to forsake all that does not. At the very least, you must realize that you cannot continue to carry all of these burdens, unless you wish to die a slave. True. I'm fine. Just a little tired. The communion is ended, and with it our time together. We shall meet again as we did before. Fuck, man. Fuck, man. Alright, there we go. So now I want to make sure I have that ability. That's going to be number 4. Let me test out my new ability. I want to try it on like a random mob. Yay! The dark sign grants you visions of power unclaimed. Okay, let's try it on this guy right here. Let's try it on Billy. Okay. I've been waiting on this one, boys. Yeah, I've been waiting on this one. This is nice. Okay, now let's go back over and talk to him again. Frey has been watching you, and he is not pleased with your progress. What did I do? I'm beginning to question your commitment, Asmongold. You haven't heard the voices since our last communion, which means that you haven't taken my lessons to heart. You know that I'm trying to help you, don't you? This is all for your benefit. You listen, but you don't understand. You're the stubborn type, I know that. We just have to keep it that way until you open your eyes. Morby Dry Docks, that's where we'll head next. Okay, let's go to the Dry Dicks. Oh. Never cared much for the ocean myself. That friend of mine, the one I told you about after our first communion, we came here together once. Long story short, we ended up doing something ridiculously foolish, and we were lucky to make it out alive. I tried to talk him out of it, but he just had to get on that damn boat. Don't be like that, friend. Isn't the Maelstrom supposed to be aid for small folk whenever they're in a spot of trouble? So far as it's possible, yes, but such matters fall within the purview of the Yellow Jackets, and they told me to bugger off. Can you believe that? I'm begging you, Sergeant. Oh, wait, is that you, Asmongold? Yeah, it is me. What up? It is, the legend himself. Forgive me, sir, I never thanked you properly for your service. To Lisa Lamasa. Whenever I first heard Leviathan had been summoned, I feared that. Why, if it isn't a famous adventurer who's been killing primals left and right. Truly, the 12 must be watching over me because you're just the man I need. I didn't sign up for this shit. No, I'm the victim of a terrible and heinous crime. I was waylaid by Quarnorn bandits from the Sea Strand who left me with not more than clothes on my back. And what makes you think I give a Quarnorn's ass about your troubles? Go and bother Yellow Jackets like the sergeant said. I seek worthy prey, not a gang of rats. How can you say such a thing, sir? Without your help, I'm ruined. Alright, fine. Wait, just listen. You wanted the worthy prey, yes? The leader was a mean-looking bastard, at least 2 or 3 times the size of the others. It'll probably take a dozen men to bring him down. If it's a challenge you want, then there it is. It's just you against him and his cronies. What do you say, sir? Shut your mouth and wait here. I'll be back. Damn, this guy's a dick. Okay, let's go back over there, and we're going to talk to him again. If this corn arm isn't everything that he promised, I'll take out his hide. Let's make the most out of this, Asmongold. No style, no guile, just chaos. Mark your limits and push yourself beyond. Let the darkness guide you and set you free. Okay, this is level 49. This is serious. Damn, look at them all, dude. Look at all these little dick boys. All these little dick boys. Get the fuck out of here. I AoE everything down. It's not a big deal to me. Look at that. A little bit of AoE damage there. A little bit of AoE damage there, too. Another one. Oh, man, dude. Look at that. Pause Ultra. Phrase like Fight Club. I can see that. Yo, he's helping me out a lot. Bro, like, this guy's really doing it for me. Wow. Okay. So I use this here, and now I can get my mana back, too. And then I'll get my mana back there, and I can hit him again. Oh, this is good. This is really, really good. I'm learning how to use my abilities now, or as much as I can, at least. Obviously, I've got a much longer way to go. Figure everything out. Okay, we're good. Rip mana. I don't need mana. What do I need my mana for? I'll just kill the boss. Yeah.
One of the greatest advances of the post-internet world is the ability for people to go online and enjoy and discover fringe, obscure fantasies. I mean, before the internet, who would have guessed that so many people would be into inflation? The fantasy of blowing yourself up like a big balloon. Illustrated by this Sonic the Hedgehog image, as for some reason the Sonic the Hedgehog community is always at the forefront of any paraphilia. Or how about Vor, the fantasy of being swallowed whole and digested? Once again, illustrated by the Sonic the Hedgehog image. But what if, instead of being swallowed whole, you prefer to be devoured piece by piece? In that case, you might have visited a forum named the Cannibal Cafe, or one of its many cousins. But for at least 2 visitors of these forums, the fantasy alone was just not enough. So for today's episode of Tales from the Internet, let's talk about Armin Meiwes, the man who ate his internet date. This video is sponsored by Shudder. Shudder is my favorite streaming service, brought to you by AMC, and it focuses on horror movies, suspense, and thrillers. When you scroll through their collections, it's really obvious that their selection is curated by real horror fans. And if you're watching this video and you just have interesting cannibal stuff in general, they have the 2 most classic cannibal horror movies that exist, Cannibal Ferox and Cannibal Holocaust. And because their selection is so expansive, sometimes you're just looking for a type of movie and you find something. Like, if you're watching me on stream or Instagram recently, you saw that I was talking a lot about The Mutilator / Fall Break, which I just happened to come across when I was looking for a cheesy 80s slasher. And they also have exclusives, such as One Cut of the Dead and Tigers Are Not Afraid. You can subscribe for either $5.99 a month or $56.99 a year to have access to the internet's largest horror movie collection. And you'll have unlimited ad-free access on all of your devices, your PC, iOS, Android, Xbox One, all of it. To try Shudder for free for 30 days, just go to Shudder.com and use code WANG. The story of Armin Meiwes, a man who ate another man
said,
he met online, is
Snake.
Hello, man. What's up? How has been your week? Working week? And are you free today? I'm gonna be assuming you're probably like way past sleep. Something like that. No, you didn't have to cut me off. Thank God I can never happen nothing. I don't even need
RadyMercs _ said, yeah, it's 3 a.m.
Yeah, I bet. So I'm gonna be like a boring guy, and I'm gonna ask, how do you like this new bug thing? Do you think it's broken? Is it like any useful? Yada 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 yada. Yes, too slow. Go.
RadyMercs _ said, I hate it, I just use it for the quest.
Oh. So you think there is no use for it? Like, you don't have time to investigate, like, let's say you're going into a prison and you're just gonna go in blindly throwing dynamite chokes and stuff, or you're gonna wait for like 30 seconds or something and let a guy from your team, let's say, throw a bug and investigate to see if there are any traps, because there is a trait, I think, Vigilant, that marks all the traps on the, you know, on the doors, etc., in the dark side, and the bug is always in the dark side. He can, the guy with the bug can like scout and see if they have like shotguns or crossbows or bomb lance. And if you deduce they're like close quarter like oriented, and let's say you have like Winfields or rifles, are you gonna push it, or are you just gonna say, nah, I don't feel like dying, and you're just gonna say, okay, let's either wait for them to exit the boss compound or just find another match, like stop wasting time? So it's not anti-camping mechanic, so it's more like getting information mechanic, and just like deciding, like, do you wanna commit or you wanna bail? You're probably gonna say, I'm gonna stay. Okay. So that's the end of my rant. Now it's up to you. Whee! Feels good to have backpack, jetpack in this game. Whee! Okay. So sulfur. Okay. This and this and this and this and Caterium. This. I can do this, I can do this, or this, or this. This is kind of a tough. Okay, let me grab some more. Well, anyway. Thanks for dropping by. If you went to sleep, have a nice one, man. 87. Yeah, 88. Whee! It's kind of a going. It's kind of a going. Didn't get something. 8, 89, 90. Yeah, that's good. Good. Okay.
Probably one of the most famous stories of a person killing someone they met on the internet. But as I realized while researching this video, even if you're familiar with this story, there's a good chance that you've heard some incorrect information about it. Comparing posts that I found about it on the Internet Archive and comparing it to what the media said in a lot of the articles led to me finding some inconsistencies. But to tell this story, first we've got to begin with the online cannibal community. Let's begin by talking about a website called necrobabes.com. Necrobabes began in the late 90s and described itself as erotic horror for adults. It served as a hub for a few independently managed subscription-based sites. Each of these sites contained fantasy content that featured only consenting models. It also had a sister site, necrobabes.org, and this site featured a number of free sites. And one of these sites was the Cannibal Cafe, owned by a user named Pero Loco. The Cannibal Cafe contained content such as a guest book, guides on how to train human cattle, and tutorials on how to properly impale and cook a person. It would also eventually get its own forums. Welcome to the Cannibal Cafe message board. This board is, like the rest of the website, has been provided by necrobabes.com via their necrobabes.org server. They have provided all server space and bandwidth, so please take the time to visit them and check out what they have to offer this community. Meanwhile, we here at the Cannibal Cafe, in association with the California and Midwest Human Female Stockmen's Association, hope that you will use and enjoy this forum for the exchange of messages and notices. I will attempt to answer all messages directed at me or the C&M HFSA, and will make every attempt to respond to your concerns promptly. Please feel free to offer suggestions concerning what you would like to see added to the website, and feel free to write to me personally and or to send messages and stories or any content that you would like to see on the site. As far as this forum is concerned, please don't post any underage stuff, and please refrain from personal invective, spam, and other obnoxious activities. Thanks and welcome. Pero. And right out the gate, the Cannibal Cafe already had a somewhat active community, having its roots back in old Usenet forums as well as an IRC chat. And here's how a typical Cannibal Cafe post would look. I am available. Posted by Cat. Hi, I am 5'9" tall, long red hair down to the middle of my back, blue eyes, and very plump, large C cup. I have nice hams, or rump roasts as you would like. How would you cook me? And do you have an official brand I could be branded with? Willing to be a pig or a cow. Dear Calf, sounds yummy. I think that it would be for the best, particularly if you want all the potential buyers and meat graders to be aware of you, would be for you to download one of the 2 downloadable versions of the livestock application found on the website. Yeah, there was a livestock application that you could fill out and submit, although I don't know why there's a volunteer or involuntary thing to check off. I mean, if I'm filling out the form, clearly it's voluntary, right? I mean, unless someone's forcing me to fill out the form, but at that point it seems like you're just kind of adding a weird amount of bureaucracy into your fetish. But I guess that's how just some people need to interface with the world. Although the site's community was mostly insular, there was one user who would eventually bring it to the international spotlight. Armin Maivis was an ATM and computer repairman from Germany with a troubled youth. His interest in cannibalism was apparent early as he had become obsessed with Hansel and Gretel. He was particularly excited by the part where the witch wants to fatten up the kids to eat them. In court, he recalled that he would often fantasize about eating his friends as young as 12 years old. However, his friends were relatively few, and his mother, who brought him up by herself after his father left, was very overbearing. An article that appeared in The Age describes their relationship. Mavis's mother was domineering, berating him loudly and publicly, living with him until her death, accompanying him on dates and even going along on troop outings in the early 1980s when he joined the German army. Mavis claimed that such treatment led him to create Frankie, an imaginary brother who listened to him. Although their relationship was somewhat strained, he was very dependent on her, and her death was ultimately the catalyst that sent him down the path that would make him one of the internet's most infamous killers. Crime and Investigation explains. In 1999, Mavis's mother died and left him the family's large mansion house in Amstetten. Totally alone for the first time in his life, without the demands of his controlling mother, he reportedly constructed a shrine to her in the house, complete with a plastic mannequin that he would lay on a pillow each night. The parallels to Ed Gein are very apparent here. After his mother's death, he also developed an interest in internet pornography, particularly that featuring torture and pain, and through these internet sites, Mavis found his way into his first chat rooms about cannibalism. Taking on the name of his imaginary brother Frankie, he would often post to cannibal forums. It was in these posts that he would look for people who wanted to be eaten. In total, he responded to 204 different people responding to these requests. However, as I explained earlier, these people are mostly there just for the fantasy. The idea of being eaten excites them, but it's not exactly something that they intend to really go through with. And this frustrated Armin. It wasn't until February of 2001, 2 years after his mother's death, that Armin Mavis would encounter someone else who was truly about this life. A man by the name of Bernd Jürgen Brandes, whose name I definitely mispronounced. As a software engineer, Brandes had a bit in common with Mavis professionally. And like Mavis, he also grew up in a single-parent household, this time being raised by his dad after his mother's apparent suicide. And like Armin, he was in it for more than just the fantasy. And here's where, as I mentioned before, we start to see the inconsistencies in the reporting of the story. It was reported pretty much everywhere that these two men met on the Cannibal Cafe forums. When I mentioned on my Twitch stream that I was making this video, people even said, oh yeah, the Cannibal Cafe guy. And that's what it says on Wikipedia. But when I was looking through the Internet Archive for the posts, I noticed something. The Cannibal Cafe forums didn't even exist until April of 2001, more than a month after these two men allegedly made contact. So at first I'm looking through the guest book, thinking maybe these boomer-ass reporters thought the guest book was the same thing as the forum, maybe they meant the IRC chat or something like that. But then I came across a later post by Peroloco himself on another forum explaining what happened regarding Armin Mavis. Armin Mavis did, in fact, post his trolls on a previous incarnation of this forum, which was known as the Cannibal Cafe and was hosted by Necrobabes. However, Herr Mavis did not meet Jürgen Brandes in that venue. They met in a more or less gay cannibal Yahoo group, which I was able to point out to the German Federal Police after I was interviewed by a TV crew from Der Spiegel TV magazine within a few days of the Mavis arrest. At the time, I was living in Toronto, and the Cannibal Cafe was literally flooded off the web by a concentrated, well-organized flood of traffic that originated in Germany, where it was widely believed that the Cannibal Cafe was the venue where Armin Mavis arranged to have dinner with Herr Brandes. And it was on the gay Cannibal Yahoo group, and not the Cannibal Cafe, that Armin Mavis would make his post looking for an 18 to 30 fit young man looking to be eaten. And after he began talking to Jürgen Brandes in February, they made arrangements to meet on March 9th. Before meeting, they would exchange a few messages with each other.
The beginning of the chat log would start with Cater99, to which you would type, hello? And Trophagus would reply, hi, Cater, what do you do professionally that you're up so late at night? Cater99 would reply, I can't sleep well anymore because of our meeting. To which Trophagus would say, that's a sensible reason. Yesterday I was incredibly tired. It was a stressful day. Cater would mention, I'm in telecommunications, and Trophagus would say, oh, that sounds interesting. Cater99 would state, I believe you, to which Antrophagus, I'm looking forward to our meeting. It'll definitely be really cool. I want it to be. I hope it's really cool. Are you setting an alarm clock? Antrophagus would write, it's only a few days until March 9th, and Cater would respond, still, I would have rather met you yesterday and felt your teeth. Antrophagus would write, one can't have everything. There's still some time before you really feel my teeth. Cater would write, I hardly know what to expect. Have you slaughtered a man before? Antrophagus would respond, unfortunately, only in my dreams, but in my thoughts, I do it every night. To which Cater's response would be, so I'm the first. You have eaten human flesh before, or you haven't? Antrophagus would respond, no, you don't exactly find it in the supermarket, unfortunately. Cater99 would then say, how do you know if it'll taste good to you, or that the blood won't make you sick? To which Antrophagus would write, I'm readying myself with my dreams. Once I was so excited, I grabbed a needle and drew my own blood so I could drink it. And Cater would write, and your blood, it tasted good to you. To which the follow-up from Antrophagus would write, it was quite tasty. Once I was drilling some holes and the drill slipped right into my hand. That was a real treat. Blood is the juice of life. It contains everything a person needs for nutrition. To which Cater would write, then I hope you won't wilt, that you can really see it through without a problem. To which Antrophagus would then write, oh, okay. To bite into your dick will certainly not be easy. Living flesh is somewhat more resistant than fried. But one thing is certain, our dream will be fulfilled. To which Cater would follow up, but there's not so much in it as there is in muscle. Antrophagus would then say, yeah, but the penis is principally a spongy material filled with blood. Cater99, for both of our sakes, I hope that's true. I hope you have also already thought about what's to be done with the rest. Fulfilling the dream shouldn't become a nightmare for you. No one will know where I have disappeared to. Antrophagus would write, after you're dead, I'll take you out and expertly carve you up, except for a pair of knees and some fleshy trash. There won't be much of you left. Cater99, there will be a good bit, like the knees. I hope you have a good hiding place for them. Antrophagus would then say, I'll dry out the knees and grind them up soon after. And then Cater would say, okay, they're good as fertilizer. I heard that once. I see you've thought about it. Good. Sounds like I'm the first. Antrophagus would say, and you won't be the last. Hopefully. I've already considered catching a young person from the street, but I'd rather kill only those who want to be killed. Back to Cater, that also doesn't sound bad, but yeah, seeing as it's not so totally legal, this in my eyes is better than yanking someone directly off the street. And in the last message, Antrophagus would then say, exactly, I'd do it, if it were legal.
After many restless nights, March 9th came around, and Jurgen Brandis made his way to Armin Meiwes' home. The entire encounter was recorded on video. After having sex, the two men went about their previously agreed upon plan of eating Brandis' penis. As an ex-boyfriend of Brandis explained to court, this was one of his greatest fantasies. After telling the court that mostly Brandis wasn't happy he was addicted to sex, he went on to explain that Brandis frequently asked him to either cut off or bite off or eat his penis. Once, I brought a knife to him during sex and told him I was going to cut it off, and I thought it was fantasy, Emanuel said, pausing to cry before finishing. Unfortunately, he really had done. At first, Meiwes tried to bite it off, but as he had previously theorized in their chat, this was a bit too difficult to do. So he had Brandis take a cocktail of sleeping pills, cold medicine, and alcohol to numb the pain, and then he chopped the thing off. It was still too difficult to eat, so Armin tried frying it up with some garlic. However, since, this was his first time trying to cook a penis, he didn't do such a great job of it, burnt it, and he wound up having to feed it to his dog. Yeah. On Brandis' request, he poured a bath for him to bleed out and die peacefully in. While Jurgen sat in the tub, Meiwes read a Star Trek novel in the other room. Several hours passed, though, and Brandis was still alive and suffering, so Meiwes decided to put him out of his misery by stabbing him in the throat. He then proceeded to hang him upside down by his legs and butcher him like a cow. And although this video has never emerged online, screenshots of it have been leaked and they can be found, but obviously I can't show it to you on YouTube. When the process of butchering Brandis was done, Meiwes kept him in his freezer where he would sporadically take a piece of him out to eat with a meal. He claimed that every time he ate a piece, they grew closer. The Brandis meat lasted him approximately 10 months, and during that time, he continued to post on the Cannibal Cafe looking for more people. Although these posts did get responses, to anybody's knowledge, Mybus never met anybody else from these forums. Presumably, few of them met his requirements, such as, this 38-year-old man who tried to meet up with him. A guy named Brit, but I guess 38, it's too old, yucky. As a Redditor remarked, reading the archive of this post, it's sad, but also funny that dude Brit replied trying to get eaten, even posting his email, but getting ignored. Like, I wonder how his life is now that no one ate him. Ultimately, it was Armin's continued hunger that would lead to his comeuppance. It was in December of 2002 that an unsuspecting college student happened upon the Cannibal Cafe forums. He was horrified by what he found and immediately reported it to the police. The police would find Frankie's numerous posts looking for men to eat and wound up raiding his home. When the police got there, they discovered what remaining bits of Brandis they were under a stack of pizza boxes. They also found the videotape they made. Armin was arrested and the case immediately became a massive international spectacle. And it also brought up kind of an interesting debate. I mean, considering that the victim was consenting and very enthusiastic about it, how much of a crime was it really? I mean, I thought we believed in freedom, although granted this did take place in Germany, so, It was taking them a while to figure out how they actually wanted to prosecute him, especially considering that the lawyers discovered that the act of cannibalism itself was not illegal in Germany. Ultimately, in July of 2003, he was formally charged with murder, focusing on the fact that this crime was done for the purpose of sexual satisfaction. Jurors were shown the footage, and they heard testimony from character witnesses. Ultimately, in January, Armin was sentenced to 8 years for manslaughter. And some people thought that this was a bit too severe of a sentence considering the consensual nature of the act. But a German court disagreed. In fact, they disagreed so much that they decided to put him on trial again. This time in 2005, and now they had a psychologist who testified that Armin had a high chance of reoffending. This was due to the fact that he still had continued fantasies about cannibalism. And at the conclusion of this trial, he would receive a life sentence, which he is still serving to this day. As a result of this trial, as well as another case in which a woman named Diana Hollick was murdered by a Necrobabes user by asphyxiation, there was an increased push to censor these kinds of websites. Necrobabes published the response on their homepage. A word about censorship. These sites deal with very politically incorrect fantasies. If you do not have these sorts of fantasies, you will likely find them shocking, if not offensive. Our sites are not for you. Please go away. Among those who are offended, there are those who would wish us censored. Their assertion is that these websites inflame the lusts of the viewers, normalize the idea of violence, and thereby drive the viewer to commit acts of violence mimicking what they view on these sites. It is the same sort of theory that drives the forces of censorship everywhere, for all manner of things that people would censor. Yet, there is no evidence for such a link between those who commit acts of rape and violence and their consumption of pornography, other than the fact that many people who commit acts of violence also consume pornography. Many dentists also consume pornography. Does pornography also lead to dentistry? If the logic applies to one, the same logic must apply to the other. The vast preponderance of people who consume pornography never commit any crime at all. The material we produce is fanciful, even cartoonish in many regards. There is nothing realistic about it. Our viewers know this. Far from normalizing violence, it relegates it squarely into the realm of fantasy. Time and time again, we harp to our members that as long as you don't harm anyone, as long as you keep things safely in the realm of fantasy, that you use the fiction and imagery found on these sites as a mere virtual realization of a fantasy, you are fine. Harm no one, keep it in fantasy, and you are okay. You are a decent human being. Unfortunately, there are people in this world, in all walks of life, who value their own pleasure more than they value the well-being of other people. Such monstrous individuals will do monstrous things, and so, thankfully, are an infinitesimal minority when it comes to any gathering of human beings. A person who has these violent fantasies, however, and yet does not value their own pleasure more than the life and well-being of other people, such a person will not harm another person. It is not the absence or presence of such fantasies that drives people to acts of violence or not. It is the absence or presence of a conscience. In any community of thousands, there are going to be those sorts of people who lack a conscience. It is unfortunate that the actions of those few among us who lack conscience have caused the censors to wish us all harm. I would, however, ask those who would be tempted to censor to please stop for a moment and think again. Ultimately, the attempts to take down necrobabes failed and the site would last until 2009. I would also make a brief return in 2013, although as of me making this video, it's no longer online. And although the Cannibal Cafe itself was taken down by that denial of service attack in 2002, the online cannibal community is very much still alive. And as for Armin Meiwes himself, since his time in jail, he's become a vegetarian. And that's all for the story of the man who ate his internet date. If you like this video, you'll probably also like my video about the Chinese man who ate a baby. I'm out of here. What's the strangest thing you've ever eaten? There's a lot of weird food out there from all around the world, and although some people are hesitant to step outside their comfort zone of chicken tendies and french fries, other people pride themselves in their adventurous eating habits. And you probably won't be surprised when I say that some of the strangest delicacies in the world, at least to the Western palate, come from Asian countries. But the thing is that people are so used to the idea of weird food coming out of the Far East that they're willing to believe just about anything you tell them. And this brings us to the early 2000s, when a photo of a Chinese man eating what appears to be a baby went viral. It circulated all over the world through chain emails and Rotten.com with a story attached to it about how eating babies is the hottest new trend in Asia. It's a completely ridiculous story, yet thousands of people fell for it, including Scotland Yard and the FBI. So who is this guy, and what's the real story behind these photos? Find out in this episode of Tales from the Internet. This video is sponsored by Verve. Verve is a streaming service that brings you shows and movies from a variety of sources like Crunchyroll, Nick's Splat, and my personal favorite, Shudder. And I was really surprised by the depth of their catalog. At the time of me filming this, they have basically every classic cannibal movie, Italian horror movies like Fulci's Gates of Hell trilogy. They actually have Faces of Death available to stream. And then there's all of the anime that I keep on saying that I need to get caught up on, like My Hero Academia. And before I get ahead of myself, I could literally spend an entire video gushing about all the things I'm going to be watching on this service, and their app that'll let me watch these things offline when I'm inevitably stuck in a train with no signal at some point. But to get started, go to vrv.co/wang, or click my link in the description for a 30-day ad-free trial of Verve Premium. Although chain emails were a plague on the early days of the internet, I kinda love them a little bit. And a big part of that is just the absolute absurd things that people would send me. I mean, you've seen the lobster video. And I'm about to tell you about an old chain email that we can file away with the lobster story, except for the fact that this one is much more grounded in reality. A story about the so-called growing trend of cannibalism in China or Taiwan or whichever Asian country. There's several different versions of these emails dating all the way back to the year 2000. One of which reads, Oh, how cruel can humans be? Please finish your meal before open the files. What you are going to witness here is a fact. Don't get scared. It's Taiwan's hottest food. In Taiwan, dead babies or fetuses could be bought at $50 or $70 from hospitals to meet the high demand for grilled and barbecued babies. What a sad state of affairs. Please forward this message to as many people as you can, so it can be seen by the world and someone takes action on the same. and attached are pictures of an Asian man feasting on what appears to be a big old plate of goo goo gaga. If you've ever seen these pictures before, chances are that you've never forgotten them. These pictures would eventually find their way to Rotten.com, which published their own version of the story, The Final Taboo. What is probably said most frequently about us is, Rotten.com is pretty awful, but at least they don't have pictures of people eating babies. Well, if you are easily alarmed, you probably don't want to see these two pictures from our anonymous Asian correspondent. Just as with animals, infanticide is common in the animal kingdom, but it is often followed by infantiphagia, the eating of babies. Incidents of chimpanzees, one of mankind's closest relatives, consuming their young are well documented. Good eating is, after all, good eating. These photos were sent to us anonymously. It is difficult to determine where they were taken, Hong Kong or Japan, or whether crimes were committed in the process. It is difficult to imagine the act pictured being legal in any jurisdiction. Rotten.com, of course, at this point had already found themselves in the middle of a number of legal disputes. The Burlington Coat Factory, Bonsai Kitten, and on February 22nd of 2001, the Asian cannibal controversy would set off yet another legal problem for the website. It was on this date that a number of British news outlets began to publish satanic panic-style coverage of the pictures, focused on Rotten's involvement. A picture of a man apparently dining with gusto on a roasted baby at the Rotten.com website has led to a police inquiry by Scotland Yard and the FBI, according to a horrifying story by The Independent. British detectives are trying to close a website showing pictures of a man eating a dismembered baby, further evidence of the extent of child abuse and exploitation published on the internet. British detective Clive Driscoll explains, "According to Driscoll, the pictures are awful. It is your worst nightmare unfolding in front of you. I took them to a very senior forensic pathologist, a man I have a lot of faith in, and he looked me in the eye and said, 'These pictures I hoped I would never see. For me, it's a murder scene because I don't know how that child died,' the so-called detective says." But despite this commotion, Soylent, the owner of Rotten.com, said that he had never been contacted regarding this investigation. You can imagine our surprise when we read that Rotten.com was being investigated by the FBI on the front page of the UK newspaper The Independent. Apparently, someone at Scotland Yard decided to close the website after he saw some pictures that upset him, the men say. And after all that, the panicked journalism, the FBI, Scotland Yard. The very next day, on February 23rd of 2001, the truth of these pictures came out. Online Baby Muncher is an artist. Foitis on your breath. The man pictured apparently eating a small roast baby in our previous story turns out to be an artist named Zhu Yu, who performed a conceptual piece called Eating People at a Shanghai Arts Festival last year. And it wasn't any of these outraged journalists or Scotland Yard or the FBI that got to the bottom of this. It was regular internet users like you who discovered it on, you ready for this? ChineseArt.com. So the gist of this performance piece by Zhu Yu goes as follows. He begins by announcing, "I herewith announce my intention and my aim to eat people as a protest against mankind's moral idea that he/she cannot eat people." He then proceeds to wash, cook, and eat the baby as someone takes photos of him. The photos of this performance were then to be placed on display at the arts festival. But there is one problem. The public never actually saw these photos. You see, because of the very obviously controversial nature of this art piece, the organizers of the art festival were concerned that it might get the whole thing shut down. So the night before they open, Zhu Yu returns to the premises along with another Chinese artist, Ai Weiwei, and they removed all the pictures. So at this point, nobody had actually seen these pictures aside from Zhu Yu, the photographer, and the people involved in the arts festival. That was until, somehow, the photos found their way to a Malaysian publication known as Perdana Weekly. It was in this magazine that the photos were published without any indication that they had anything to do with an art installation. It's just like, hey, look at this guy eating some babies. And it's from that point that the pictures made their way onto the internet with the sensationalist story attached. It's actually very similar to the Chinese plastic surgery story that I covered a few months ago. I guess this is just a common way that these kinds of stories make their way onto the internet. And all that being said, what was that baby actually? The majority of sources that I've come across say that the baby was most likely made of doll parts and duck meat. But according to a number of these same sources, Zhu Yu tells a different story. They claim that Zhu Yu said that he obtained an aborted fetus to eat, and he really did eat it, and it was disgusting, and he vomited profusely. And I could see an artist saying something like that even if it wasn't true, just because in the art world, especially that kind of conceptual modern art, the persona of the artist is basically as important as the art itself. But from what I can tell, the only time he has actually said this was in a fictional work. A film that he made in 2003 entitled Corpse Case. Although I was unable to get a copy of the film, I was able to obtain a partial transcript of it from Wikipedia, which cites it as evidence that he claimed to eat the baby for real, despite the fact that the page that they linked to says, "Note, the following text is the transcript of the video work Zhu Yu's Corpse Case." I've said it before and I'll say it again, always check the sources when you're reading Wikipedia. Anyway, the film is a depiction of a fictional court case in which Zhu Yu portrays an artist named Zhu Ji. The character Zhu Ji created an art installation similar to eating people, and in the story, he claims that he tricked a hospital into giving it to him. The character Zhu Ji then eats the fetus in his art exhibit and vomits profusely. The fictional court case then goes on to talk about incidents such as one in which the artist chops up his own child and feeds it to a hungry dog. From what I can tell, it's very clearly intended to be an over-the-top fictionalized version of himself, but not an admission of anything. So ultimately, no, I don't think this guy went and actually ate a real baby. But that hasn't stopped him from legitimately being one of China's most controversial artists. And eating people is really just the tip of the iceberg with his work. He had another piece where he takes a real human brain, slices it up, boils it, and autographs the pieces. Then he sells the pieces and people bought them. And he has another piece where art patrons go into a room with a tangled rope held by a decomposing human arm, and they gotta get around the rope to get out of the room. And then there's one where he actually had a surgery done to remove a big piece of his skin and have it grafted onto a leg. And video footage of this surgery is available, and he does have the scar to show for it. And the question you gotta ask a lot of the time with an artist like this is, what's the point? Why would you do something like this? And in the case of eating people, at the height of the controversy with Scotland Yard and the FBI investigation, Zhu Yu actually went on a British documentary to talk about his piece. No religion forbids cannibalism, nor can I find any law which prevents us from eating people. I took advantage of the space between morality and the law and based my work on it. So as I understand it, the point of this piece, in which a man eats a boiled baby in front of a bunch of people, is to demonstrate the difference between what we inherently find to be right and wrong, and what the law determines is right and wrong. Let me know what you think about his message. And if you like this video, I'm sure you'll like my video on Rotten.com. I'm out of here. if you went out and asked the average person who, you know, lives a productive, fulfilling life outside of the internet and in the real world what they thought about 4chan, they'd probably describe it as some kind of online hive of villainy, filled to the brim with hackers and bad words. The emboldeners of society's worst elements. Terrorizers of many a van and public pool. But the truth is, as far back as you can go, 4chan has always had a little bit of a soft underbelly. And this soft underbelly often manifested itself as a love of cats. And God help anybody who did anything bad to cats. So for this episode of Tales from the Internet, I present to you the story of the cat abuser, Kenny Glenn. This episode is sponsored by Skillshare. Skillshare is an online learning community with over 25,000 classes on design, business, and more. Over the past few months, I've been trying to up my editing game, so I've been taking Jordy Vandeput's class. Learn Adobe After Effects CC 2019 for beginners. Premium membership to Skillshare gives you unlimited access so you can take all the classes you like and join communities of like-minded people to stay motivated and help each other out. And Skillshare has a variety of courses that can fit your needs, whether you're a professional or you're just doing this for fun. Right now, Skillshare is giving away a free 2-month unlimited access trial to my subscribers who click the link in the description. After that, it's only about $10 a month. I want to talk a bit about an old tradition on 4chan, a little something called Catterday. What was Catterday exactly? Well, when Saturday came around, you went to 4chan and you posted cats. Oftentimes with bold white impact font text. Pretty simple, right? And then, you know, it spreads to that shitty fucking lolcat site, which is basically all just re-uploaded 4chan content, and you got friends coming to be like, hey dude, you gotta check out this lolcat stuff, it's so random. And then you have Ike and Has Cheeseburger, which comes around and it completes the gentrification of Catterday. But you know what, it wasn't a hill worth dying on 12 years ago. I'm not gonna get hung up on that right now. Back to the point, 4chan liked cats, because who doesn't like cats? And it was on February 15th of 2009 when 4chan's affinity for cats was put to the test, when 2 videos were uploaded to a YouTube channel named Glenn's Spam 1. I'm not going to show you the full videos, but I will describe what happened in them. The videos depict a kid in pajamas and a balaclava going by the name Timmy, and he's holding a little gray cat. While being recorded by another kid, he announces that he's going to be going into his laboratory. Once he's in his laboratory, the kid Timmy grabs the cat named Dusty and repeatedly slams him against the wall. And in the other video, Timmy repeatedly sprays Dusty with an unknown liquid. The videos find their way onto B quickly after being uploaded, where people immediately spring into action trying to figure out who this kid is. Looking through the comments of one of the YouTube videos, the name Mike Glenn emerges. This leads people to find a person named Mike Glenn in upstate New York, and Mike Glenn of upstate New York quickly begins receiving threatening messages. However, Mike Glenn turned out to be a false lead. The harassment got so bad that eventually the local police department had to contact the news to release a statement that Mike Glenn had absolutely nothing to do with these videos. And for a while it seemed like this investigation might have just been a dead end because there was so little that could be found from that YouTube channel. But a little bit more digging led people to another Glenn Spam 1 account, not on YouTube, but on a site called HaitiWow.com. And the Glenn Spam 1 account on HaitiWow.com had a little bit more information. Namely, the zip code 73505, Lawton, Oklahoma. But that still only gives so much information, right? I mean, Lawton, Oklahoma has a population of nearly 94,000 people. What are you gonna do, just go up and knock on every single door? But a few users had a theory that Glenn from Glenn Spam 1 was perhaps Timmy's last name. So they started searching around on Facebook for the perpetrator, and after a little bit of digging, they found someone. Not Timmy Glenn, but a person named Kenny Glenn. But considering how badly things went with the Mike Glenn lead, we needed absolute confirmation that this was the kid. How could such a confirmation be achieved? By comparing frames from the video to pictures on the Facebook page. And by comparing the green carpet, the wood skirting, the yellow wall, and the musical instruments in the background, positive identification was achieved. The Kenny Glenn found on Facebook was in fact Timmy from the video. And once the identity of Kenny Glenn was discovered, 4chan users began to post pictures of themselves and their cats with threats to Kenny Glenn. And other sites began to get in on it. Dig, Reddit, Facebook groups. The websites KennyGlenn.com and NeverForgetDusty.com were created to follow the story and mobilize people against Kenny Glenn. Other people began to dig and found increasingly identifying information about Kenny, including his MySpace profile, old racist YouTube comments, his parents' names, their phone numbers, the names of their businesses, and their home address and home phone number. With the phone number, of course, people began to call, and the first person who got through got Kenny Glenn's mother on the line. After getting on the phone with Kenny Glenn's mother and explaining what her son has done, she said that this was unacceptable and he would face immediate punishment. This punishment would take the form of having his bike taken away. Not exactly a satisfactory outcome. Unsatisfied, people started having pizzas delivered to their house, signing them up for magazine descriptions, and oh yeah, they did call the cops. But the thing is, when the cops got involved, they were given the wrong address, so after that, they started to ignore any more correspondence about the cat. See, the pizzas made their way to the right address, but the police, wrong address. Thankfully, however, the local news also got involved, who contacted the police once again. This time they gave the police the right address, and the next day, KSW News of Lawton, Oklahoma reported this. Comanche County. 2 teenage brothers accused of beating a cat will meet Tuesday with investigators and the Comanche County District Attorney. The courthouse was closed Monday for President's Day, but Comanche County Sheriff Kenny Stradley said the teens will face charges of animal cruelty from District Attorney Robert Schultz's office. Stradley says the teens uploaded a video to YouTube that shows one of them beating a cat named Dusty while his brother ran the camera. 7 News called Sheriff Stradley Sunday afternoon to find out if he was investigating the incident, and he said he had not heard about it. He came to the 7 News station and watched the video. Within hours, his team identified the suspects and met with their parents. Stradley says they are furthering their investigation to see if the 2 brothers abused other animals in addition to Dusty. 7 News discovered proof this wasn't the first time they abused the cat. The local sheriff then released another statement. Update. Sheriff Stradley of Lawton, Oklahoma said, the horrifying day may be over for the cat, but it is just getting started for its abusers. We'll put it together and take it to the DA. It will be up to the DA whether or not he files charges or not. Our job is to put the investigation together as a case and take it to the DA, and that's what we'll do. Stradley says the teens responsible were released to their parents by the DA, and they and their lawyer will meet with investigators to determine their fate on Tuesday. Dusty, the cat, is alive and was taken to a veterinarian where it will remain until the investigation is complete. And during their investigation, it was found that there is actually another video, this time with the Glenn brothers abusing a black and white cat. Both cats were taken into custody and it was said that they would not be returned to the Glenn's home. And a lot of people were really eager to find out about Dusty's status, prompting them to contact the veterinarian, but the veterinarian started to get flooded, prompting KSW News to send a letter to NeverForgetDusty.com. The sheriff is a bit worried about a lot of phone calls being made to the vet. He's concerned about overloading the office that's trying to help Kitty. Dusty's in the care of private vet, don't know who, and the sheriff's not saying. Please tell everyone to keep checking, and the second we have video, it'll be up. We're all quite excited about helping get information up quickly. I also noticed that some folks were concerned about the station not covering the racially charged stuff too, but the focus of the story was Dusty. I appreciate you keeping everything posted and updated. It's hard work, I know. It seems as if everyone scratched everyone's back in this case of abuse. Tubes, the news, authorities. As you must imagine, I'm online all day, and if I see something in our area dramatic like this, I'm all over it. Credit for the coverage on the news should go to our weekend crew, who had they not made the call, the video may not have made it up until Monday. Everyone saved Dusty the cat, and I'm proud of us all. You all are great. Keep up the good fight. We love Dusty too. So what wound up being the fate of the cat abuser Kenny Glenn? A few days later, NeverForgetDusty.com received this anonymous tip. Jan Stratton is the director of news at KSWO, the local news channel, which is updating all the others, except they haven't bothered. Funny that because in small town Lawton, home to the Glens. Jen Stratton is married to Judge William Bill Stratton. And they and their little circle of legal and business types just happen to be best friends with, yes, you guessed it, the Glens. I think this needs to be out there. There isn't going to be justice for Dusty. They are just waiting for it to quiet and down and give the boys a slap on the wrist. By which time it will be too late to do anything. The Glens have a lot of power in town. And about a year later, the owner of KennyGlenn.com received another update. Update January 12, 2010. We have just received this troubling piece of information from a trustworthy local source. My name is removed. I live in Lawton, Oklahoma, and I have first-hand knowledge of the fact that the two cats being abused in that video have not gone anywhere but back home to his abuser. I know for a fact that the Glens and Sheriff Stradley are best buddies. I have witnessed Kenny, Christopher Glenn, telling the sheriff that I'll see you when you come over to the house later. Nobody has been punished. The cats are still where they came from in the first place. For personal reasons, I can't give you more info than that. I am just letting you know that absolutely nothing has happened to the animal abuser. The media ordeal was all a big show to make the public think that the abuser got punished. Clearly, this was an outcome that wasn't satisfactory to most of the people following this story. Well, what are you gonna do? Well, a few people came up with the idea of going after his father's oil company. How you can help. Seeing how Kenny Christopher Glenn is currently escaping any punishment, a concerned reader of our website sent us this email outlining a way for ordinary people to help bring Kenny to justice. I have an observation to make. Few have so far noticed the way to permanently punish him would be by punishing his daddy's oil company. Why and how are two questions that come to mind, so let me elaborate. Why? Well, forget the rumors that Ken's pappy Mark was described online as allegedly an abusive, arrogant racist, supposedly involved in shady business practices and corruption. Those are rumors. They may or may not be true, but if the company is hurt financially, then Pappy may decide that there isn't enough money to buy Kenny a new dirt bike, TV, car, especially if it's made clear that the Kenny fallout is the reason for this financial hurt. And an unhappy Pappy Mark will definitely make it clear to Kenny that he's not a happy camper. Essentially, I guess the idea was to make his father so mad that he beats him. How? Well, for starters, just last year the company, Glen Oil, got a $10 million contract with the US government. So, one way would be to read the online documents that mention it. Mark even has a leaflet online where he boasts about one of his big contracts. Find the contact info for the companies and especially the government institutions that let Mark make money and send them information to their managers, their PR departments, the local media, the local congressmen. Simply and politely ask them if they believe it is the right choice to do their business with a company with such bad press, whose name is now almost automatically associated with animal torture, especially in such competitive times of bad economy, when many more deserving companies are ready to make better offers than Mark's company. Mail the directors in the government institution that have the oil contracts with Mark Glenn. Phone the local congressman asking them if it's advisable for taxpayer-supported companies to give their money to tarnished firms. Inform your local media. Send the information to the private companies that have contracts with Pappy Mark. In fact, if you know any companies likely to have oil, gasoline, etc. related contracts, especially in Oklahoma, mail them in advance, just in case Pappy Mark tries to do business with them. Just remember, politeness, facts, information, punish Kenny through the Pappy's wallet. This is probably the most 2009 attempt at internet activism that I've ever seen, and I'm pretty sure it didn't actually have much of an effect. I kind of doubt that anyone even sent anything to these companies. And as far as I could tell, Glen Oil is still doing well. But that still doesn't answer the question of what actually did happen to Kenny Glenn, and honestly I can't give you a 100% verified answer. However, in 2016, a Reddit user emerged claiming to be Kenny Glenn. The first thing the account did was respond to a thread discussing the idea of preventatively detaining animal abusers due to their likeliness of eventually becoming serial killers. Kenny Glenn here Still haven't killed anyone, but I'll keep you posted. A few months later, he would go on to do an AMA. Kenny Glenn here, AMA. 8 years ago, I did something horrific, but there are many misconceptions about what actually happened and who I am that I would like to clear up. And one of the top rated responses simply asking him to explain himself. I'm gonna put it out there and say, as a massive cat fan, it upsets me to think about what happened. But at the same time, you have balls coming on here. Why? What I did was wrong. I made a mistake, but my life should not be defined by it. That is not who I am. I am here to clear any misconceptions about me and somehow show that I am not a monster. Dude, I admire you taking the hit for what you did and still putting yourself out there. That takes guts, and it's a measure of how much of a decent human you can be, by what I'm going to assume is a barrage of questions soon enough. Though my life should not be defined by it is a difficult one these days. It's on the net, and it will be for a long time to come. I think that saying from years ago doesn't work in today's world. Fun facts not reported and misconceptions. I did not hurt Dusty. It was all for show, but nonetheless abuse. However, I over-dramatized my slaps, yelled, and turned the shower on to make him meow. The bottle I sprayed him with was nothing but water too, a spray bottle for my dumb emo hair back then. Soon after the event, we took him to the vet where they said he was perfectly healthy and one happy feline. The cat was not taken from us, I adopted him out. I was not arrested for animal abuse, I was charged with public outrage. My parents did not pay for my fines. I worked and paid for all my fines, fees, and my lawyer. Thousands of dollars. I also did 100 plus community service hours and volunteered at the local animal clinic for over a year. What happened in your point of view? Bored, stupid teenager trying to get a reaction from people. What happened is what happened, and I am dumb for it and regret it to this day. And it should be reiterated that this account was never verified, so we don't know that it was actually Kenny Glenn, but I do think it's very likely that this is the true outcome of what happened to him. Oh, and he did make one other post from the account. Today I learned you can purchase human leather products. Take that for what you will. And thus concludes the story of the cat abuser Kenny Glenn. If you like this video, you'll probably also like my video about the internet versus Scientology. I'm out of here. Scientology. I'm out of here. Although it's basically impossible to have a conversation about Scientology these days without tons of mockery, that wasn't always the case. Not because it was a much more respected institution at any other point, but because most people didn't really know what it was all about. I remember seeing Dianetics commercials on TV as a kid and being intrigued by the alluring graphics and the cryptic promises, but if you asked me what it was actually about, I couldn't tell you. And at that point in time, most people's awareness of Scientology was limited to commercials like that and solicitors in the streets and subway stations. People by and large just weren't aware of things like Xenu or Thetans or any of the church's more serious controversies. But the public's consciousness of Scientology began to grow more as a bunch of very popular celebrities started to join. In particular, Tom Cruise became one of their most outspoken advocates. But in the early 2000s, people's eyebrows began to raise as Tom Cruise's public appearances became more erratic, and he started to make much more controversial statements. Like that time in 2004 when he said that psychiatry should be abolished and he came at Brooke Shields for using antidepressants. That moment made a lot of people more aware of Scientology's opposition to mainstream mental health care. And although he did get a lot of criticism for that, what really pushed things to the next level was this Oprah appearance.
He's in the building!
This appearance primed the internet to make fun of Tom Cruise, and it led to what I consider to be one of the greatest YTMNDs of all time. Tom Cruise kills Oprah. And And with that Oprah appearance, you could see people start making the connection between Tom Cruise's nuttiness and Scientology, but it would take another push for Scientology to become the laughingstock of the internet. And that push would come with the 12th episode of the 9th season of South Park, entitled Trapped in the Closet. This episode of South Park was essentially a half hour of mockery directed at Tom Cruise and the Church of Scientology. This episode also served the purpose of, for the first time, exposing the general public to the inner workings of Scientology's belief system. You probably remember the parts of the episode captioned with, "This is what Scientologists actually believe." So the episode winds up being a massive success and is to this day still regarded as one of the best episodes ever. It also had the effect of alienating one of its main stars, Isaac Hayes, who himself was a member of the Church of Scientology. There is a place in this world for satire, but there is a time when satire ends and intolerance and bigotry towards religious beliefs of others begins. The 63-year-old Hayes said in a statement issued earlier Monday, "Religious beliefs are sacred to people, and at all times should be respected and honored," Hayes said. "As a civil rights activist of the past 40 years, I cannot support a show that disrespects those beliefs and practices." This clash between South Park and Isaac Hayes got a lot of attention in the news, bringing the debate over Scientology into the mainstream even more than it had ever been before. So now, even though South Park already had a massive audience, you had people who didn't even watch the show taking a look. And right away, the episode spawns tons of memes, tons of mockery directed towards Scientology and L. Ron Hubbard on the internet. And in particular, YTM&D, You're the Man Now Dog, becomes a major hub of anti-Scientology content. You have a lot of people making sites that are basically clips from the episode of South Park, and then you also have a lot of people making sites that are basically just making fun of L. Ron Hubbard and whatnot. But this was something that it was very likely the community would have gotten over it quickly enough and just moved on to the next thing. But then, the Church of Scientology did the thing you don't do when you want something to go away. They issued a legal threat. Church of Scientology sends a cease and desist. Dear Legal, our office represents the L. Ron Hubbard Library, the owner of the copyrights to a number of photographs of Mr. L. Ron Hubbard, the founder of the Scientology religion. We also represent the Church of Scientology International, CSI, the owner of the copyright in the graphic image file depicting the Scientology logo website, Scientology.org. CSI is also the exclusive licensee of the trademarks and service marks of the Scientology religion, blah blah blah, and then they make a list of copyright infringing YTM&D sites that have various logos, pictures of L. Ron Hubbard and whatnot. You know, fair use be damned, they demand that they all be taken down. And if you've seen my video about YTM&D versus E-Bombs World, you already know that YTM&D's owner, Max Goldberg, was not one to take legal threats lying down. Rather than caving to the Church of Scientology's demands, what Max did was he changed the front page of YTMD.com to now include a Scientology sites section, which of course encouraged users to make even more sites about Scientology. And while there was a lot of fun and jokes and mockery to be had, things took a more serious turn when Smooth Media uploaded this site. The Unfunny Truth About Scientology. In The Unfunny Truth About Scientology, Smooth Media takes a detour from making fun of the sillier aspects of their religion to focus on their more serious controversies. These controversies include things like attempts to infiltrate the government, a fair game policy, which basically grants members of the church permission to silence dissenters by any means necessary. And most importantly, it drew attention to the Lisa McPherson case. Lisa McPherson was a longtime Scientology member who was very, very involved in the church. Over the years, she had invested thousands of dollars of her own money into the church's various programs. And in 1995, after being involved in a minor car accident, she was found walking naked in the streets. After she was found, she was brought to a nearby hospital to see a psychiatrist, and if you remember, Scientologists do not like psychiatry. So members of the Church of Scientology arrive at the hospital they brought her to, meet up with her, and she winds up checking herself out and leaving with them. She said she was going for religious care, and eventually this religious care with the church went south. And then rather than taking her to the closest hospital, they went much further to get to a hospital who had a Scientologist doctor on staff. When they got there, she was pronounced dead, and it had been found that she was starving, dehydrated, bruised, and bitten by cockroaches. And I'm not going to show the photos they took when they got her to the hospital, but suffice it to say that it's a far cry from the woman you see in these pictures. After this happened, the Church of Scientology was indicted on 2 felony charges, but those were eventually dropped. However, years later, Lisa McPherson's family filed a civil suit that they wound up settling out of court for undisclosed terms. And although the Lisa McPherson case was already very well known to a small group of anti-Scientologist activists, this was the first time it was ever getting this kind of mainstream exposure. Not only was it the top site on all of YTMND, which at this time was approaching its peak of popularity, but mainstream websites were picking it up. So essentially, by issuing impotent legal threats to YTMND, they wound up shining a light on one of their biggest scandals ever. And you know what? They never even followed up on those threats they made. Most of the sites they listed are still there to this very day. But the damage wasn't done yet for the Church of Scientology, because in 2008, 4chan picked up where YTMND left off. And although 4chan raids up until this point took place almost entirely online, their activities were starting to bleed out into the real world more frequently. In particular, there was a several-month trolling campaign of white supremacist radio host Hal Turner that had culminated in an IRL raid. Granted, this particular raid wound up having something like 2 people show up, and it wasn't that big of a deal, but it started to get people to have a taste for it. And although things like the Hal Turner raids were mostly just for the sake of laughing at idiots, there were people in the community who saw the potential to affect real change in the world. And on January 15th, 2008, 4chan's biggest raid to date was born. I think it's time for B to do something big. People need to understand not to fuck with B and talk about nothing for 10 minutes and expect people to give their money to an organization that makes absolutely no fucking sense. I'm talking about hacking or taking down the official Scientology website. It's time to use our resources to do something we believe is right. It's time to do something big again, B. Talk amongst one another, find a better place to plan it, and then carry out what can and must be done. It's time, B. And this poster follows up with a link to a Gawker article about a Tom Cruise indoctrination video that Scientology tried to have taken off the internet.
I think it's a privilege to call yourself a Scientologist, and it's something that you have to earn.
In his mind, showing this would get more people behind his cause, but actually the response was a bit mixed. In fact, this very moment was one of the key origins of one of the biggest cultural divides on both 4chan and the internet at large. Older users who had typically been more into the idea of trolling for its own sake, mocking stupidity for laughs, and generally doing it for the lulz, were at odds with a wave of newer cause-oriented 4chan users. People who thought that they could use 4chan's powers for good. A cultural divide that permeates the internet to this very day. But despite some internal conflicts, there were enough people on board to start getting the ball rolling. And the next day, a follow-up post was made. On 15/108, war was beginning. Scientology's site is already under heavy bombardment. It's loading quite slowly, but this is just the tip of the iceberg, the first assault in many to follow. We're winning a minor victory, but without the united support of the Chans, Scientology will brush off this attack, and it will be doomed to nothing more than an entry in ED. 4chan, answer the call. Join the legion against Scientology. Help in its demise, in its long-awaited doom. For decades, this tyranny has existed, corrupting the minds of the weak. Although hilarious, it's rather pathetic. We must destroy this evil and replace it with a greater one, Chanology. For when we are victorious, the Chans will stand united in a new chapter of anonymous existence and batshit insanity. We will have begun our world takeover. If we can destroy Scientology, we can destroy whatever we like. The world will be but our plaything. Do the right thing, 4chan. Become not just a part of this war, become an epic part of it. The largest of the Chans, you hold the key of manpower, what the Legion is in desperate need of. Forward, Anonymous United. We, the Legion, are unstoppable. TLDR, we're taking down Scientology. Join up or GTFO. And then a video declaring war on Scientology was released.
Hello, leaders of Scientology. We are Anonymous. Over the years, we have been watching you. Your campaigns of misinformation, your suppression of dissent, your litigious nature, all of these things have caught our eye. With the leakage of your latest propaganda video into mainstream circulation, The extent of your malign influence over those who have come to trust you as leaders has been made clear to us. Anonymous has therefore decided that your organization should be destroyed.
Scientology websites were taken down with DDoS attacks, pizzas were sent to Scientology locations, endless black faxes were sent to drain their printer ink. 4chan users were actually doing a little bit of damage to Scientology. However, after the news picked up on the story, questions about legality started to be raised. And that was when Mark Bunker, an anti-Scientology activist working for the Lisa McPherson Trust, who would eventually become known as Wise Beard Man, came into the picture. He released a video addressing 4chan users trying to help focus their efforts.
Hi, this is Mark Bunker from Xenu TV. I've been hearing from a lot of members of Anonymous and a lot of other people asking me, well, what do you think about Anonymous? First off, I think it's incredibly exciting to have an army of young, passionate people wanting to do something about Scientology's fraud and abuse. It really is exciting. However, I think you're making some major mistakes that are going to hurt in the long run. I looked at your site the other day and I saw that there were suggestions that people go to the orgs and put bleach in the gas tanks of cars parked outside the orgs, or cut the wires underneath the cars, or go inside the building and flush rubber gloves down the toilets to plug up the sewer systems. These are just wrong. They're morally and legally, and it's going to tar the entire group of you if you push for these type of things. And I see those particular tactics are down, but you're still attacking Scientology's website. As critics, we prefer to have it remain up because it is so wild-eyed and defamatory that no one can take it seriously. It does more damage to Scientology when it's up than it does when it's down. But a better way to attack them would be try to get rid of their tax-exempt status. That's going to hurt them. Going out on the street and protesting, handing out leaflets. I saw a couple people in a video in Manhattan the other day who were doing that. Wonderful. That's wonderful. Speak out, be strong, and do it smart. Don't do things that are illegal. I wish you luck, and please, please, please reform your group the way we want Scientology to reform their group. Life will be wonderful. Thanks so much. I'll see you at Xenu TV.
And taking Mark's advice under consideration, real-life protests began to be planned. And then on January 27th, 2008, a video called Call to Action was released.
Be very wary of the 10th of February. Anonymous invites you to join us in an act of solidarity. Anonymous invites you to take up the banner of free speech, of human rights, of family and freedom. Join us in protest outside of Scientology centers worldwide. We are Anonymous. We are Legion. We do not forgive. We do not forget. We will be heard. Expect us.
With a time and date set, momentum behind the protest movement began to grow, and the Church of Scientology was taking these plans very seriously. On February 7th, 3 days prior to the protest, they issued their own statement. This weekend, we do anticipate that some members of this group, Anonymous, will turn up, as they have announced. We take this seriously because of the nature of the threats this group has made publicly. We will take every step necessary to protect our parishioners and staff as well as members of the community, in coordination with the local authorities. As to our knowledge of the organizers of the event, they are cyber terrorists who hide their identities behind masks and computer anonymity. Long before selecting Scientology as its latest target, anonymous hackers crashed the Fox website and issued a perverse manifesto in a July 2007 video message on the internet. We are the face of chaos. We ruin the lives of other people simply because we can. Hundreds die in a plane crash. We laugh. The nation mourns over school shooting. We laugh. We're the embodiment of humanity with no remorse, no caring, no love, or no sense of morality. Anonymous is perpetrating religious hate crimes against churches of Scientology and individual Scientologists for no reason other than religious bigotry. Anonymous initially justified its attacks by claiming that the church's requests to some websites to remove a stolen video of an internal church event somehow constituted an affront to free speech. In fact, the church, as would any copyright owner, had simply sent notices that the video constituted a copyright violation. Similar notices are sent daily by the television and recording industries, as well as the media, to those who display pirated, copyrighted works. Anonymous' alleged free speech justification is belied by the fact that the video in question has been seen by millions. It is Anonymous that has repeatedly attempted to suppress free speech through illegal assaults on church websites so as to prevent internet users from obtaining information from the church. They have also engaged in other harassment, including threats of violence in telephone calls, fax transmissions, and emails, not to mention the anonymous mailing of white powder to dozens of our churches, requiring the services of law enforcement. Anonymous's claims of altruistic purposes are no different than those heard from any terrorist or hate group. We are not the first to be targeted. Using Scientology's prominence, Anonymous hopes to garner more attention. Anonymous has publicly proclaimed its guiding materials to be the Communist Manifesto and Mein Kampf. Quite obviously, this group is not just anti-Scientology, it is anti-freedom of religion, anti-free speech, and anti-American. Religious bigotry of any nature is deplorable and profoundly affects the entire community. The hate crimes of Anonymous should be condemned. So as you can see, the Church of Scientology was a bit concerned about what might happen, or at the very least, simply wanted to court public opinion in their favor. But would people actually show up to these protests? You have so many cases where people talk big online, then the time comes to do something in real life and they don't show up. Would Project Chanology turn out to be as big as it was hyped up to be, or would it be just another internet flop?
A war between two area churches brought their fight to the street today. Members of the Church of the Anonymous marched outside the Church of Scientology on Osceola Avenue in downtown Clearwater.
February 10th came and thousands of Anons showed up to Scientology locations around the globe. Large groups of 4chan users, mostly in Guy Fawkes masks, mobbed locations of Scientology churches in major cities. Not only was the original call to protest a massive success, but every month after they would have another successful protest against the Church of Scientology. The church did try to fight back with doxing and legal threats, and in some cases, actual successful indictments. But by and large, Project Chanology was actually very successful in making the general populace more aware about what Scientology is actually about and shifting public opinion more against them. But was any lasting damage done, or is it something that people became aware of for a moment and then kind of moved on to the next thing? Scientology's membership numbers actually did hold strong for a fairly long time after these events happened. However, today, Scientology is currently experiencing its largest decline in membership ever. And on top of that, one of President Trump's former aides in 2017 said that he is in favor of removing their tax-exempt status. That tax-exempt status has always been one of the biggest targets of people who were against Scientology. And of course, we can't chalk all of this up to protests and online shitposting. There's a number of factors here. We also have the fact that over the past few years, a number of high-profile celebrities who were Scientologists have left the church and even spoken out against it. In particular, you had Leah Remini basically doing an anti-Scientology PR tour and writing an expose about them, which I'll link in the description. And on top of Scientology having its own problems, religions as a whole have been experiencing declining numbers the past few years. But despite all those factors, I can't help but think that the tide wouldn't have shifted against Scientology so severely had they simply not decided to pick a fight with the internet. Anyway, thanks for watching, and if you like this video, check out this other video about YTM&D versus E-Bombs World. I'm out. The point is, for Glass Joe to even have a single victory, there have to be some really exceptional circumstances. It's clear that Nintendo put that win in there for a reason, but who is it against? What seems like the obvious answer at first would be the win is probably against Gabby J. Yay! Funny thing is, Gabby J actually has one victory of his own. Let's read about it. Born in Paris, Gabby J originally was a waiter at a small cafe near the Eiffel Tower. However, one day, something snapped and he felt the need to become a professional boxer. After graduating from the Glass Joe boxing school, by KOing Glass Joe, his one win, he entered the professional circuit. So Glass Joe is so bad that he even got beaten by Gabby J. And that's not to say that Glass Joe couldn't have possibly gotten his win back, but it just doesn't seem that likely. Another theory about Glass Joe's single victory comes from the old Nintendo comics made by Valiant. In 1990 and 1991, Valiant Comics produced a series called Nintendo Comic System. In this series, there were 4 flagship titles: Super Mario, The Legend of Zelda, Game Boy, and Captain N the Game Master. In these books, sometimes they would have stories between the main stories featuring other Nintendo games. And one of these issues featured a Punch-Out comic entitled The First Fight. This comic tells the story of how Little Mac came to meet Doc Lewis. After suffering what appears to be yet another loss, Little Mac gets told off by a promoter who tells him that he should just give up boxing. Doc Lewis interrupts this conversation and takes Little Mac under his wing. What makes this comic relevant to the mystery of who Glass Joe beat is that if we look at this panel, we see a boxer who very much looks to be Glass Joe knocking out Little Mac. And we get an even better look on the next page when Mac gets his comeuppance. And that'd justify the promoter's reaction in this comic. If you're so bad that you get beaten by Glass Joe, giving him his first and only win, you're not cut out for this. But the thing about this is, like many of the Valiant comics, this story contradicts the established canon of the game. Because according to the official story of Punch-Out, Little Mac hadn't even started boxing until he came to meet Doc Lewis and begin his training. And the 0-0 record that Little Mac starts the game with corroborates this fact. If there had ever been an encounter between Little Mac and Glass Joe before the first Punch-Out game, it wasn't sanctioned by the WVBA. But there's another suspect who could potentially have been the person who Glass Joe beat, and that's where the story gets kinda complicated. In an issue of the official Nintendo magazine, one of the programmers for Punch-Out stated that Glass Joe's single victory came from Nick Bruiser. Nick Bruiser, of course, being the final opponent in Super Punch-Out. And Glass Joe, of course, doesn't appear in Super Punch-Out, so now we have lore that's spanning across the entire Punch-Out series. And that should be enough to settle it, right? We've got a Nintendo insider telling us that that victory came when Glass Joe somehow defeated Nick Bruiser, but it's more complicated than that. You see, despite the claim by the programmer that Glass Joe had beaten Nick Bruiser and that's where his one victory came from, if we look at Nick Bruiser's record, he has no losses. So let's take a moment to figure out where this discrepancy could come from. The first thing I had considered is that the Punch-Out games, they each feature a number of different circuits. It's possible that maybe different circuits had a different governing body. It would be strangely complicated for it to work out that way, but maybe one body recognizes the fight while another doesn't. But that's not the case, because if we look at every single circuit in the Punch-Out series, they're all governed by the WVBA, or World Video Boxing Association. It's possible that maybe between Punch-Out and Super Punch-Out, the WVBA disavowed the fight, taking away Nick Bruiser's loss. Then, for some reason, between Super Punch-Out and Punch-Out Wii, they re-avowed it, and then all of a sudden Glass Joe has his win back. But that seems needlessly controversial, although I guess in a fight where something like that happened, maybe it would be an exceptionally controversial fight, but I'm not sold on it. Another angle that I considered was maybe Super Punch-Out is a prequel and took place before Punch-Out. If that were the case, then in Super Punch-Out, Nick Bruiser could have his flawless record, lose to Glass Joe after that game, and then Glass Joe has his win in time for Punch-Out. That could also explain why Nick Bruiser never appears in another Punch-Out game. You know, that's a disgrace. It would also explain why Little Mac isn't in Super Punch-Out, because he hadn't trained to box yet. And I know there's some debate over whether or not your character in Super Punch-Out is Little Mac, but I think it's very clear that it's a different character. Even though there is some newer, at least in the English language stuff, some newer material that refers to him as Little Mac, it's clear that that wasn't intended. You can look at early screenshots of Super Punch-Out and see that originally it definitely was Little Mac, and then for some reason they changed the design. That seems like it would be an odd choice to me, to make a character the same character despite deliberately making him look different. And then you have a developer for Punch-Out Wii who corroborates what I'm saying. We researched the entire series, and we realized that one of the main elements of the franchise was the story of Little Mac, and he doesn't appear in the Super Punch-Out universe. We think that the connection between him and Doc Lewis, Max Trainer, was the core reason that the NES game was better received than its sequel, Super Punch-Out. But now I went off on a little bit of a tangent, and the thing about that theory is it doesn't exactly add up for reasons I'm about to show you. Although this theory would make the Little Mac thing make sense, and it would make Glass Joe's victory make sense, the other boxers' records contradict it. If we look at the records of the boxers who returned for Super Punch-Out, Sandman goes from 2 losses to 3, Super Macho Man goes from 0 losses to 3, and Bald Bull goes from 4 losses to 19.
What's going on, big guy?
So if these returning boxers' records are mine, it's safe to throw out the prequel theory. But then I noticed a small detail in Super Punch-Out that got me thinking about a theory that can make all of this make sense. So when you win a match in Super Punch-Out, it gives you a record of all the times that the boxer got beaten at. In addition to whatever time you set, it'll also have times set by a bunch of imaginary people. When you beat Nick Bruiser for the first time, among these names will be G. Joe. Clearly this implies that Glass Joe beat Nick Bruiser. And obviously I'm not saying that winning in a video game equates to getting a win added to your real life boxing record. But what this did make me think of is a theory that makes it possible for Glass Joe to have his one victory in real life, while Nick Bruiser still has a flawless record in Super Punch-Out. What if Super Punch-Out is a video game? What I mean by this, what if Super Punch-Out exists only as a video game within the greater Punch-Out universe? I mean, obviously if they want to imply that Glass Joe actually played the game and set a time, it does, but that also fixes the contradiction between his win and Nick Bruiser's perfect record. And then that gives us this timeline as I see it. At some indeterminate time between the original Punch-Out game, in these 100 bouts that Glass Joe has had, he'd managed to somehow beat Nick Bruiser. It is a WVBA sanction match, and it's some weird fluke, but he gets the win regardless. Obviously disgraced, Nick Bruiser never shows his face again in the WVBA, meaning we never see him in another Punch-Out game. Then Super Punch-Out, the video game, comes out, and Nick Bruiser is included because, you know, he's a legend, he's Nick Bruiser, give him a flawless record. Glass Joe plays the game and sets a pretty good record. Or, you know, maybe someone over at Nintendo just made a mistake, but why would that ever happen? So there you go, Glass Joe's single victory comes against Nick Bruiser in a world in which Super Punch-Out is a game within a game, or maybe they're just wacky boxing games that exist in a vacuum and we shouldn't overthink their barely existent stories. If somebody asks you to name the big 2 franchises of survival horror video games, I think it's a pretty safe bet to say that you would probably pick Resident Evil and Silent Hill. And although Resident Evil veers off into more of a sci-fi and action-y direction, while Silent Hill has more of a focus on a atmospheric, Lovecraftian style of horror, they probably have more similarities than differences between them. And when it comes to the original Resident Evil and Silent Hill games, one of the biggest similarities is, of course, the amazing voice acting.
What is it? What's that?
Another big similarity? Konami was sometimes just as bad as Capcom was with crediting their actors. In particular, the case of Harry Mason, aka the main character of Silent Hill. In the original Silent Hill, Harry Mason was credited only as Michael G. People searched for years and years and years trying to find out what that G stood for and who was the man who played Harry Mason. And thankfully, we finally know the answer. After the release of my videos about Barry Burton's voice actor and Jill Valentine's voice actor, a lot of people asked me if I could make a video about Harry Mason's voice actor. And at the time when you were asking me, I didn't even know that there were any mysteries about Harry Mason's voice actor from Silent Hill. But I took a look, and it turns out that when you get to the Silent Hill and you look for the list of voice actors' names, the people you've been listening to for hours, ironically cast by a group known as Stars, all of them are actually credited by their full names, except for one guy. Harry Mason, played by Michael G. Why would they credit the entire cast by their full names except for the lead actor? Considering that everybody else was given a full credit, it seems really unlikely that this was the case of incompetence or Konami simply not caring. Perhaps Michael G was so embarrassed by his performance they just didn't want to trace back to him. I mean, it was an interesting performance.
Have you seen a little girl?
But certainly it was no worse than what was out there at the time.
After Scissor Man, I ain't scared of no ghosts.
So who could this possibly be, and why would they be credited in such a way? One of the most common theories about Harry Mason's voice actor was that the G stood for Goff, as in Michael Goff. Not to be confused with the Michael Goff who portrayed Alfred Pennyworth in Tim Burton's Batman movies. But no, there actually is another Michael Goff who is a very prolific voice actor. And Silent Hill fans very quickly connected that Michael Goff to Michael G. The factoid that Michael Goff played Harry Mason became so commonly accepted as fact that it made its way onto his IMDb page and the October 2007 issue of EGM magazine. You've probably heard Michael Goff before. You probably know him as either Deckard Cain from Diablo or one of the several other characters he's portrayed. So let's compare Michael Goff's voice to Michael G's voice.
Stay a while and listen.
Huh. Radio. What's going on with that radio?
So what do you think? Is that the same voice?
It doesn't matter what you think!
Because eventually Michael Goff responded to the claim that he was Michael G from Silent Hill. In 2008, a GameFAQs user named Discord the Lunatic contacted Michael Goff. Mr. Goff, there has been considerable debate over your involvement or not in Konami's Silent Hill video game of 1996. The actor who played the role Harry Mason is simply credited as Michael G, and there has been a long-standing internet rumor that he died sometime in the late 90s/early 2000s. This has since been supplanted by a rumor that you are the mysterious Michael G. Since I can find no evidence either one way or the other, I thought to write and ask directly. Thank you for your time. This was Sunday, September 7th. This morning, I received a reply date stamped September 10th. Well, I wish I could tell you that I am the mysterious Michael G, but no such luck. I've asked IMDb to remove the credit. Don't know who played Harry Mason, but it wasn't me. Best, Michael. So there you go. Something was basically unanimously accepted as fact, debunked by the man himself. And that places us back to square one, but thankfully there was another lead to go off of. In February of 2007, Thessaly Lerner, who did the voice of Lisa Garland from Silent Hill, did an interview with Cowboy from Hell of the now defunct website Survival Horror Online. In the interview, she dropped a major clue about the potential identity of Michael G. Did you get to work with Silent Hill's director Keiichiro Toyama? And if so, did he have much to do with the direction of your acting? No, I don't think so. It was a long time ago and I had no idea it would be the cult phenomenon that it has become. The voice director was the same guy who was the lead character. He had to do the voice because the guy who was supposed to be that character got another voiceover job that paid better for that day. I vaguely recall some Japanese peeps at the session, but I can't be certain. After the release of this interview, Harry Inaba was quickly identified as the voice director for Silent Hill. However, there wasn't that much that could be found out about him online. Not even any other projects or anything like that, and a lot of people started to think that maybe Harry Inaba was a pseudonym. And this was a trail that would go cold until 2012 when a Twitter user @ChrisBlood found Harry Inaba and asked him about Silent Hill. Hi, I have a question about a video game that you directed in 1999 called Silent Hill. Did you voice act the part of Harry Mason? Hi, no, I did not do the voice acting for Harry Mason. It was performed by the guy Michael G who directed it. I was the producer. Thank you very much. Sorry that I misunderstood your position. Do you happen to know what G stands for? That's okay, happy face. And the G should stand for Gwyn, but let me check my records and get back to you. So we finally had a last name to go with G from one of the men who would know best. Michael Gwyn. But who was Michael Gwyn? People started looking for Michael Gwyn, and of course, as with everything else in this case, there was little to nothing to be found. And nobody would really find out anything about Michael Gwyn until June of 2018, which is actually after a lot of you guys started asking me about Harry Mason, so I'm glad I waited to make this video because now we have a solution. With the help of a guy named Retro Player, aka Dennis Murphy, William Lockwood of RelyOnHorror.com managed to track down Michael Gwyn and secure an interview with him. As it turns out, Michael Gwyn is now retired from voice acting, but he does have a few games that you probably know under his belt. He's appeared in things like Time Crisis,
Be my guest and let me entertain you.
Ridge Racer,
Remember that one?
and Castlevania Symphony of Night as Dracula. That means, in addition for every classic line that ever came out of Harry Mason's mouth, he's also responsible for probably one of the greatest lines ever uttered in a video game.
What is a man? A miserable little pile of secrets.
And for all of those games, he's also credited as Michael G. Why? Was the decision to use a shortened version of your name in both games due to the fact that these voiceover jobs were non-union? I've heard some actors choose to modify their credit so as not to get in trouble with the unions. Can you comment? No, not at all. It had nothing to do with union. When I signed a record contract with CBS Sony, they felt like my last name, Gwyn, was going to be too hard for the Japanese to say. They wanted it to be catchy and easy. You think that a lot of thought goes into these things, but I was literally in that meeting with my management and Sony, and I said when we were kids, we just used to use our initial for our last name. And everybody just lit up. They were like, oh, that's great, Michael G, it's perfect. Unfortunately, Kenny G released an album about 3 months after that meeting, but in Japan, they never made the association. During my voiceover work, I was always known as Michael G. That was primarily because the Japanese couldn't pronounce my last name. So no, it had nothing to do with unions or hiding or anything like that. There was no union there. Your union was only as good as your management was. After that, I heard they were making foreign artists sign contracts. I don't know if that was true, that's just what I heard. Who would have guessed that such a simple line of reasoning would have led to a mystery that would go unsolved for almost 20 years? And strangely enough, the Michael G thing winds up tying back together with the Michael Goff rumor. Here's an interesting story about the Michael G thing. I didn't even know that I had an IMDb profile, and they were linking Michael G to a guy by the name of Michael Goff. The irony is, I knew him. He was actually one of the teaching assistants at the University of California, Santa Barbara's acting department. We didn't know each other well, but I knew him. He is probably 5 or 8 years older than me, something like that. But I had to get in touch with him, I can't recall why, to let him know, because he was kind of annoyed that people kept thinking he was Michael G. I don't know if that fascinates people or not, and thus, the mystery of Michael G has been solved. I remember it like it was yesterday, Thanksgiving Eve of 1992. I'm looking through TV Guide to plan my Thanksgiving Day viewing because for some reason they never played normal TV shows on Thanksgiving. There's no Disney Afternoon, there's no Way Cool Weekdays, it was just some random bargain bin assortment of shows with no apparent rhyme or reason. So I'm looking through the TV Guide and all of a sudden, something catches my eye. Battletoads. Battletoads? Wait, did they mean the Battletoads? As in a Battletoads cartoon? And so that year I planned my entire Thanksgiving around watching that Battletoads cartoon. Had my VHS tape ready to record, and I had my alarm set even though I couldn't sleep because I was so excited to watch the Battletoads. And then finally, after what seemed like an eternity, the moment came and it finally happened. Although now, if you hear about a video game adaptation coming out, you generally expect it to be trash, we didn't have that same expectation in 1992. At that point, the Mario Brothers movie was still a year away, and the video game shows that were out were pretty good. The Legend of Zelda cartoon and the Super Mario Brothers Super Show were both really good in my opinion. And then you also had a bunch of other video games crammed together in Captain N the Game Master and the Power Team. Maybe my standards were different when I was a kid, but I enjoyed those shows thoroughly. So anytime there was a new video game coming out on TV, it was an event. But the fact that you probably do not remember this Battletoads cartoon at all shows you just how successful it was. But anyway, let's take a look at it. So the one episode of Battletoads that exists begins with a title card that tells us the name of the episode, Battletoads. And it's written by David Wise. Note that this is not the same David Wise who wrote the soundtrack to the Battletoads video game. Coincidentally, this is an entirely different David Wise who also happened to be a writer for the Ninja Turtles cartoon, a series that you might say bears a
Oh my lord. Oh my exes live in Texas. No, you didn't have to cut me off. Think I don't care, but I want nothing. I don't even need your love. You treat me like a stranger. Feel so rough, and now you didn't have to stood so long.
Professor T-Bird and Princess Angelica are being chased through space by the Dark Queen and her minions. So far, this is pretty standard Battletoads fare, except for one detail. There's no toads. But that's okay because Professor T-Bird has a plan.
The genetic essence of the Battletoads!
He's gonna make some toads.
But with this essence, we can create a new generation of Battletoads to protect you!
Yeah, this is an origin story. Cut to our toads to be. Meet Morgan Ziegler, Dave Shar, and George Pye. These three guys are a bunch of high schoolers who are having a bad time at high school. While playing some video games, these guys talk about how nice it would be if only life were more like a video game. Oh my god, how meta. Suddenly, T-Bird and Angelica come through the screen and T-Bird sprays the boys with his toad juice, and the magic toad juice turns them into toads. But don't get too worried, they can turn back into humans if only they say the magic words.
Let's get normal! Gosh!
And if they want to, they can turn back into toads with the other magic words.
Let's get orderly! Toads rule!
You're kidding me, right? You have 2 chances to get a catchphrase. Actually, wait, 3 chances because they really wanted to make Psychotronic happen.
Psychotronic!
Actually, wait, they got 4 catchphrases because they also like to say...
Toads rule!
So you have 4 catchphrases on a Battletoads TV show, and not a single one of them is totally awesome. I'm glad this show didn't get picked up. But anyway, where the hell did this origin story come from? Because I've never heard of such a thing. And I know that sometimes when you adapt a video game or any other property, you take some liberties with the backstory to make it a little different for what you're doing. And at first, that's what I assumed was going on here, something they just made up for the cartoon. But then I checked Wikipedia, and according to Wikipedia, the Battletoads were humans in the games, but I don't remember that. According to the game's backstory, the Battletoads originally have been human computer technicians and roommates. The trio tested the original Battletoads game by playing the game as the Toads in a sort of virtual reality simulation. They became suspicious of both their boss and the chief game programmer Silas Volkmeyer and decided to investigate the office at night. Upon finding the video game unit turned on, they tested it to see if it had been tampered with. This was a trap, and they were transported to another planet, permanently transformed into Battletoads. I just do not recall that story, and now it also contradicts what happens in the cartoon. But I thought maybe I just forgot about it, so I checked the instruction manual of the original game. Here's what the manual says. After her defeat by the Galactic Corporation at the Battle of Canis Major, the Dark Queen and her renegade space troops retreat to the outer reaches of the universe, hiding out in the dark spaces between the stars. Meanwhile, on board that spaceship Vulture, Professor T-Bird and the Battletoads, Rash, Zitz, and Pimple, are escorting the Princess Angelica back to her home planet, where her father, the Terran Emperor, awaits her safe arrival. Along the way, Pimple, the biggest Battletoad, takes Angelica out for a cruise in the Toadster to a nearby leisure station. Pimple and Angelica burn space, but the Dark Queen ambushes them before they can get there. Luckily, Pimple manages to send out a distress signal before the Toadster is gobbled up and carried away to Ragnarok's world, the Dark Queen's planet. So there's the situation, Toad. The Dark Queen's kidnapped the Princess Angelica and your best buddy Pimple. What are you gonna do about it? You're gonna get real mad. That's what you're gonna do. And then you're gonna get... Why does the story of Battletoads suddenly turn into like a late night sex hotline dialogue? Professor Bird's gonna set you down on Ragnarok, but from there it's up to you. You've got a long way to go, Toad, through ice and fire and nightmares, so... I can't finish this, but you get the story. There's no humans in here. So at this point, I'm completely puzzled where this other origin story comes from, so I'm looking at Wikipedia's sources. There's a source linked in the part where it specifically talks about the Battletoads having always been human in the games, and it links to a Killer Instinct blog. The post that it links to talks about the possibility of Battletoads appearing in Killer Instinct. Did you know the Battletoads are actually human? That's right, the Battletoads are human video game testers testing a video game called, naturally, Battletoads, that became part of the game itself as the Battletoads, Zitz, Rash, and Pimple. Now imagine an alternate version of this story that would fit with the lore of Killer Instinct. Ultratech taking a human and performing anthropomorphic tests on him that result in the creation of a Battletoad. The Battletoad is entered into the KI tournament to see how he performs with the promise of being returned to his human form should he successfully defeat his opponents. Ultratech has some of the best scientists in the world, having spliced human and reptile DNA to create the intelligent Riptor, and then even creating the fire being Cinder. So it wouldn't be far-fetched to believe they could develop a human-turned-toad battle warrior, right? So although this writer was actually correct in predicting that Killer Instinct 3 would have Battletoads, specifically Rash, appeared in the game, This is basically just a speculative blog post that doesn't really serve as a source for proving that the human backstory is canon. But with that being said, we have all these different sources giving the same backstory, and it's a backstory that also contradicts the cartoon, so it had to have come from somewhere. Well, as it turns out, this story came from the June 1991 issue of Nintendo Power. In that issue, there was a Battletoads comic that was written by Valiant, who, if you watched my Glass Joe video, you'll remember that Valiant wrote the Nintendo comics that came out around that time. The Battletoads comic follows the story of three guys, Morgan Ziegler, Dave Shar, and George Pye, which are the same names that they had in the cartoon that came out a year later. Morgan, Dave, and George are so exciting to watch play video games that they can fill up entire arenas, which is strangely prophetic for a comic that's mostly been forgotten about. These guys become suspicious of the game's designer, Silas Volkmeyer, and rightfully so because he's definitely up to no good. So the still human Battletoads sneak into Silas's lab to investigate what he's been up to and find that the game has been tampered with. When they go to see what's been done to the game, they wind up being turned into Battletoads permanently. And it was all an evil plan hatched by Silas Volkmeyer and the Dark Queen, who, as it turns out, was also a game character that Silas brought into reality. Can you blame him? And from that point on, the game and the comic mostly go in the same direction while the cartoon starts to do its own thing. What you got going on there, Pimple? At some point, the Dark Queen and her goons come out of a Slurpee machine and have a fight with the Battletoads. And while they're fighting, a surf rock version of Hava Nagila plays for some reason. Why would they do that? Is Morgan Ziegler having his bar mitzvah? Does the winner get a bris? Can he even circumcise a toad? Eventually, trying to fit in on planet Earth and needing to pay the bills, Princess Angelica gets a job at a coffee shop.
Hey, watch it with the jelly donuts!
Some more fighting happens, and then this is the point where the cartoon meets back up with the game and the comic. Princess Angelica gets kidnapped, and everything culminates on a big battle at the top of a rotating tower, and the Battletoads save the day. Ultimately, I don't think the Battletoads cartoon was that bad. I actually liked it a lot when I was a kid and would watch that same VHS tape over and over again, but it definitely didn't match up with the other game cartoons that were out at the time. At the same time, there was much worse stuff out there, and we were still a few years away from being saturated with anthropomorphic animal superheroes. Over the next few years, we would wind up with cows, and mice, and sharks, and cats. If anything, maybe it's just that toads were a bit too turtly. And as for the backstory of the Battletoads being human, although there is not a single in-game source that corroborates that story, there are some allusions to it in the SNES game Battle Maniacs. In particular, Silas Volkmeyer makes his debut in the game, and it makes reference to his ability to manifest game stuff into reality. To me, that makes it likely that the Nintendo Power backstory was intended to be canon. Furthermore, it's also a neat way of explaining why the Battletoads games are so hard. You have the game designer who's deliberately making the game impossibly hard because he wants to kill the Battletoads. But I'll put a poll up to see what you guys think. Super NES RPGs were the best. Final Fantasy VI, Earthbound, Chrono Trigger. To me, this was the absolute greatest time in gaming. But good things don't last forever. As Nintendo started to talk about their new Ultra 64 console, it was clear that the Super Nintendo days were coming to an end. But screenshots of new 64-bit RPGs and game magazines gave me hope for what would come next. One by one, all of those games got cancelled, but hey, at least we got Quest 64. A few years later, after some of that bitterness washed away, I came across a bunch of screenshots that kind of brought these hopes back. This is the story of Chrono Resurrection. If you've been watching my channel for any amount of time, you can probably tell based on my song choices that Super NES RPGs were a big deal to me. And although there are a lot of classic JRPGs that came out after the Super NES, to me there was never really anything that captured that same magic again. But maybe part of that feeling is just because of all the time screenshots in Nintendo Power got my hopes up only to leave me waiting around like Fry's dog. Final Fantasy 64. You could probably hear the saltiness in my voice because doing the research for this video got me all agitated about this game again. So it starts in 1995 as game magazines start to publish pictures of what appears to be Locke, Terra, and Shadow from Final Fantasy VI in full 3D. Some of these magazines call it Final Fantasy 64, some of them call it Final Fantasy VII, and then the one that really took the ball and ran with it was Game Players. They published a whole article about how this was definitely Final Fantasy VII and it's coming out in December of 1996. But Game Players was full of shit, because this was definitely not Final Fantasy VII and it was definitely not coming out ever. What this actually was a tech demo where Squaresoft was simply experimenting with ideas for the next Final Fantasy game. They were trying to see what they could do with the upcoming Nintendo 64 DD, and considering that what they wanted to do with Final Fantasy VII would have taken 30 DD discs as opposed to 3 PlayStation discs, that was the end of that. But Squaresoft wasn't the only game in town. It was HAL Laboratories that developed what was one of the last great RPGs of the 16-bit era. Of course, I'm talking about Earthbound. And where Final Fantasy 64 failed, Earthbound 64 would surely succeed, right? And unlike Final Fantasy 64, there were a lot of different pictures, a lot of different scenes we would see in magazines from this game. In particular, there's a picture of a 3D NES that really made my imagination go wild. And even better, this was actually supposed to be a release title for the 64 DD. But then you could look at the pack watch in the back of Nintendo Power and see that release date getting pushed back further and further. And then they changed it from a DD game to a regular Nintendo 64 cartridge. And as people seem to be giving up on the game, there's a tiny glimmer of hope at Nintendo Space World 1999. It was at this show that there was a playable demo of Earthbound 64 and an announced release date of March of 2000. But March of 2000 comes along, there's no Earthbound 64, and then finally, in August, they unceremoniously announced that, yeah, Earthbound ain't coming. And as for that playable demo, who knows where that thing is? It might be rotting away in somebody's basement, maybe they threw it in the garbage. Can you imagine if somebody threw Earthbound 64 in the garbage and that's just it, it's just gone now? But in retrospect, thinking about these two games, I realized that I was hoping for something that was never planned to ever actually come out. Final Fantasy 64 would become Final Fantasy 7 and it was a classic. Not as good as Final Fantasy 6, but you know, a classic nonetheless. The story that was meant to be told in Earthbound 64 was eventually told in Mother 3, and yeah, that game never received an official English version, but we all played the patch. What was really building up in my mind was this idea of playing as these characters from my favorite 2D RPGs. Locke, Terra, Shadow, Ness, in 3D. And even though that specifically was never really on the menu, it's clear that I wasn't the only one who was thinking that way. At the same time that I was growing increasingly frustrated with all these cancellations, a young developer named Nathan Lazar was thinking about how he could make his own. Well, I remember wondering back in 1999 what a 3D Chrono Trigger would look like. I realized at the time that I had to learn programming to accomplish my dream. So I started researching programming, which I had no previous experience with. In the process of learning how to program, I also learned a lot about console programming thanks to extensive research and development on Nintendo 64 and PS1, and so it began. I started to create a demo of Chrono Trigger on the Nintendo 64 as an application of what I learned. After beginning to develop his programming skills and making some small homebrew projects, Nathan started to work on his own Chrono Trigger remake that he entitled CT64. The plan for CT64 was to have two separate modes. The first mode would be a 2D mode with enhanced graphics and 3D spell effects. The second mode would be fully 3D with some cinematic camera angles based on the Ocarina of Time. Does a project like this sound a bit too ambitious for a fledgling programmer? Well, as it turns out, it was. In 2000, a year after work on CT64 began, Nathan brought the project to a halt. Nathan felt that his programming skills just weren't what they needed to be to accomplish what he wanted, and he wanted to take some time off to improve them. And it was during this time off that he received a job offer that would take him to Montreal to work for DC Studios. No relation to DC Comics, I'm talking about the company that made the Bratz game.
Break it down. Perfect.
Nathan worked for DC Studios for 3 years until he needed to take a significant amount of time off due to health issues. And it was during this downtime that his mind went back to CT64. Although he was undoubtedly happy to be working in his dream industry, perhaps working for the company that made Mia Hamm's Soccer 64
great touch on the ball.
wasn't quite what he had envisioned when he was trying to make Chrono Trigger 3D. So Nathan went and updated the personal projects section of his blog. Chrono Trigger Brink of Time. This was a personal project of mine a few years back. I decided to reopen my interest in this because it dawned on me that I never finished the project. I don't like not finishing things. The Chrono Trigger remake project was alive once again, this time known as Chrono Trigger Brink of Time. Nathan quickly began assembling a team of hardcore Chrono Trigger fans, including Matthew Valente, who was his original musician from CT64. Having more experience now, Nathan also had a better idea of the kinds of resources it would take to bring a project of that scale to fruition. So he narrowed down his goals a little bit, and rather than remake the entire game in 3D, he decided to stick to 10 scenes that would link together major set pieces. A lot of people did ask him about the full remake, but he said that the only way that would be possible is if Square Enix themselves said, yeah, let's fund this project. Work on Chrono Trigger Brink of Time began in April of 2003. Throughout the following year, he would provide sporadic updates, but it was still a very low-key project. At some point, he released a teaser image of the project, which was now renamed to Chrono Trigger Resurrection. This image got some people interested, but it was nothing compared to what would happen in May of 2004. It was in May of 2004 that, planned to coincide with E3, they released the official website for Chrono Resurrection. Welcome to the home of the Chrono Trigger Resurrection project. We have been vigorously working for the past year on this project, and we're excited to bring it to the public eye, in full for the first time. Chrono Trigger Resurrection is a 3D remake of Square's SNES classic Chrono Trigger. The demo, which will be released on Christmas 2004, recreates 10 of the best scenes from the original game. Currently, the demo is 25% complete. We expect to release a trailer when the demo is over 50% completed, which should be around the end of August. When the project is completed, only the PC version will be released to the public for free. The GameCube and Xbox ports are internal and only official developers for those respective platforms will be able to play them. There are various screenshots of the scenes, characters, stock art, concept art, and even some sample music located in the media section. We invite you to navigate around the rest of the website to find out any information about the project and post your thoughts on the forums. We hope you look forward to our next news update, Chrono Trigger Resurrection Team. And those screenshots in the media section were a game changer. The quality of those images far exceeded what anybody would ever have expected, especially at that point in time, what a fan game might look like. These images perfectly captured the vision of a 3D Chrono Trigger, and with Final Fantasy 64 and Earthbound 64 Distant Memories, it was bringing some of that same hope back to life. As a result of this, Chrono Trigger Resurrection started to receive a ton of coverage on different game websites. Basically, any gaming forum you could go to, it became the talk of the town. The official website was getting slammed with traffic to the point where they had to upgrade their hosting service. But it wasn't just the fans who were noticing this. As the game started to receive more and more attention, Nathan started to notice that the website was receiving traffic from IP addresses that were connected to Square Enix. At first he was alarmed, but then this traffic persisted for 3 months. Because so much time had passed without them ever hearing from Square, they assumed the traffic was coming from employees who were just curious. Or maybe the unlikely scenario that people had been asking for was coming true and Square was ready to fund a 3D Chrono Trigger. But then on August 24th of 2004, Nathan received a correspondence from the law offices of Kirkpatrick and Flockhart on behalf of Square Enix. We understand that you are developing Chrono Trigger Resurrection, a 3D remake of our client's Chrono Trigger game which will recreate scenes from the original game. Your conduct in this regard constitutes copyright infringement and, inter alia, violates our client's exclusive rights to prepare derivative works based on its copyrighted work. Your use of the words Chrono Trigger in connection with your remake and on your website opcoder.com, and your use of logos, scenes, characters, and other images associated with our client's games constitutes trademark and copyright infringement and false designation of origin. Accordingly, demand is hereby made that you immediately cease and desist from further development, promotion, sale, or distribution of any project which is based on or derived from our client's Chrono Trigger games, and that you cease and desist from all use of the Chrono Trigger trademark and logo, and all use of images or artwork from Chrono Trigger games. And this was kept quiet until September 18th when Nathan made this
Basically
blog
free power.
post. It's been a while since I have updated my website. As most of you know, I have been working on Chrono Resurrection since May like a mad dog. The project has since been cancelled at the request of the original IP owner, Square Enix Co. Ltd. While I am disappointed, I understand their legal obligation to protect their copyright. Here are some interesting notes about the production of Chrono Resurrection. Only 3,000 man-hours were consumed creating content for the 6-scene trailer between roughly 5 people. We plan to have 10 scenes in the demo. As good as the graphics looked, if we had spent a full day instead of a few hours each day working on it, it would have looked much better. Those 10 scenes were Chrono's house upstairs, Chrono's house downstairs, End of Time, Guardia Forest, Battle of Xenon Bridge, Frog cutting the cliff with the Masamune, Battle with Magus, Black Tyranno with Azala boss battle, Dalton battle on Blackbird flying over the Kingdom of Zeal, Lavos battle 3 stages. Chrono, Frog, Mara, Luca, Magus, Robo would have been playable characters. Over 800,000 downloads of the normal quality trailer have been tracked so far. 500,000 of those were in the week of the announcement of the cease and desist. Over 300 employees from Square Enix downloaded the trailer within that time as well. Contrary to what some folks have said on the internet, everything we have shown is rendered in-game. This is not CG, that includes the trailer, smiley face. I have received too many emails with condolences and offers, and I am very happy people have been showing their interest. The team and I will be moving on to an original project which will start pre-production very soon. If things go as planned, we'll have a website up with some preliminary art or information. Now, I have to update the rest of the site and start coding again. Smiley face. Until next time. So once again, the hopes of RPG fans hoping to see their 2D favorites in glorious 3D were crushed. But that's not exactly where the story ends. After all, on that project page, Nathan did say that he doesn't like not finishing things. And 4 years later, on February 20th of 2006, a video appeared on a YouTube account belonging to Nathan. Although they never publicly released it, obviously for legal reasons, they did go ahead and finish the Xenon Bridge section from the trailer. And 4 years after that, Nathan went and uploaded another video showing us one of the unfinished sections.
Whoa.
Alright, that looked cool as shit, and it's making me annoyed that this got cancelled again. But this is a story that's going to be told over and over again, because despite the fact that companies keep taking down these kinds of projects, fans keep trying to make them. And as for what happened to Nathan Lazar, in 2012 he successfully crowdfunded a game called Football Heroes. Football Heroes has grown into what appears to be a very successful series. So even though his dream project, that 3D Chrono Trigger remake, was snuffed out by Square Enix, it appears that that inspiration still led him down the right path. As soon as the first Resident Evil game completed development, Capcom knew that they had a revolutionary, genre-defining hit on their hands. So work on the sequel began almost immediately. And it seemed like things were coming along quickly, with footage of the game being shown off mere months after the first game came out. But as the game came closer to completion, development was marred by internal conflicts, and ultimately, producer Shinji Mikami decided that it just didn't live up to the standards of the first game. So the game was thrown out in February of 1997, and the entire thing was rebuilt from the ground up into the game we know today. And although the Resident Evil 2 that we did get is widely regarded to be the best game in the series, hardcore Resident Evil fans have been left wondering what could have been. And many of these fans became obsessed with finding the original game. This was a search cursed by a surprising amount of misdirection and treachery. A search with a cast of characters almost as fascinating as the game itself. This is the story of Resident Evil 1.5.
Ada. No.
With the remake of Resident Evil 2 here, I think this is a good time to talk about one of my favorite mysteries of one of my favorite game series of all time. I'm talking about the lost original version of Resident Evil 2, commonly known as Resident Evil 1.5. Ironically, this is my second attempt at making this video because I threw out the first one. I'll never forget my excitement when I first saw the game in motion in the CD-ROM that came with Ultra Game Players magazine. And then for the months following, every single video game magazine would tease us with more and more screenshots and descriptions of what the game was like. But as you certainly know, the game we wound up getting in January of 1998 was not the same game that they had been showing us for over a year. And people actually did succeed at digging up that prototype eventually, but before I go into that insane, meandering search, I want to talk a little bit about what didn't make it to the final game. The most obvious difference between Resident Evil 1.5 and Resident Evil 2 is the characters. You're probably aware that Claire Redfield was originally going to be a motorcyclist named Elza Walker, but what you might not know is that she was originally supposed to be a relative of Forrest Spire, the sniper from Star's Bravo team. They were going to call her Rachel Spire, and while it might have been a cool way to flesh out a minor character from the first game, I think making her a Redfield was a good idea. There's also the case of Leon, who, even before the development of Resident Evil 1.5, was going to have a different name. Grant Bittman. I'm kind of glad they changed that one because, I don't know, to me Grant Bittman sounds like kind of like a wienery name. Oh, hi, I'm Grant Bittman. Oh my god, I'm nauseous. Watch there be someone Grant Bittman watching this who gets pissed off. Leon, who was originally going to be an experienced cop and not a rookie, would never cross paths with Elza. Rather, they would meet up with a different set of characters. Leon would meet the cop Marvin, who would live much longer, and Ada, who was originally going to be called Linda. Elza would meet a character named John, who used Robert Kendo's character model, and his story arc would resemble Ben's in the final game. Elza would also meet a cop named Roy, and she would also have Sherry in her story arc like Claire, but in the earliest prototypes, Sherry had a yellow outfit. As in the finished game, both characters would meet William and Annette Birkin, and they would also meet Chief Irons, who was an ally and not a villain. There was also the case of the locations. Both versions focused heavily on the police station, but in the original 1.5 version, the police station was more of a modern US police station. They thought the modern police station was a little too boring though, so we wound up getting something that more closely resembles an art museum. Very, very early on in the game's development, they were playing around with the idea of returning to the mansion from the first game, but now obviously it would be destroyed. It was rumored that this concept was actually intended for a game called Resident Evil Dash, but there's no evidence that that game has ever existed. And the gameplay itself was a lot more ambitious too. You could have more zombies on the screen, they were infinitely spawning in some places, and it was a lot more gory. You can get blood on yourself, you would have wear and tear on your clothes, zombies could be blown in half and still crawl at you. Perhaps all that was just a bit too ambitious for the PlayStation hardware at the time. But this is all just descriptions based on screenshots and video clips and interviews and articles. The actual game, the thing that we saw in motion, had to be out there somewhere. But where was it, and who had it? Around the time that Resident Evil 2 was officially released, a sizable community was growing online asking this very question. And obviously, a thing like this is going to attract a ton of liars and scammers. People are trying to get your money, or just trying to get some attention. And that did happen, but it actually wasn't terribly long until the first legitimate contact was made with someone who had access to the game. It was in 1999 that a friend of a Japanese Capcom employee contacted Kim Larson, the owner of Bioflames.com. Bioflames.com was one of the leading websites about Resident Evil 1.5, and if you ever looked the game up back in the day, you definitely came across this website. So this Japanese contact provided Kim with over 100 cell phone photos of Resident Evil 1.5 in motion. These pictures did not match up with any other content that was known to the community at the time, meaning they were almost certainly authentic. But maybe they got spooked or something, maybe they got in trouble because that Japanese contact disappeared almost immediately and has never been heard from again. And after that contact was made throughout the years, all kinds of rumors would spread about private collectors and Capcom employees who had access to the game and were keeping it to themselves. It was on November 29th of 2006 that a forum user named RandomWob spelled out exactly what was verified to exist of the game. The 1.5 community know of only a few betas, all of which are not for sale under any circumstance. If those betas were to find themselves to the public, the original beta testers could find themselves in a lot of trouble with Capcom. Each beta Capcom issued has, to my knowledge, a small file which contains certain code that Capcom can use to see who was the beta tester. Capcom used this with the beta tester who leaked the early build of the final Resident Evil 2, and that guy almost got put behind bars due to the agreement he signed with Capcom. Until those agreements run out, we will not see a rip of the betas. Now, the betas exist. However, the people who own them either won't risk releasing them, or they're within private collectors' hands. This is true of the 3 known copies of 1.5. 2 are in private collector circles, and 1 is still with the ex-Capcom employee. With Capcom taking these leaks so seriously, there's absolutely no way any of these copies would get out to the public, except in the unlikely scenario that someone either betrayed a source or got out of a contract. What's the easiest way to get out of a contract? Die, of course. And legend has it that that's exactly what happened. And I say legend has it because this is more of a hearsay thing than anything with concrete proof, but it's said that in 2007 there was an estate sale belonging to a deceased Capcom employee. Among the assets that were for sale were Resident Evil 2 prototypes. And the timing of this estate sale makes sense because it was shortly after it that a prominent member of the Resident Evil 1.5 community, a guy named .50cal, was approached with the opportunity to purchase this prototype. I was contacted by a friend in the assembler community around late September who started asking me if I would be interested in Biohazard 1.5. Naturally, I was curious, so I asked for more details. He said that an old contact who has it was recently making suggestions that he may be interested in selling it. Not wanting to lose it, but unable to afford the asking price myself, I enlisted the help of a few figureheads of the RE communities. We all pooled our money together and waited for word from my friend. All was going as planned, and we were waiting on video proof from the seller. This dragged on for a while until October 10th. I was told that the disc was already sold for a measly $300. We had been offering a bit over $4,000 for it. Once I informed the group, we were pretty disheartened, but held out hope that whoever bought it would hopefully release more information on it, or even release it since it was such a low amount that was paid. Over the next few weeks, my friend informed me that it was sold because it was offered to this person first. Apparently, the buyer hadn't contacted the seller until they had already moved on to us as the possible buyers. And shortly after receiving the bad news, a brand new entry appeared on the official PlayStation Museum website. A website dedicated to cataloging PlayStation rarities. Resident Evil 1.5, featuring never-before-seen photos and video clips. Obviously, the purchaser of the prototype was the owner of the PlayStation Museum website, a person who came to be known as the Curator. And the Curator very quickly became one of the most hated personalities among the Resident Evil 1.5 community. At first, prominent users of the community such as .50cal tried to befriend the Curator, and at first the Curator would ask them for help with things like translations and debugging and item lists. And they would gladly help, thinking that they were getting on this guy's good side and he might help them out with the game. But whenever they would ask about buying the game or potentially getting a copy, he would just ignore them. Eventually, he would claim to be receiving death threats and go on a bizarre trolling campaign that included things like faking videos pretending to be a Japanese owner of the game, demanding free PSPs and pictures of women who look like Elza Walker, and eventually he put the prototype on eBay for $125,000. After months of back and forth, .50cal had finally had enough, and he just closed a statement on December 30th with this. So where are we now? Curator scoops the disc from under the community for $300 and states his intentions soon after. I believe I have said this already, and I don't mean to throw fuel on the fire, but I personally have never had the urge to play RE 1.5, and I never understood why everyone was so interested in the game. I volunteered to test the game based on the fact that it's an important piece of PlayStation history. And in his review, he states he's played 1.5 more than Biohazard 2 itself, which couldn't have been very long considering he only had the disc for a few days when it went up. Then he tries to get as much information from the community as possible about the game, translations, item locations, etc., before giving them a big shuck you and cutting off all contact. He then registers YouTube and forum accounts attempting to conceal his identity, goading people into paying exorbitant amounts of money for the disc while simultaneously ignoring real offers from the community to purchase it for a healthy sum. Finally, in late December, he puts it on eBay for $125,000 with an eBay name, BioFlames, an obvious insult thrown at the community. He's shown that he is nothing but a child throughout all this, trying to get people's hopes up that a real sale will come, while saying he's interested in selling it and then ignoring real offers from the community. And from that point on, there would be a lead here, a lead there, a few more verified copies of the game floating around, but none of them could be sold or released. It wasn't until 2011 that another potential seller appeared. A user named Darkmoon reflected on this experience a few years later. About a year and a half ago, a longtime friend of mine and a well-respected member of the Resident Evil community approached me. "John, you got any cash?" I said no because it was after New Year. I was pretty broke. I asked why and got told, "I finally found 1.5. I should explain this a little. 1.5 was actually found a long time ago, but the individual with the disc was unwilling to sell. After years of communicating with the guy who owned the disc, my friend was the one he went to with an offer. We are talking years of dedication here. And this description makes it sound like the seller might have actually been the curator after all these years, but when asked, Darkmoon declined to identify the seller. But the price was high. I've seen a few numbers thrown around, so here's the one you want. $8,000. Yes, those 3 zeros are not a typo. $8,000 in US currency. I said I could throw in a few hundred once everything was confirmed. A very nice video was promptly sent to me, but between the two of us, we weren't coming close. I roped in a friend, he got a couple of, yeah, we might be able to help, but there was one person I knew had the cash to get this done. My friend was a little nervous and unwilling, but we didn't have much choice, so he went. And suddenly the deed was done. It's amazing how a huge wad of cash does a thing. A PayPal account was set up and the people who could pay did. I wasn't one of them. I regret that a bit now, not, enough to actually give anyone money, but a bit. Why? Because there are a couple of people who threw in a couple $100 that weren't entirely trustworthy. So we, this secret cabal, played the game. And there just wasn't much to it. The script, what there is, gave some hints, but the game was pretty low on actual content. So one person, the person who put up the money, started assembling a team to fix it. IGAS. Rather than release this very disappointing prototype that people had been searching for at this point over a decade, they decided that they were going to fix it. Team IGAS, aka Team I've Got a Shotgun, would quietly begin searching for programmers and artists to rebuild the game. And honestly, that sounds like kind of a weird decision to me, but at the same time, I'm not the one who put down thousands of dollars, so I don't really have a say in the matter. And Team IGAS would get to work pretty quickly and be able to make a lot of progress uninterrupted for about a year. It was in the summer of 2012 that some of their content started to leak out onto Facebook. The community started to stir a little bit as they are aware that someone had the game and someone was tinkering with it. But they had no idea just how close to home these people were. And as long as the game itself didn't leak, they could continue uninterrupted. And then in February of 2013, the game itself leaked. In fact, not only did it leak, but someone was selling their work. The team deliberated for a while over what to do about this, and then on February 17th, they released this statement. As stated in our open letter on the 17th of February 2013, posted on the fan site The Horror Is Alive via our only true public spokesperson, we regretfully learned that Joel Welsh, aka Colvin, tried to profit from his acquisition of this very build by shopping it around to several members of the Resident Evil community. We learned from several alarming chat logs and sales offers forwarded to us by worried and concerned parties and friends of the team who'd either been directly contacted by Colvin or knew people who had been. As with the situation where leaked media from our project appeared online in the summer of 2012, followed by a small wave of people attempting to scam people into giving them money in exchange for what they believed was 1.5 or more information on the project, we quickly investigated the situation and found our signature watermarks all over both the media Colvin had presented in public, the media he was shopping around to people, and the terminology he used to describe certain things pertaining to the build he'd obtained. People attempting to profit on our non-profit efforts and both our personal and monetary investments is something we cannot stand for and is something we feel greatly taints the Resident Evil community, the prototype community, the archival and preservation of video game history, the integrity and face value of people, and our goal and intentions for this here restoration project. While we cannot speak on behalf of Capcom, we do believe that charging money for illegal and unsanctioned duplication of their data is something that should be frowned upon and avoided at all costs. So our plea to you is, if you paid for this here build of Resident Evil 1.5, you've been cheated and should demand your money back and or file a fraud report via the service you used to complete your monetary transaction. And there was also a file attached to the statement, and that file was an ISO. A playable download of Team IGAS's Resident Evil 1.5 restoration project. An unfinished and incomplete version of the project, but the very first time that Resident Evil 1.5 had been publicly available on the internet. And despite this hiccup, Team IGAS would continue to work on their restoration project known as the MZD build or Magic Zombie Door build, with a number of patches being released over the subsequent years. Additionally, the unedited version of the prototype known as the 40% build is also out there. Some people think the MZD build is the best way to experience the game, others are purists who prefer the 40% build, but ultimately, I think at that point, 15 years later, most had given up hope of ever being able to play this game. And that's not where the story ends necessarily. You see, even though the 40% build is out there and Team IGAS was able to restore a great deal of it, there's still another, more complete prototype in existence. This is commonly referred to as the 80% build, and it's believed to be the one that was shown to BioFlames all those years back in 1999. The 80% build would be the one that they had when the game was cancelled, meaning that is the most complete version of the game. I think it's a safe bet that that thing might still be floating around in Japan somewhere, and I wouldn't be too surprised if one day it got out there and we could finally experience the game that Shinji Mikami felt was so boring that it merited throwing away an entire year's work. But hey, if we don't, at least we're getting an Elza Walker skin. So last night, I think because I saw these pictures of these really detailed Ninja Turtles movie action figures, I wound up falling down this really deep rabbit hole about everything Ninja Turtles. In particular, I was looking up all kinds of things about the Ninja Turtles comics. Like a lot of people my age, I was a huge Ninja Turtles fan as a kid. I remember so clearly being like 7 or 8 years old, and I went to my friend's birthday party. And at this birthday party, he had a clown, and at some point the clown offers to either write or draw on us with these markers that he had. So I have the clown give me like a blue Leonardo wristband thing, and I want him to write Ninja Turtles on me. And somehow he managed to spell ninja wrong. I don't know if it was some kind of a clown joke, or he just didn't know how to spell ninja, but I'm pretty sure I didn't say Niger Turtles. The point is, we were at the height of the Ninja Turtles craze, but my focus was almost entirely on the cartoon and the action figures. Aside from one issue of the comics I had that forever burned Cuddly the Cowlick into my memory, I knew almost nothing about the comics. But even then, from what I can tell from the tiny tastes of the comics I would get from different Ninja Turtles media, I could tell that they were very different from the cartoon. In fact, not only were the comics totally different from the cartoons, but they were two separate comics universes. The Ninja Turtles Archie comics and the Ninja Turtles Mirage comics. And both of those were very different from each other too. And strangely, probably the biggest gateway for me learning about the different Ninja Turtles comics was the game Ninja Turtles Tournament Fighters. As the name implies, Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles Tournament Fighters was a fighting game. Well, actually, it was 3 different fighting games. You see, the Super NES, the Genesis, and the NES versions were all very different from each other. And it's the Super NES version, which is the one that I had, that I think contains the biggest mystery of all of these games. I think what really made Tournament Fighters a special game was that it took characters from all the various comic universes and the cartoon and put them all together in the same game. Of course, you've got the 4 Ninja Turtles, Shredder, and the Rat King, who existed in all 3 of these continuities. Then representing the Archie comics series, you have War, who is this purple dinosaur-looking guy who honestly, at the time, I used to confuse him with Triceraton. You have Armagon, who's some kind of a shark guy, but he's not a street shark, he's a futuristic space shark. And then there was Wingnut, who was some kind of a bat guy from outer space who looked like a superhero, and him I was actually familiar with because he crossed over into the cartoon very briefly. As for characters that were exclusive to the cartoon, you just had Chrome Dome, who is the samurai-looking killer robot guy. But it was really the other 2 characters in this game that got me curious about aspects of the Ninja Turtles universe that I was previously unfamiliar with. First, there's the character Karai. Now, when you look in the Ninja Turtles Tournament Fighters instruction manual, every character has a description, a drawing, and what their goals are in the tournament. But when you look at Karai, there's just a red box that says restricted. Very mysterious. And then of all the characters, and keep in mind this is a game that includes Shredder, and it includes the Rat King, Karai winds up being the last boss. Now, as someone who at the time, 1993 when this game came out, considered himself to be a hardcore Ninja Turtles fan, who had seen every episode of the cartoon, had a lot of the action figures, and the ones I didn't, I knew what was out there, I had never even heard of this character that was somehow so important that she was made the final boss of a game. Clearly, I actually knew nothing about Ninja Turtles. What I would find out later was that Karai was actually in there to represent the Mirage Comics continuity of Ninja Turtles. In fact, at the release of the game, she was a very new character, having also debuted in 1993. Karai, at least in this continuity, was a Japanese boss of the Foot Clan. At the time she's introduced in New York, the Foot Clan is in disarray because Leonardo killed Shredder. This leads to a power struggle for control of the New York Foot Clan, and Karai comes to New York to set shit straight. And since that story arc, the character's gone through a lot of different changes in different continuities. Sometimes she's Shredder's daughter, sometimes she's Splinter's daughter, sometimes she's a love interest for Leonardo, which, okay. I know that a turtle's got a big schwanz, and I'm not gonna show it to you, but you can look it up or you can trust me. But you're gonna get salmonella. Is it really worth it? So after learning about all these interesting twists and turns that had happened to Karai throughout the history of her character, I thought back to one other character in the game that I didn't know about. That character is Asuka. Asuka is a scantily clad lady ninja whose goal in the tournament, according to the instruction manual, is... She is a master of ninjutsu and wishes to own her own dojo. And after finding out all the interesting things that I did about Karai, her role in the Foot Clan, her different origin stories, I figured surely this other character would have just as rich and complicated of a background. And I was wrong. Officially, as I would find out, Asuka is a character who was created exclusively for the Super NES version of Tournament Fighters. But something about that just didn't smell right to me. You have this game that's very consciously making the effort to combine different characters from different versions of the Ninja Turtles universe, and rather than put some shine on another lesser known character or put in someone everybody knows like Casey Jones, they decide to put in some random Mai Shiranui cosplayer for no apparent reason. I mean, maybe they just needed some more butt cheeks in the game, but the Genesis version solved that by throwing April O'Neil in what appears to be a Blaze Fielding from Streets of Rage costume. In fact, there is a theory that the reason why Asuka exists is that at some point they were going to put April O'Neil in the Super NES version, but then they decided that they were going to use her to move the story along instead. But that doesn't make all that much sense to me, because surely by the time that they're already putting characters into the game, you would think they would have some idea that they're going to be using April as a story NPC. And also, it's a fighting game. It's not as if having her in the story but then having her also be playable would be some big immersion-breaking thing that would ruin the game. This is a genre where it's standard for characters to fight differently colored versions of themselves. I don't think it'd be a deal breaker. There's also a theory that Asuka was brought into the game to try to appeal to the Japanese market. And in all fairness, they did give the Japanese market some extra Asuka butt cheeks, but that's more to do with American censorship policies. But ultimately, it's not as if Asuka was ever front and center in any of the promotional materials. I don't think people in Japan, where Ninja Turtles was already pretty popular, would be like, hey, like, I'm on the fence about this Ninja Turtles game, but hey, now they got this Japanese chick in there, so let's buy it. What's probably the real reason that Asuka was put in this game wasn't discovered until 17 years after the game came out. And it was in 2010 when a beta version of the game found its way online. In this beta version, there's two characters who aren't present, Wingnut and Asuka. At least, it was believed that they weren't in it until it was discovered that they could be accessed by using codes. They were incomplete versions of the characters, but they were present. Well, kind of. You see, there is one interesting change to Asuka. In the beta version, she was named Mitsu, and while Asuka was supposedly a character who was made up just for the Super NES version of this game, Mitsu is the name of a character who already existed in the Ninja Turtles universe. She wasn't from the Mirage comics, she wasn't from the Archie comics, and she wasn't from the cartoon. She was from the movies. So in March of 1993, when Ninja Turtles Tournament Fighters was already in development, the third Ninja Turtles movie was released. In this movie, the Ninja Turtles go back in time to feudal Japan, where they find themselves entrenched in a conflict between a tyrannical ruler and a rebel faction. This rebel faction is led by a woman named Mitsu. Now, with the Ninja Turtles movies being a huge success up until this point, and with Konami making an effort to combine all of the different Ninja Turtles continuities in one game here, it's a no-brainer that they would have to include somebody from the movies. And with Turtles 3 coming out mere months before the game did, it would make sense for it to be someone from that movie. But unfortunately, as you might already know, the third Ninja Turtles movie was a massive flop, both commercially and critically. While it didn't necessarily lose money, it vastly underperformed its predecessors. Essentially, this movie was the canary in the coal mine for the decline of the Ninja Turtles' popularity. Nothing good could possibly come from putting this character in the game and reminding everybody once again of what a failure that movie was. But now, with all that being said, even in the beta version, this character looks very different from how Mitsu looks in the movie. It's possible that Mitsu was replaced by Asuka very early in development and they only came up with a new name right before the game came out. That's hard to tell for sure, but if we had access to some concept art or maybe an earlier beta, that might tell us the truth. Perhaps the plan with including her in this game was to get Mitsu ready to go into the other Ninja Turtles continuities. After all, just look at Karai, who has had, at this point, so many different versions and different continuities with different backstories. Why not Mitsu? I don't think it's too far-fetched that there might have been bigger plans for this character had Ninja Turtles 3 not been such a huge disappointment. You might be familiar with the fact that a lot of the signage in the school in Silent Hill was actually taken from the movie Kindergarten Cop. And you also might remember the time that Nick Robinson found Wikipedia articles and diaper instructions in the Resident Evil 2 remake.
Keeps diapers white and pure without boiling or bleaching. Eliminates diaper pull odor.
It's actually not terribly uncommon for video games to flesh their backgrounds out with assets like these as opposed to making them fully from the ground up. And this often leads to interesting and sometimes unintentional Easter eggs. It was an Instagram user, Far0, that brought this one from Resident Evil 3 to my attention. Hey Justin, just thought I'd aware you of an unfolding story of a 20-year Easter egg in Resident Evil 3. Basically, there's this one segment in the game where you catch a glimpse of a pinup board in the Stagla gas station that references a few movies in the 90s. Images to follow. It's gained some traction on a 4chan retro gaming board with a few movie buffs finding the images. Any chance you could help with your audience reach to find the rest? I figured you'd be the best person to ask. Kind regards, Faris. And here's the pinup board in question. Now, right off the bat, I figured out that the upper left image included
Oh. Industrial frontier. Okay. No. Road to hell is filled with good intentions. Yeah. But see, I have a blind side. An eclipse. So what's the point? First line. Locate boss, kill hives with fire damage. Okay. Skill based. The fuck needs that? Get the fuck out. Yeah, I know. Really?
Mi ne želimo da kažemo da je Remix Knjaz najukusniji, ali vi sigurno možete.
Da, Remix Knjaz, stop.
Navigation and I have a very interesting relationship. If you remember any of my previous navigation videos, you would know this brand is super hit or miss for me. Maybe hates loved their leggings or hated their leggings. Couldn't get behind wild thing, those. So with that being said, we have a seamless. I'll be testing out the light gray and this beautiful blue Caribbean color. They also had black and but before we go doing all sorts next. I still getting older, I feel like I also think it has a lot to do with this particular shade of blue. It's very gorgeous and very summer friendly. Let's get a load of this band. I think that hard. And one thing I noticed right away, I had to check, was if the navigation branding cut off on the seam, and it has navigation on one side of the hip and on the other to match the ear ribbed is a my hand is that there's no kind of but on the glutes, like this is the kind of legging you gotta slowly just work on up. Did I put it on the right way? Yeah, I did. First take on the glutes, this is what you're looking at. But let's go ahead and do the damn thing with this, shall we? Do you see how that material literally made its way in by itself? All I did was pull this up and it did the rest for me. Remember, no scrunch, no contour, no this. So the Barbie crotch is a thing, unfortunately. There's nothing you can do about it. But in Navigation's defense, they advertise that on the site. So if you take a look at this picture, I'll post it. You're gonna get a little bit of that dig. That's natural. You got a straight band going on here. And the one thing that they did, anything high intense, like just jumping, slightly stretchier, and with that.
Okay, that's fun. No. No. snimam, Boris?
Ja, bio malo... Čekam i kako sam se ti sam.
Ne, to ti se samo čini. Ne igram Hunt, već radim one zanatke. Postoji velika razlika. Za mene. Bounty me ne interesuje. Imam gluposti tipa ubi 20... Oni, kažeš ti, hive. Onih pčela. Ili zapali to i tako. Locate boss lair. Locate boss lair ti je da nađeš jazbinu od bossa, ali ne moraš uopšte da ulaziš, što je malo glupo, ali dobro.
Da, to sam vidio, nije dovoljno da je lociraš, nego moraš...
Ne, nađeš ti 3 traga i piše ti gde i kao, nije to to. Ne, moraš fizički da uđeš. Ne moraš čak ni ti.
Isto je to bilo i prošli put, kad sam prošle godine nešto samo. Nije bio event, ali bilo je nešto samo. Lociraš 3 bossa i ja, to ono mrtav ladan. Lociraju i odim na drugog, kliknem na tamo, ono nije rekao.
Ne, nego to nije to. To nije to, nažalost. Ćeš da umreš? Wow.
Gdje su svi ostali? Šta je to?
Ne znam. Ti mi reci.
Nije bilo. Pa bio sam ja pogledao sam ja tu ni jutro, 10, 11 puta, sam ti bio tu.
Igrao sam onaj Satisfactory. Imaš tamo klip ako te zanima kako može da upotrebiš bubu da uzmeš ono što hoćeš iz onog sanduka. Ili ostaviš. Možda se trampiš sa artefaktima, sa saveznicima, isto. Treba da ti je pun inventar consumablesa, baciš jednu bubu ili dve, baciš ih na zemlju. Samo je kao izbaciš iz inventara da padne recimo pored suplaja. Onda izvediš iz suplaja šta ti da igra. I ako ti se ne sviđa možeš da uzmeš nazad bubu, a to što si dobio da dropuješ na zemlju. Imaš na General Gaming. Mislim da nema preview nažalost, ali ako klikneš na link imaš klip. Imaš 2 drveta, alko healing water črče da imaš bube. To nisam znao.
Šta je meni donji deo leđa tu gdje nismo ulazili. Nešto jutro sam nema neće da otkoči 2 dok se nakasno popije.
Donji deo leđa te boli?
A tamo gdje se spaja kičma sa guzicom, daj, tu me nešto.
To je za ukrst. Bar kod nas.
Nakon sam popio neće da otkoči, ne znam šta je. Da je prijatno, nije ni malo prijatno.
Dobio sam kill sa bubom, zamisli to. Čovjek je pobegao, ovaj ga je revival-o. Čovjek je pobegao, znaš bio. Krenuo da beži sa 0 health-a, ja ga pojurim s bubom i bio sam negdje na 2 metra iza njega kad sam detonirao. Izgleda da radi splash. I pošto sam znao, bila je 50% jer ima onaj trait da ima 100 health-a nazad ili da nema. Ja ga pojurim s bubom i samo mu detoniram. Ali nemam ja nikakve hit markere, ništa.
Ja ne mogu da ubijem, ne mogu da dođem do onog 25 da napunim. Bubom to bog, ceo dan pokušavaju.
Čega 25? Pa to ti je damage-a, 25 damage-a. Da, treba da detoniraš nekoliko buba u ljude.
Stalo mi ubiju bubu.
A zato što trebaš ima takta, treba da napraviš ljudima sa čekušu, vidiš gde su i pošto ti igraš bubom, možeš da proletiš ispred njih. To sam ja radio par puta. Sad čekaš ih da dođu negde ispred tebe i spustiš bubu na neki, ne znam, neku ciglu iznad glave im. I kad prođu, samo polako kreneš za njima i taman kad krenu da se okreću, nema niko toliko brze refleksi. Tako krene se okreći, samo detoniraš bubu iznad njega. Ne mora direktno na njega, dovoljno iznad glave negde da mu pukne, računati se. Nije to tačno u metar, razumeš? Nije to kvantna fizika.
Posle sad da jedem, pa idem malo da dremnem. Valjda će neko doći posle da igra u priču. Nenad je rekao nešto da će posle 6 biti, da? Oh, yeah. Šta kažeš, to se krsta zove, a?
Da. Mislim, čini mi se da se to tako zove, bez da pričam gluposti. Ne, nećemo opet. Magla, noć, magla. Ne. Neće moći ove noći. No. Ain't gonna happen. What the fuck? Yeah, this is fine.
uradio nešto sa onim M2?
Ništa, služi kao podmetač. Dao sam ga kumu da proba nešto da uradi s njim. Ali mislim da najbolje što mogu da uradim je da povratim particiju koja ne može da se formatira nikako drugačije bez kao M2. Ništa. Znači ništa. Okay. Who wants to live forever? Vidim kurčinu moju. U ovom sumraku pola mape u magli. Double barrel, huh? Wow. Imagine fucking that. There you go. Thank you. Da! Dolazim. Oh, please do. Make yourself at home. It's the Lawson station. Okay. Tweet. make any sense. Isuse Hriste, počeo da peva. Jesus Christ. No. Oh.
The weather beater, and it's pretty obvious that this name complements and perfectly describes the appearance.
Za vas koji čvrsto stojite na zemlji I znate da vredan rad uvek urodi plod.
Of Kinpachi Zanpakuto when it is in its sealed state. Nozarashi states that it has always been by Kinpachi's side. It has always been watching him. Loyalty to the Kinpachi from Zaraki. In chapter 114, after Kinpachi's battle with Ichigo, he actually tries to listen to his Zanpakuto, but he is unable to hear anything as he passes out. Nozarashi physically manifests and appears before Kinpachi in chapter 668. It seems as though his Zanpakuto has taken the form of his former lieutenant Yachiru. Nozarashi tells Kinpachi that if he uses the Zanpakuto correctly, then there is nothing that he cannot cut. She touches Kinpachi's hand, which appears to release Reiatsu, as she reveals that this power is what is referred to as Bankai. It was thanks.
No. Okay, the boss line. Pičku materinu. Oh my god. Please. Aj. To daj nam. Što mi jest? Dobro. It was fun. No, he didn't. Interesting. Anyway. Oh. Okay. Okay, whatever. Don't do that, I don't care. Oh, he's that. Whoa. One of this. There's one of this.
Just take break.
Dobar dan.
Dobar dan.
Evo.
Ništa, bio na posao, došao pre sat vremena.
Dok pič vikend, ja?
A?
Dok pič vikend, ja?
Ma dobro.
Ali danas nema nikog živog na kanalu.
E pa ne znam da je Milan.
Ni Milan, ni Kesis, ni Nenad, niko. Je umro bjelozubi u pičku.
Jebem.
Ja malo spavam, prošetam šapu, sad pa sam tu, pa hoćeš poslat pa neko dođe.
Moš, igrat ćemo kako. Samo zovni još jednog i igramo.
Idem da počnem.
E.
my lord. All my exes live in Texas.
All my ex... Ne. Otkad nisam slušao to.
All my exes live in Texas. Nazdravlje živio.
Hvala. Znaš, odmah si me posjetio na Radio X iz GTA San Andreas.
Vidiš.
Evo te, ja sam preko GTA San Andreasa sve te stare, te Texas fazon pesme. Baš ono da upališ traktor i da, vrate, slušaš takvu pesmu. Dobar, shame.
Gdje su resto ljudi?
Bio Gardi tu sad, rekao ide da šeta Kjera pa će doći pa da igramo Hunta. Za ostalo ne znam, Milana sam zvao još oko četu bio, ne javlja se. I tako. Sad ću ga opet zvati.
Dragan je otišao kod cure, ako se dobro sjećam.
Ko?
Dragan.
Znači i Milan je s njim.
Ne. Sad nam mu pomaže.
A
ne, trebamo pomoći oko toga, da nije došlo... Nije toliko komplikovano. Danas sam jednog koko sa bubom, znaš? Imao sam onu glupost da uradim u Huntu da nađem 8 bosslera, znaš. I nije mi se nešto išlo da ginem tamo u boss arenu kad sam čuo da se i vrzmaju okolo. I pošaljem bubu izviđača i vidim da dvije ekipe pucaju jedna na drugu. I saknem se s bubom dok nije prošao pucnjava da me neko nadere. I čujem neko baca čok. Ja priđem s bubom, vidim ovaj ga digo, znaš, nekromanserom. Kako se digo, počeo trče. Ja detoniram bubu. Jebate. Make enemy hunter bleed. Lockheed Bossler.
A ludilo. Milan je u Novom Sadu. Tu je za sat vremena, kaže.
Pa onda definitivno
Ovo je lud svet je vol i ludo vreme u kome živim, ne znam da li se divim. Ili krivim Boga što je tako, što ništa nije lako.
Jesi vidio kako možda zameniš consumable?
Jesam bre, pa znao sam ja to odmah brate, logično, čim baciš bubu onako, čim možeš da je pokupiš, možeš da je zameniš, logično, takav je sistem. Ne mogu oni to da naprave za posebno za brate bubu, nikako, pošto se buba vodi kao naš item.
Kao item koji baciš na zemlju.
Tako da, moralo je tako i tako je skroz nelogično što su to uradili, znači, zašto ne bi onda oružje tako stavili, mislim, nema poente, igra je bagerska, oni su lenji, znaš, nešto kao uradili, kurčinu su oni moji uradili, ništa nisu uradili. Jebate, stvarno, nije da sam ja uopšte nisam pametan, brate, čovjek sam kao kurec, sve to stoji, ali te neke normalne stvari, znaš, to može i da provali retard, brate. Znači, mogli su da se potrude i još više, brate, ali ne, njima je ono, znaš, evo vam skinovi za blonce i neki DLC, izvalite.
Mogli su da su htjeli,
ja Kenjan. Jel imaju oni radnike uopšte? Da li ima neko...
Da li iko isto radi osim što pravi iskina?
Pa to ti kažem, realno.
Your cheat sheet to the cool girl aesthetic, an effortlessly chic aesthetic characterized by baggy silhouettes and streetwear components. You'll first need a baggy graphic tee. If it was thrifted, all the better. Slap that on, no big deal. Then, you'll need an equally baggy pair of jeans. The cool girl aesthetic is all about that baggy on baggy combo. Third, you'll need a pair of fresh sneaks.
Ti si neki novi. Plazma, mini, osvaja tvoj svet. Poznati likovi, novi ukusi.
Okay, I'm gonna show you how to do this barefoot. The secret is all in your meat.
Oh, this is that video where they show you how to shake that ass? Cool. You know, I've always wanted to learn how to shake that ass. Yeah. It's like on my bucket list. Yeah. I want to shake my ass in a bucket. This time, I'm finally gonna pay attention, and I'm gonna learn how to shake that ass. I'm just gonna stand up here. Okay. Get my feet shoulder length apart. Okay.
I don't care how much meat you have. You got big meat. Shake to your meat.
She said big meat. Yeah, shut up, butthead. Okay.
You got little meat.
She said little meat. Shut up, butthead. Come on.
You can go in the ball of your foot, or you can go on your
Ball of your foot. Damn it, butthead. Okay, come on. Get it all out of your system. Come on. She said meat. She said big meat, small meat. She said balls. Okay, are you done? Maybe. You have no ass. Damn it, butthead. You look like two legs shoved into a back. Damn it, butthead. Shut up. When I start shaking that ass, there's gonna be a lot of chicks coming over. No, there won't. Damn it, butthead. I'm sick of sitting around here listening to your crap and your do-nothing attitude, and I'm gonna learn this. No, you're not. You're gonna give up. You can't do anything. My butt's kind of tired. Let's watch something else. I am gonna learn this later, though.
Shake your meat.
Znaš da možda pratiš drugu bubu u Dark Side, Drakola. Kao što sam ti rekao. Znaš da možda vidiš drugu bubu u Dark Side.
Dobro.
Znaš kako? Pa treba ti trade, kako se zove, Vigilant, znaš? Znaš kako je bolesno. Da li Vigilant ili, ne, nije, sad ću ti reći. Blade Seer, Blade Seer. Blade Seer ti treba. Pa možeš da je ubiješ, a možda je pratiš, da vidiš da će dode. Treba ti Blade Seer.
Nisam znao, to su...
Nisam ni ja znao. Mogu ti napraviti poslije klip da vidiš. Znači nisam znao šta pratim, video sam nešto da leti okolo, belo, znaš, izlazi mi i ulazi u domet, ono. I ja počnem da pratim to i skontam, na momente vidim od onog belog, vidim kako ono usporava, znaš, i vidim da je to zapravo druga buba. I onda razmišljam kako mogu da je vidim. I onda skontam da se Blade Seer ti pokazuje objekte koji se bacaju, znaš, možda je to glitch, možda nije. Pokazuje ti noževe za bacanje, strelice, znači sve te objekte koje možda baciš, pokazuje ti ih u Dark Side-u. Izgleda da pokazuje druge bube, samo što je domet 25 metara. Malo je onako bolest, ali... Bože moj. Nema. Svi
Ne,
umrli.
tu za pola sata.
Znaš da je pravio diskoteku i onda sam rešio da izađem u drugu sobu. On je bio originalno u casual chatu, znaš. I otišao je bio da nešto spremi sebi da jede ili ko zna i zaboravio da izađe iz mikrofona, iz sobe ili ugasi mikrofon. I onda je pustio muziku, a ne zaboravio da ga iko sluša i onda sam ja, da bi ja njega ispaštao, samo probacio se u drugu sobu.
Kad sam pustio muziku pre 10 dana?
Ne, danas. Danaski.
Nisam pustio muziku uopšte. Ti otišao, ali ne znam zašto, ti u kuću mi se čuo. To sam sad ti čuo.
Je ovo neki nov bug da uopšte ti ne piše kad su ljudi izašli s mape? Ljudi samo izađu, ništa nemaš. Jesu, samo ne stane bounty, razumeš? Nikom ništa. Neverovatno. Kuc. Ovo da dobiješ 5 minuta stamine, ovo je tek brutalno. Imam 11 minuta stamina boost, što sam pokupio 3 traga. Kakav ovo lag. Malje tako retardirana stvar. US isto, već sam ti rekao. Gde igra, stvarno osjeća se kao da igraš i na 100 frame-ova, a ne 30. Već sam objasnio. Da je latencija nebitna stvar ovdje. Igraš Battlefield da je latencija 100 milisekundi nekad. Pa radi igra. Kad su ovi džakovi ovdje? Nemaš. Ovo bi bilo mjesto za Drakulu da nešto tu proba. Ima neki džakovi na ovome Seven Sister Estate u nekom ćošku. Dušu dalo za sačekuš da nekog boostuje. Pitaš mene ili?
Hoćeš namahat?
Ne, ja radim ove questove, jedino to mogu da vam pomognem, ništa drugo. Bounty me stvarno ne interesuje. 500.000 $100 imam, jedino što me zanima je da uradim taj quest line.
Mi ćemo napadati samo igrač.
Upravo to me ne interesira.
Imam i ja misija, na što me...
Ne vuče da to radiš.
Znaš.
Ali ja nemam...
To ne vuče, nego me lupao lacku,
nemam drugog interesovanja da igram ovu igru. Imam 100 prestiža, 500.000 $100, 50 lovaca.
Pa ti, ja znam to.
Koji će mi kurac išta.
Ja bi to igru odavno već obrisao, ali ajde. Ja bi na to odavno obrisao. Sad ja mislim da više neću mi
Kao što sam ti rekao, vidiš koliko me drži. U zadnjih par dana sam igrao po...
Stvar što mene ne može ništa da vrati drži više, sem Hunter, samo zbog vas. Molim te, preskočite rabu, nemoj da gliduješ. Znači ne mogu da vrem kakav desim. Stare, pucam keca. Dobar dan!
To starog dribla, šta?
Ne driblam ja nikog, već. Ja nikog nikad nisam ni driblao. Ja mogu da se šalim. To je šaljivo. Laboratorno. Strane. Pucam keca, evo sad da mi to uči. Dobar dan!
Dobri den!
Dobar dan! Bravo care! Pucam keca! Evo, popio sam kafu i izgleda mi se, ovo samo ja mogu.
Nema, pa i meni se dešava da popijem jednu, dve kafe i opet idem.
Evo te, kako da nema života, meni se...
Ne, možda je takav dan. Razumeš?
Da, može biti. Sva sreća pa sam... Da, katastrofa. Znači ovo je da čovjek crkne, ne da se brate, ne razboli, nego da crkne. Ne daš kako da se obučeš ujutro, ne daš kako posle podne u šorcu, pa sad... Ajde.
Ti veruješ stvarno da to radi?
To ne valja kurcu,
Nemamo, nema Han toliko bazu igrača da bi to radilo, to je ono što ja ne znam.
Što najjače, što je duže igramo, baš nema igrača već.
Pa i ovi stari igrači, razumeš, sve manji igre, veterani. Ulaze ovi nubovi, razumeš.
Hoću da cancelujem da bi kupio veće healove i kaže match kao ne mogu da cancelujem. A stisao sam cancel i stisao sam yes. I on u toku učitavanja onog da kao izbaci nas, tad nađe brate match. Znaš ti koliko loše napraviti. Manje healove. Pogledu da... Bravo care! Sam keca! A yes, none of the yes, none of the yes, none of the yes, none of the... Evo. Šta ima na...
Neće. I nešto da jeba.
Care, udara miša na tastaturu, brate. Idem ja, neću ja da kupim procesor uopšte. Ja ću prvo 100 da kupim. Ne mogu predi. Ne udaram tastaturu, ne mogu da skopim. Ne, 380 ne mogu da učim. Deca. Daj ga ovamo u vatru jebote. Sad se nabijaš u njegu. Da biješ klona, brzo. Moj gardi, ubijate boss.
Ne vidim ništa od buba onih.
Pa znam da ne vidiš ništa. Ubijete boss. Nemoj to da...
A da jebote, ne jebi me.
A šta radi čovjek? Da ti radi ovaj asasin, dušu ti polomio.
Sad ne mogu da pobegam. Strašno.
Ne trebaju, brate, ljudi. Što ne igraš trening, brate? Aj što ti... Nego što ću ja da izginem, sunce ti jebem. Aj što ćeš ti da izginem? Nego što ja ću da izginem. Koliko si ti meni otežao sad, nemaš pojma već. Jebo si mi kevu, koliko si mi otežao već. Ajde dođi mamu, ti jebem u pičku. Jeb. Ne znaš ti da igraš protiv asasina, brate, moguće to? Moguće da te boss ubio, nema veze, tu sam ja. Sad sam sam protiv njih, hvala ti gardi. Sunce ti pođe. Kako ne ram. To nije bilo bor. Stavljaju ti trepove. Što neće ovdje stavlja full rezervoar?
It was thanks to Nozarashi manifesting that Kenpachi was able to unlock and activate his Bankai. In chapter 577, we had seen the Shikai release of Kenpachi Zanpakuto. His blade had taken the form of a giant axe, and it was quite an impressive release. We know that the key emphasis surrounding Kenpachi's blade is that it has the ability to cut through anything, and this is demonstrated in chapter 578, where he uses his Shikai to split a meteorite in half. So with Kenpachi being able to effortlessly cut through anything, how is this motif instilled into his Bankai? Well, we finally get a glimpse of Kenpachi's Bankai in chapter 669. There is a change in both Kenpachi's physical appearance and in the appearance of his Zanpakuto. The spiritual energy that is released by this activation levels nearby buildings, and when the dust settles, we see that Kenpachi now has red skin color. He has grown horns from the top of his forehead, and he has these distinctive black markings all over his body and his face. He resembles an Oni, which is a creature that exists in Japanese folklore. It is pretty similar to what we would describe as a demon or an orc. From the traditional folklore tales, Oni are known for being evil in nature, and they have a deep-rooted lust for murdering and devouring others. Stereotypically, an Oni is often colored in red, wearing very little clothing, and having those distinctive horns growing out of their head. The appearance of an Oni signals great misfortune, as they often come bearing plagues and illnesses, as well as earthquakes and wars. And in these Japanese folklores, they are known to have destructive power, and lastly, Oni are known to have a craving for human flesh. It is said that they can eat a person whole with a single bite. It is evident that this appetite for human flesh is correlated to Kenpachi's desire or lust for battle. While in his Bankai state, he adopts the traits of these creatures of folklore. We see Kenpachi unlike we have ever seen him before, as he has activated his full potential and in effect goes full berserker mode. Kenpachi's blade also transforms into a modified version of his Shikai. It is considerably shorter in size with jagged edges, which makes it appear as though the blade has been cut in half. After this transformation, Gerard states that Kenpachi has undergone a rapid rise in spiritual pressure. He also degrades Kenpachi's blade, as he states that that broken blade cannot be a Bankai. When the Sternritter is about to attack him, we see Kenpachi's demonic face, as he easily cuts off the Sternritter's right arm. By utilizing his Bankai, we see him demonstrate incredible physical strength and cutting power. With a single blow, he is easily able to topple a gigantic Gerard Valkyrie. When the Sternritter attempts to counterattack, Kenpachi easily cuts him into two. Hitsugaya and Byakuya were standing by comment on the situation, as they state that it would be best to maintain their distance from Kenpachi, as it is evident that he cannot be reasoned with in this current state. From what we can see, it is evident that this is a very unrefined Bankai transformation, and it is one that Kenpachi has very little control over, and we're not entirely sure whether if he would even attack his own allies if Gerard wasn't on the battlefield, as it seems as though he is just blindly attacking these.
Dobro.
Doći. Evo mi, tu sam, eura, kurca sam.
Opa, šta si uradio za procesor, ili uzimaš nam?
Pa ne znam, na što, zato što mi je vidio si procesor koji mi slao sam. 2013. brate godište, a
nema
realno...
to veze, veruj mi da će ti raditi 5 puta bolje sa i7.
Ozbiljno.
Nećeš verovati koja je razlika, bukvalno.
Znači, ipak, pošto vidio sa 20%, brate, razlike, to je... A nije toliko ogromna razlika, realno.
U igrama ćeš vidjeti, znači ne 20%, 200% minimum.
Dobro, ajde, poslušat ću te. Ali to ću tek uzeti... Ne znam kad, ja te nem sad nisam pri parama uopšte. Ali uzet ću uskoro svakako. Stvari, u ponedeljak mogu da uzeti. Stvari, mogu da ga pozovem danas. Čekaj, ja isto ono fazon otvorim cooler, izvadim staru i samo stavim novu, a ona pa... Gdje da je uzem?
Ma imaš to u svakom shopu, 150-200 dinara.
Znači... Brate, matično, jeli?
On ti to predlaži.
Ne moram da menjam matično.
Ne moraš ni Windows, ni ništa.
A?
Ne.
Ni matično, nećeš morati ni Windows da čačkaš ništa.
Ne.
A dobro, ali... Ja ću imati baš ono... Neće da mi secka ništa, hak to.
Pa kak?
Znači, to je ta razlika između 8 kora i 4 kora, tako što?
Ne, jedan i drugi imaju 4 jezgra, ali imaju one tridove, to su oni softverska jezgra.
To ja nisam
masa
znao.
igara koristi, čak i ovi novi ljudi mi se žalili u Warzone-u novu konfiguraciju pred 2 godine uzeli sa onim i5 12.400 FPS. I radim ko kurac, ono je 6x6, ja kažem daleko bolje bi vam bilo 4x8 nego 6x6.
Znači moći ću da istreamujem.
Pa vidjet ćeš tek Battlefield Cats ako pokreneš ikad ponovo.
Imam... Staj! Jebote, ne znam je li čovjek ispred mene. Aj pa šta bude. Ne biti, boli me pust. Šta sam?
Rekao si ne znaš da li imaš?
Da, imam 12 giga, vrate, rama. Sad, ramovi mi nisu isti, brat. Kako, bre, da pogledam, jel li to isto ima veze?
Pa, najbolje bi ti bilo da imaš 2 po 8 ili 4 po 4 ista, ali neće ti dobro.
Ali nije to problem, RAM, ma da, nije mi RAM problem, tako. Nije strašno, imam 12 giga, eto to. Znači procesor samo.
Bolje je nego 8, sigurno.
Znači procesor samo matično, ne moram ni da vrati menja, tako?
Ne moraš.
Da. A grafička mi je okej, a? Relativno.
Just underscore crab said, chill man chill. S.W.Frost 1 said, I am chill. S.W.Frost 1 said, I hate being the one. S.W.Frost 1 said, killing boss. S.W.Frost 1 said, while you tailed me around map. S.W.Frost 1 said, waiting for me to extract. S.W.Frost 1 said, feels bad.
A još jedan ima tu neko.
S.W.Frost 1 said, I was very careful when scanning.
To su 2 tima, bre.
S.W.Frost 1 said, and free tip for you.
Ovako, nađi kavere.
Leđa.
S.W.Frost 1
2 tima.
said, vigilant trait lets you see. S.W.Frost 1 said, other bugs in dark side with range of 25 meters. S.W.Frost 1 said, there. S.W.Frost 1 said, hope we meet some other time in better mood. S.W.Frost 1 said, No need for teabag. S.W.Frost 1 said. Peace.
Ne, došao i odmah se mutirao. Jesus Christ. Recruitments. Nah. Summons. This and whatever. Okay.
Dođi pre meni. Uštekaj se. Ujebote. Headshot. Šotku ima, odalji se. Ne de, kažem ti.
Zapaljivu municiju. Si ga roknuo?
Ne.
Questline.
Hitovan, hitovan! Šotku ima.
For plus.
Jebem ti mamu.
Da. Oh.
Bravo.
Šta bravo, još dve ekipe. Dve ekipe daš.
Sure. Anyway.
Uštedite do 60% na svim jorganima i jastucima za spavanje, dušicima i posteljini. Jisk. Scandinavian Sleeping and Living.
Pa znači ovi dosi nenormalni.
Hungry, tired.
Kako ja ljudi moram da pobijem, već? To nije jasno. Koma da... Ili ćeš na njih da čekamo njih?
Sure.
Ostavimo ih tu i uštekamo se ovdje. Ja sam im ostavio bubu namjerno tamo u stationu, jer su tripavali. Da sam ja tamo. Kad ovi krenu gore, pustit ćemo ih da se sputi do ovima i mi onda ovima.
No.
Spanao si dalje. Ja to čujem. Ne. Mislim da ih čujem, ali ipak ne. Polako, polako, sačkat ćemo njih. Sve mi da upadnemo u fight. Spuciš se. Su to oni u pičku materinu s njima?
Tamo su digli vrane.
Ne. Ja ću ih rešiti, nešto nije više. Pa ćemo tamo prvo. Evo je doktora ide. Hoću da stane ona tamo. Da bi to mogla. Nije iz prvog puta, ali dobro. Molim? Ovo ga, prati moj stop. Pusti nek se oni... Lagan hod, nema baš da teš. Desno, puno desno.
Opet taj sa zapaljivom, jebote.
Kako si dobar ugo, sin? Pušamo jebote, šta je sve dalje? Nemoj da se daljuješ jebote. Kako pored mene. Kući jedan. Hajde kod ovog u kući. Pored mene da se nabiješ. Pazi bombe. Ure tu jebote. Pazi levo lik da te ne...
O, otkud sad jedan tamo nazad? Pazi, ima još jedan tim.
Znam, nije šent. Samo te ovaj flanko. To je flanko.
Misliš, došao mu je bočno, praktično.
A da. A on nema osjećaj za vrta.
Još jedan tim, a?
Nema jedan tim, samo to njest.
A maš?
Ja znam tačno, izbrojao sam. Kako te mi otvaraš vrata je moguće? Aj jebo. Mi otvaraš vrata kevi svojoj. Jebem ti se to?
Ja, baksus. Lopov.
Stani sveg, bre.
Mi scusi.
Da čeku sve.
A, još Sparks, pametno što sam Sparks uzeo, znaš? Nema dovoljno ni ona kada. Se heala, ne mogu ni ja da se heala, ni ona da se heala, znači... Sad da vidim šta su moji htjeli mi u, brate, sobu. Si vidio ovaj šta je uradio sa BMW-om u, brate, perionici? Si vidio ovaj, a ja ovdje fokus na 300 čekam. To sam čitao baš Snake još uvijek.
Ajmo na Lost Station da
Što si čitao?
Ma za onog što je onog zbog onog brate radnika tamo. Izlupao kola, probio zid, ne znam. U brate perionicu šta se već izdogađa. Ajmo Lost.
Ti vidio snimak?
Nisam vidio snimak. Ne, ja sam slike.
Bože pomozi.
Evo ga, to ti je kad imaš mnogo para. Šta ćeš?
Krenuo iz čisto miro lik X-53 išao dvoricu, razpizdio u auto koji je na liniji bio.
Da.
Šta je ovo?
Da, pčela jebo je pas man.
3 metra. Udari u auto koji je bio drugi u liniji, taj auto se okrene, raspizni radnika, oduva ga 5 metra. I on kako je raspizdio ovaj auto...
nisam ja to, brate, znao.
I ovaj kako je raspizdio taj auto, nastavi i pređe preko ovog jasnika što je letao. Malo bre, totalno prešao preko njega.
Pa i je li živ on?
Živi, ali u 5
To. Ne može čovjek ni da, brate, radi, brate, posao.
Horor s njim. Pazi kad su zabranili.
Znaš, morat ću sad to da pogledam.
Viški horor.
Da ima ovdje buba. Kod Lost Stationing, jel ima buba negdje?
Negdje si je ostavio u Lost.
Bravo je.
Onaj niš do izgradi Stationa.
Da, u stanici je to. Treba mi zbog misije. Treba mi samo da ispamujem još 7 puta da je palim, pa da je spustim, pa da je palim.
Ja treba da roknem jednu ili dvojicu.
Češ mene, već. Ne znam da može. Ne može više da vrati padat. Samo čekaj da ja počne ovo. 6 kilova, vjerovatno.
Onaj sa šeširom pred, što je tačno ovaj kog ja ovdje radim. Njega se 2 puta prije.
Vidio da novih još jedna ekipa fali. Gdje je on? Ne znam, fali još jedna ekipa. Šta ti treba, evo ti Bob.
Ne treba mojom lično, ajde.
Probaj i sa mojom posto, koliko ti treba?
Treba mi 2.
Tako je ovo. Da ću ti ja. Samo što ja nisam dobio poison. Da? Znači ja ne dobijem poison. Od ove tebe. A sad ne znamo da li ti uračunu ili nije, nebitno, ajmo na. Lopova, da vidim ja da skeniram. Ipak su ovo dosi, bre. Paranoid sam postao zbog dosa, bre.
Ha, svako bi postao paranoid, nema šta.
2 ovdje, 2 tamo mrtva, 2 ubili tamo, jedna ekipa otišla s bounty dolem, to je to, čitite srno. Vidio sam leševe ovdje, znači 2. Mi ono što smo ubili i ove tamo što smo vidjeli mrtve 2 i ove što smo ubili 2, ovi što su izašli 2. Kako sam u tom zadnjem ugao našao prelap. Tačno je bio tu siguran u vrate sebe da onako sporije hoda. Malo sam se zajebao, druži. Kroz 2 hoda.
Nije mi odmah damage tebi.
Nije.
Aha, samo na piše enemy hunters, gleda. Gdje je ovaj pola sata?
Znači nisu toliko mutavi koliko su mislili.
Na koga si mislio da je mutao?
Ovi sam.
Hunteri.
Pa dobro, to ispamaš sam.
Pa, znam.
To je najlakše za uraditi.
Moguće da je sad Psysikian 87. rank.
Da, mnogo košta. Samo da znaš.
Jebote, život, vidim ja ga tražim, eko šta se desilo? Pa ono kurac.
Šta ono za brzi zavoj, to?
Pa da, to sam ja uvijek uzimao i to i neki doktora, to mi najbitnije već da bi... Wingman Brash. Šta je?
Birgan Brash, da, to ti je onaj Martini Henry sa Bajoneta.
Šta moram njega da uzem?
Martini Henry sa Bajonetom?
Da. Ako si gledao šta dobijaš, imaš tamo lepo napisano.
Imaš, okičo si ga, pa ne bi ti bio quest. Ne bi ti dao quest sad da...
Čim ti daje quest za taj skin, znači da si ga imaš okičano. Ha. Sjajno ili ne? Jeste, klikeri. Apsolutno klikeri.
Imam jeblo majku, imam.
Znači, ja ne mogu da imam taj skin, gdje je taj skin?
Martini Henry Bajonet, je li zaključan? Je li zaključan? Možda imaš jedan primjerak besplatno ako si ono dobio. I si uzimao prestiž? Ako si uzimao prestiž ništa. Wow.
Wow, kurac, ništa ga ću sa ovim običnim Martinijem dok... Tako radim uskoro fetiš, ne. Summons questline. Tile Esther, this is the rare weapon charm. Da mislim imaš charma, sprde mi.
Pa ima.
A znam, ali...
Nevjerovatno ti što?
Pa nevjerovatno mi, brate, kako kopiraju druge igre, ja sam mislio da ova igra poseban.
Gledam pomalo na Gazmugu, kaže igrači ne žele da developeri izmisle točak. Kaže točak već postoji i kotarljas. Kaže don't invent the wheel. Znači nemoj ti sad misliš toplu vodu.
Znači ti ćeš sad meni reći da više u gaming industriji...
Nema novih ideja.
Neće postojati novih ideja.
Originalnih stvari.
Već je sve.
Već je sve.
Izlizano, ne može više da se izmisli.
Ne. Eto.
Znači mi smo završili onda.
Što, znači možeš samo da probereš među otpadom šta ti se sviđa.
Znači to je to. Hunt je najrealniji, najviše stvari. Realno, od Battle Royale, kako se kaže.
Maće Warzone 2. u glavu, downujem ga, pazi, ne ubijem ga, još 4 puta gađam da ga dovršim.
Jel safe revive ima?
Boris, oružje u takvim igrama ne prate realnu balistiku, koliko bi metak možda trebao realno da radi, razumiješ? Nije isti metak dizajniran pre 100 godina i moderni metak. Ne mogu biti isti i ne mogu činiti isto štete.
To meni arma i brate PUBG leti onako... Moraš da pukneš ispred da bi taj metak pao na njega, na toj poziciji.
Znači je fora što to imaš i u Battlefieldu 2042. Znao to?
Pa dobro, svakako brate Battlefieldu svakom ima to.
Pa... Imaš bullet drop, ali velocity... A velocity je relativna stvar u Battlefieldu.
Relativna, easy je.
Viš, u Huntu je obrnuto. Bullet drop ne postoji.
U Huntu pucaš nazad, ubiješ slika napred.
U Huntu ne postoji, bullet drop. Znači metak leti pravo, iz Derringera leti pravo.
U Huntu moraš gađati u njega ili ako ne gađaš kurac. Ako gađaš ispred, ti ćeš pogoditi ispred u prazno, ali od laga nekad...
Pogodiš ništa.
Do bola.
U Tarkovu metak ide u vis, a?
U Tarkovu možeš da staviš prigušivač na cev, pa na to adapter, pa na to prigušivač, pa na to adapter, pa na to prigušivač, pa na to adapter, pa na to prigušivač. I kad to sve nakarikaš imaš oružje koje uzima čitav ekran i koje ima muzzle kao taj velocity minus 300% na primjer. I zrno pada kao topovsko džule, razumeš?
Silno. Moći Open World igra, neće da mi secka nekako.
Vidiš, to je dupe i okno.
Poručit ću ono isto si poslije.
Pa imaš dva, imaš onaj Mini 27 i onaj skupi 37.
Ja mu preporučujem. Ajde Boris, recimo.
Razlika između onoga. Skuplji onaj, ja mislim da je bolji, tako?
Pa sljedeća generacija je ono, a taj 2700K, taj su klokovali bolet.
Ali on ne želi da ga klopka, on želi da mu radi.
Znam, ali kad mu otkućeni.
Da mi radi, ne volim ja boost da se kućim.
Ne prestaje ti ništa 1002 dinara, ali tako Draku? Pa onda kupi taj novi.
Kupi taj 3770 i miran se.
Mislim, meni predstavlja svakako pare za kompjuter, ali ajde, koristim ga. Moram da se žrtvujem.
Da, ispred nosa mi uzeli, jebeni. Tamac čučio da uzem trag i...
Masovna padavica, no?
A grafičku ne moram da...
Ne brate, šta je pali?
Igraju i dan danas na njoj.
Svašta nešto.
Ti go rano, nisi. Stani tu za teksturu, da su ljudi u nekom baby. Pusti ih da, brate, prođu. Ako ne možda daš sve. Pusti ih da prođe ovdje pa ćemo zajedno da ih prisvali.
Whatever.
Da, še mogu da palim. A ovo ne... Motorno sad. Gdje ga pališ neče?
Oh my.
Ko je to? Je to druga ekipa? Je to krokodil čovjek?
Odavde pucaju.
Nije to krokodil, to je druga. Ajmo mi da rašamo ovog unutra.
Si živ?
Bre, daj da ubijemo ovog unutra, maći prijatelja. Moramo od ovog unutra izašao, majke. Uđi unutra, Gardi.
Ubio sam jednog. Jednog sam roknuo tamo gore.
Hitovan, Gardi! Gardi! A mene ubija, ubi ga hitovanje. Dole. Nemoj da čekaš da se hila, otiše dole. Daješ mu da se hila, ne trebaš da mu daš vremena, levo ga. Aj, evo te, počekaj, eto ti ga. Tu, iza toga. Ne, visoko je to, gađam zid, eto ga. Ajde. Dići tamo, dići će njega. Desno tu, čekaj, čekaj.
A šta je ovo, brate, bilo?
Ajde, hili.
Buba šarba je.
Ilaj se. Diži me ako možeš.
Diži
me gore, ajde.
Diži me.
Ne s te strane, s gornje strane, bravo.
Diži me. Diži me.
Prilazi ti lik sad, kad bude diži. Će ti pikovati.
Pikac.
Buba neka, jesi ti bacio ili?
Ja. Skoči u vodu izgleda.
No.
Ne, diže ga. Nije.
I like it.
Ja sam ovdje kod drveta roknuo još jednom.
Tu je lik.
Evo ga tu.
Samo polako. Ne! Taman! Taman! Ne! Taman! Jao! Nemam volje za igrom. Jebaću ti mamu u pičku.
Da? Šta Hodor?
Dole!
Šta Todor?
Pogodio sam ga. Da, ne seri, brate, headshot da mi spucao. Načet je, pogodio sam ga sa...
Pikao me vama levo. Džiđer. Brate, taman da eksplodira, ovaj ga digne i pukne u brate mene. Taman da s bubom da ga ubijem. Jebi ga. Ne znam, ono. Loše smo pustili da ga digne, a to ne smeš da, brate, radiš, ti si ga pustio. Isfinirao si sve, samo ne njega. Yes. Mnogo para imam jebot.
Želiš da smanjiš pare malo, šta?
Tu je gardi svakako, dobre. Moramo. Daj da vidim taj snimak, čekaj. Šta da kucam? Sorry, možda ima na Instagramu.
Probaj Serbia live na Instagramu. Oni kače sve i svašta.
Locate the boss ladder.
Das sind eine Menge Zombies. Oh nein, sie haben mich gefunden.
Welcome back to the Advent Calendar for Vampire Survivors, and today we cover day 9 and 10. We quickly go through the day 9. It's an alternative skin for Giovanna. I will zoom in and I hope it's not too pixelated, but honestly it looks amazing. I just realized the irony of saying it's too pixelated with pixel graphics. But you know what I mean, it's not too blurry. But yeah, it looks amazing, but let's go to the day 10, this is what it's really about. So take a look at this. In the game there are new sounds that you can toggle, and I think they are amazing. I just quickly want to say that you can't expect amazing features every single day, like modes or so on, because I think some people felt let down, which I do understand with all the music that came out. However, we are talking about the last 2 weeks of the game until its release, right? Like, you can't have 12 features in there and then suddenly all of that comes into the final release. So let's take a look at this. It's called Blast Processing. And there's a dude. Let's listen to this. Wow, that is a level up sound? That is a...
To Nenad parla engleski.
A nije tebi, nego debilu ovdje. Izaktiviraju sve moje zamke on. Da. Jebo ti koliko metri iz Mosike sada kasnije, on je normalno.
Latencija. Ali igrate na Evropi. Po se ja dvosećam. Pa dobro, ali zašto se onda čudite? Rekao sam ti kakvi sve ne ljudi igraju taj kant na Evropi.
Za ovaj procesor uzet ću ga tamo, brate, prvog, brate. Sad, pošto ni nemam para svakog.
Drago, ovdje nekog ima ispod mene ovdje.
Kako da je bio? Umjesto da me digao, on se napucao sam. A stoji na mom tijelu.
Možda nema kad.
Znači puter mu u glavu metak mi ide kaj njega. I on ode 50 metra od njega. Sjebali Mosinku samo tako.
Šta konkretno su sjebali? Šta? Damage, preciznost?
Damage manji, preciznost. Sve.
Nisam primetio da su išta nerfovali. Pa možda neki skriveni update. Povećali su je cenu. To sam primetio.
Da ljude da presenu da igraju.
Ama ne teraju oni ljude. Ko je igrao Mosinku do sad igraće i od sad. Onaj ko je razmišljao da je proba, neće probat nikad više. Da ti sad jasno. Ko je igrao uppercut i shotgun, do sad igraće uppercut i shotgun. Nema tu neke velike misterije.
dolazim, nemoj sam.
Jebem mašter, želi da ti jebem mašter. Ima ljudi od...
Ljudi.
Ovo pre sam video nickname Pinkertoni.
I uleteo baš crno, bolete kurac.
Nama lebodog.
Do sad.
Sa mesta ima ljudi koji
Kuda gledaš? Ljudi su spustili oko nas.
Evo idu na norme.
Evo, tvoja boba. Evo, sad ću ja. Opičem 2 puta. Aj jebote, magla. Ne magla suncu. Četiri lika, poređenih. Četiri lika. Šotku, to je taj lik, kakav laki. Još ovaj sekiru digo. Ako to je taj možda. Ne, ovaj sa šotkom ide gleda dobar. Tu da odakle ima šotku buši kroz zid. Koji je kurac. Boli ga kara. Da prema malo pauzu pa do Milan ne znači. A? Pa nije kako god hoću, mogu ja da igram još, a posle ko nam bude došao, neću da mi si igra tako. Možda. Jao. Ništa od pauze, znači.
Ajde, pali igru.
Ništa, evo igramo. Igramo već sad tipo. Jej.
Vidi čovjek iz teksturu.
Vidiš čovjeka kroz teksturu, kako ga vidiš?
Ne, vidi ovaj moj.
Ja sam razum svakako, a radim kod crnac.
Tako lijepo što mu vidio uži, eto kako.
Ja punim i pražim redovno, kako.
On stigne.
Pa kako se pogledaj jedno i drugo. Sve to redovno puni i redovno pražim. Kako ti to zaključio da ja živim?
Ne prelazite bez to.
Pa na Lers žive ljudi od danas do sutra. Ja baš...
Misliš kao Milan?
Dobro, on je figura misiju bukvalno. Tako da... Ti si mislio ili zbog kređe ili...
Ne, ja na to ne.
Dobro, okej, onda stambeni, otko znam. A, šta je to? Puka mu net, nale...
Kome puku net? Ko će kome da puku net?
Lerdiju. Milan.
Papanoidu je.
Ajde, šta si sad rekao, aj ponovi sve. Znači, to ti živi čitav Beograd, već.
Beograđaninu!
No, to je... Rade. To su, pa da, to su drugačiji uslovi, znaš. To je malo da...
Ne bi živeo u Beogradu ni da mi plati. Nem ti Beograd, ni Beogradzani. Ja ne volim Beograd. Negativna energija. Ti znaš ovim zaštitom. Kako kad je invalid to što se voli?
Ko sretan? On invalid su svakako.
Tu smo. Samo kafu da ovaj skuvaš.
Ti čuješ li se sretan na njel?
Kako da ne?
Ja znam da si ti bio nas ostavio ovdje zbog sretana. Ako je moj tako.
Dok taj njegov prijatelj ga nije zaboravio. Kad ga je zaboravio...
On nije tako bio. Kako nisi? Ja tu sjedam drugom...
Ljudi ispred mene.
Drugom tamo gdje da je municiju.
Ne, tu, ljudi ispred.
I ona pukla ljubav. Kad je vidio da neće da ideš tvojim ovom.
Pa Diablo 3 navodio te malo.
Ej, to ga boli opasno. Tu mu je bilo krivo što nisi dao njemu nego meni.
To je budale, bre. Ne, si ti bolest? Alo? To ti kažem, ljudi ovdje.
Brate... Tvoj kurac.
Od ista do south, ista do south. Ide se samo ovog Devan skina, onaj. Ona zmija, ona. Zmija.
Nenade.
Da?
Ako budeš igrao Hunt, obavezno uzimaj onaj Vigilant trait. Znači, ljudi su počeli da miniraju ekstrakt, one brodove i...
Znam to.
Možeš očima da vidiš, ali ponešto i ne može koliko je duboko u vodu, znaš. Bez tog traita teško će vidjeti.
Zato uvijek polako prelazim kad ovo idem na ekstrakt.
Ajde, ćeš prokuvati više, jebem ti mater. Daj s ovom ringlom.
Ne znam, mi smo ovdje s uff. Headshot. Lagano rešavam ih ja sve.
Mrzi me da radim ove misije opasno.
Ide u Hunt?
Odlično.
Sporo se radi.
Dva tima jebot.
Nema štovite se priča, znaš. Copy paste. Ja se izvinjam.
Ubio me iza, brate, leđe drugi tim s picerom, amo, brate, moguće ovo. Ovako, gardi. Kuvaj ti kapu pa ćemo onda igrati, to jest.
Kuva sam, nego nešto...
Pusti ih nek izginu, ispred tebe lik, halo! Stani!
Stani!
Ispred tebe čovek, sunce ti jebem. Levo. Kad ga lutaju. Ej jebem u mat. Levo će te ubiti lik. Zombija si hitao. Što si se diskonektao, Milane?
Ovaj BT je ovako skupa puška.
A moraš da ideš, opet namestavaš te tvoje programe.
Dobro, skupa puška, ali...
Jesmo.
A veći govno od te puške ne postoji.
Jesmo.
Šta bih htio za te pare? Ajmo ovako.
Za 350 dolara, koliko je već?
Pusti čoveka, nije on kriv čovječ.
A da bude koliko toliko preciznija...
Da, što si Milana odmah tako?
Negativ.
Milane, uzet ću sljedeći mjesec prvog tamo procesor onaj...
A jebe ga život, šta će?
Novi i više neću morati na shield, na program. Tako?
Tako je.
Uzo bi, brate, sad, ali onda neću imati šta da jedem, a neću imati ni ove, brate, goriva. Znači, išao bi go, bre, do ove poslave.
A nije ovdje dotle došlo zbog 50 eura da nećeš imati šta da jedem.
Pa jeste, kako nije, bre. Znaš šta sam sve učestvovao u pun kurac oko, brate, gajbe, brate.
Taj grupi voz, bre.
Čas PVC, čas klima, čas grejanje, čas to.
Nema više godina kad moraš upitečiš iz ugao mape.
To mi se dešavalo gledam da počne meč. Startujem skroz dole u ćošku, boss je gore, skroz na severu. Treba pretrčim 1000 metara, samo dođem do boss arene.
Tu je Milane, ne brini, samo si ste se izgleda uzajemno mutirali.
Samo te voli.
Da.
Koliko ga voliš, Snake?
Ne može on bez tebe.
Od 0 pa do 10.
Užasno.
Ja bi se zapitao sljedeći put kad ti skuva kapu da nije neki mišomor unutra.
Nemoj da vičeš, svi čujemo jako dobro ovdje.
On dođe kod mene, ne rade na kafu, onda urla, ja ga pitam što vičeš, pa samo ti pričaš.
On dođe kod tebe...
Ja ga slušam 2-3 minuta, slušam ga 2-3 minuta, kažem što urlaš? Što urlaš jebate? Pa tako pričam.
Vidi Milane, toliko te voli toliko te voli Ilija, da sljedeći put kad ti skuva kapu, ja bi se zapitao da nije mišomor.
Jesi mu ti zaradio to?
Jes. Kome je on zaradio? Preko njegovih leđa.
Eto sad.
Ja kad imam na teošinu, ako nemam, ja ne mogu.
Vidite primjer Gardi.
Teško se to...
Na ovaj kurve i na koks, brate.
Šta na kurve?
Šta?
No.
Šta sam zakačio na tebe, jeme?
Budala. Budala, ja ne spojim u kurac.
Koliko će žugu moći tako da živi? Ma jes, 50 godina na živi.
Dok su roditelji živi.
Šta mu pali ništa?
Čekaj, reci mi šta podrazumevaš pod ler, ajde da čujem.
Ma ne zna ni on šta. On mikrostater zove Slušaj, Boris.
Zovi, kaži.
Da. To je čovjek koji ima jako siromašan vokabular. Njemu je mikrostater, FPS drop, CPU spikes i ono kad swapuje po hard disku, razumeš? Njemu je to sve cimanje. Kad ti kompjuter cima. Znači to je njegov vokabular. Sve to isto u njegovom mozgu, razumeš? A to su 5 različitih stvari. Eto, to je čovjek sa bogatim vokabularem, Milan Belad.
A gdje nema, tek će dođe cijeli dan.
Ja živim, trošim sve i sklonio sam, evo za zadnjih 4 godine sam sklonio 11.000 evra sa strane.
Svaka ti čas ako si uspio da skloniš 11.000.
Svaka ti čas, slušao, svaka ti čas, ali Nenad je više. Kako je to rekao, svaka ti čas, ali ja sam više.
Taman njegovu platu i to je to.
I to stavljam na Kevin.
Potrošio sam jučer 12.000.
Na Kevin račun to stavljam da ne bi potrošio, znači to sklanjam. Nije, platio sam jedan deo, ali ne ceo. Da. Ali hoću ti kažem... Pa živim ja 2 stana u Zrenjaninu, ali nisam tamo. Pa jedan iznajmljujemo, a drugi nemam pojma, će da ide verovatno na prodaju. Kevo je otišla u starački dom, ono u apartman, neće da živi sama više u stanu.
Hoćemo whipping stone ili mos? Evo mos.
Slušaj, ja živim sasvim solidno, jedem
Jedeš picu, jedeš picu, ne? Svako već. Nenad. Pusti Milane, nemoj se pravdati.
Ali koja je frka plati kod 20.000? Ali koja je frka? Čekaj, koja je frka plati?
Čekaj, šta si ti sad dobio napade trošenja para? Šta je to? Lako tebi striku donese procesor od 600 evra, mi mora da kupujemo procesore,
Da. Ajde, Drakula, imaš li ti nekog strika da ti on donese taj
jedino je meni stric, koji dobijem pare od mog mučanog rada, brate.
A unaprijed, teško biti neko uleteo.
Ja sam Street Snake samom sebi, brate.
Ti neko uleteo unaprijed sa kešom.
Boss je ovdje.
Ne možemo trošiti pare koje nemamo, Nenad.
glavno.
Gdje nas? Pali ga!
To je sjajno.
Pali, pali!
Kurac je ti! Evo ti ovo.
Ej, čuvaj me ovdje.
Boga mi, to ti loše mjesto u sred hodnika, da li si ti normalan? Ovo ti jasno da gore. Pa zombi, nije mili.
Pađi gore, gore.
Evo ti buba, gardi. Ako ne moraš. Nemoj gari. Pusti dve ekipe i dalje to, vidi šta rade imbecil. Evo ovdje ljudi, gle, iza tabe, u 3 pičke materine. Šta je?
Ok, imamo optiku sad, to malo.
A znam. Eno ti ga lik tam.
Easy boys.
Ne smijem ni da pogledam. Strah me. Ujebote! Ja sam rekao da me strah i da pogledam. I to je bilo. Kako nisam pogodio bubu. Jao, šta se čini? Dva lika mrtva. Pa ko? Niko ovdje ispred mene jebate. Hiton. Kurca, gardi! Imaš ugao iza ovoga. Sad će da pikuje iza tog kurca, kombajna. Znači...
Ma jebe mu mater, jebe mamu. Koji je do balvana.
Idemo još agresivno. Samo polako. Još jedan umro. Tri prema jedan.
Koji pravac ne?
Pusti, ti ubi tog jednog, levo. Na southwest jedan. Ja se uštekao iza... Kotinet. Ovdje je li garde. Na pinu. Puca ove drugi. Ništa da pokušam da ubijem nekog. Sad je vreme, prašuj ga, znaš, hajde. Sad ne, vrati se, polako, stani. Imaš sekunde mi. Polako. Gdje je četvrti? To me star, taj je četvrti mi treba. Polako, stani. Ton. Bomba.
Kako si bacio ovako daleko, brate mili.
Da. Pazi. Dve. Evo gardi, nemoj da vučeš. Flankate.
A daj bre, to ćeš li, trči više.
Milana, rašio nas ljudi. Rašio nis, a ubit će mene. Moj gardi. Diži mene ispod, odmah mene. Molim te, spasit ćeš nas. Sad ga pikaj ispred. O mi headshot insta. Povuku mi je dve pčele. Povuku se nazad i nije ih ubio. Brate, ako bacio dve pčele, nemoj ispred mene tu da ih biješ. Vučeš ih dalje, odeš u tri pičke materine. Sabate njima. Bacili ti dve pčele i flash. I naravno to je znak. Ne možemo ništa. Greška. Znam, bravo, jebik. Ja sam bio razvaljen, brate. Pa ne moraš, niko to ni ne traži. Igramo na ovu. stopire, dobro si ti mene digo bre čoveče, nego on mi dao insta headshot gore, vidio si. Ušteko sam se ja, preživao sam ja to, džabe kad viri mi glavica, on mi da headshot, baš.
Otišao je kod cure.
Ja bih pitao što ne da naći posao u Novom Sadu i presao kod nje.
Ili što je ne preseli u Salu.
Će da bi ona dušu dala se presao.
Otkud znaš odakle ona?
Volim kad je rizma realan ovako.
Možda je ona iz nekog...
Volim njegovu ovu ironiju, vete.
Urovu realno.
Jedva čeka da ode u
vojsku.
Lovčenac. U Lovčenac jedva čeka ona.
Pa čekaj malo, ako misli da se udaje jedna, morat će neđe otići.
Vidite, on sam to je.
Kako si podmukao, znači...
Jebite, koliko podmukao.
Ajde šapo, skači jebot, ajde. Ne jebot. Ima iza Cypressa, jebot, pravi.
Neću, Milane, ništa da prenosim.
Neću ženu, neću brak. Ja sam momak veseljak. Neću.
Hoću ženo, selo, hoću mrak.
Neću virus, neću goste, a svatovi neku prosto.
Pa taman videla Velegrad, sad će da se vrati na selo. Ti lud.
Čekaj, mogu ja zbubom van mape, ne mogu?
Probaj.
Evo sad ću
To nikom nije palo na pamet.
Molim.
Šta bi tamo radio?
Nemaš.
Šta radiš, upožno?
Udariš u zid, jel?
Zid ne vidim.
Jebeš babe tamo. U tebi najbolje bio...
Kači neku ribu da jebeš, a ne babe.
Ne prešao sam, možeš.
Najbolje bio da odeš u Nemačku.
Ima limit, pređeš zid.
Najbolje bi ti bio da odeš u Nemačku i da jebeš one babe.
Gledaj na stream, sad kad prođem kroz teksturu ovdje dole, ja sam...
Da bo... Kan... Pa, zapade, kako god.
Moment samo. Gde si to? Van map?
Van map.
Ali kroz šta si ušao? Ima limit naravno. Kroz šta si prošao?
Kroz gore, skroz. Ima limit gore.
A, prebacio se preko.
Evo Milane, evo. Šta mi ja jebat? Evo me ovdje. Ne mogu ovdje neko, ovdje ima tekstura. Sad ću nekaj druge da probam. Na desalet. Vidiš, sad ja moram skroz gore. Da bi se vratio nazad. Kako su glupi, nisu ga ni vrate bacali.
Niko nije to razmišljao.
Evo dobio Trinity of Pain.
Kad se da bacimo ovdje, buba i ona pa.
To si sad dobio,
Ne, ja ne.
Opa!
Ja šiga sam, ja to imam ovdje, ja nije.
Da je moguće da mi nestala buba, ovo on... Pa to puca bit.
kog ugla?
Kog ugla? S kog ugla?
Da.
Dolazim, dižem rane. Dižem staze, dižem rane.
Gdje je čovjek iza ulica?
Čovjek iza leđa. Milane?
Ručak, a?
Milane? Već... No što su ubili bossa.
Dižu vrane, ej.
Ljudi, brate, ovog boju, Milane, aj stani tu. Neka si mi nigde, dotknemo taman. Vozim bubu.
Ja bi ti možda rekao, bi rekao ne, nije i onda kao, znaš, samo da nigdje na posao. Da je neko nešto javio za ti, ja ne bi rekao prvi.
Baš treba ti... Mnogo slobodnog vremena imaš.
Ne, nisi. Ne znam što rade koleginice, kolege. Znam da je ovaj momak otišao u Novi Sad od cure, tako da toga nema ništa. Bi mi rekla da je nema nekog posla. Znam, Nemanja ima posebno. Samo robu znaje, to znam. A za to im ne treba 20 ljudi, no, 2 čovjeka ili 1.
Daj si...
Zamisli.
Koliko je to podlo kad to kaže čovjek koji je jedini među nama besposličar, je.
Ko, Milan? Besposličar, nemoj tako. Nemoj tako.
Nemoj tako.
Koliko sam ja po tvojim pričama shvatio, ili je ušteko više od svih nas, tako da to ti brineš.
Eto, on ima svaki mjesec...
Ne brine se on. On se brine da... Nekako da, kakav bi ja to mogu kako da sjebem, pa da onda on znaš da me jebe u zdrav mozak. Kao, viš kako se ja zaradio pare, a ti nemaš... Ne, hvala.
Da, on bi ti rado pomogao da sjebeš u šteđevinu.
Znači, vama je mrtva trka.
Mrtva trka.
Znači, vi se takmičite sa parama, brate.
Jest. Pa to je to, flex.
Another level, brate.
Jest, level up.
Aj, jebate. Da?
Da.
Kaj bi tu mogli tek tako Milane?
Pa ima i tog.
Kako si ti dobar drug, kako ti paziš na njega. Ja sam
Pazi,
fasciniran.
samo tako.
I baš si pravi drugar.
Ja sam prosto fasciniran.
Vlada, kakav je on.
Kad je Vlada T1 Pro konstatovao.
T1 tank. Ona je... u penziji tank.
Kao da je on nešto pogrešno uradio.
Koji je Vlada?
Pored tebe smo idiote.
Leće prvi unutra. Za milost Boga ne moli. A da, jebala te stačvara.
Umro. Ne, shotgun.
Flag ima, pazi.
A što ulećeš prvi?
Pazi, ima flag taj Milan.
Ti ispred tebe ću rekao.
Nemoj to isti djel.
Reloaduješ jednom.
Što me ne digneš, pored tebe sam. Vidi.
Nema se vremena. Čekaj se ne hila. Čekaj, gledaj koliko ta se ne hila. Broj, Drakula, jesi brojao koliko sekundi mu treba? Digni me.
Kaži mu hvala, odmah. Odmah da si mu rekao hvala. Odmah. Znači, odmah sada.
Šta je scan rekao, ima neko?
Znači to... 6...
Nije bila, a? Nije bila. Ne znam. A gdje je prvi, gdje je drugi?
Slušaj, zajebat ćeš se tako, viš da ga biješ ga pesnicom i on će te udarit dok ti voziš bubu, znaš. Izbacit će te iz dark side, jedan bude ti ode u pičku mrtvu. Ne to odradiš.
Znači, ali moramo da palimo ovo. Bez se.
Aman šapo, šta ti je, pobogu?
Znaš koji ti je najbolji način da bubu voziš? Ne po visiju, nego po zemlji, znaš? Redko ko gleda po zemlji, tako nisko. Ne zajebam se. Svi počeo gledati gore. Staviš to, majke ti.
Da, Snake.
Vidim, ali ne možeš tu. Odžak je prevelik.
Tamo ga je Snake, može?
Ne.
Ej, neko mi je ubio bubu. Ljudi.
Evo je druga buba. Ne, Drakula. Ne. Mislim da te Drakula ubio. Znaš?
Nemam pojma o čemu.
Drakula te detonira. Vide tu dark side-u i detonira sebe u tebe.
I sad ja ona dva neću nikad da napravim.
Drakula troll.
Sad će da fleksa kitom. Evo napolje, nema živaca za ovo bre, ajmo napolje. Nije, gdje je ostalo, ubio sam i tvoju i moju bre, ajde.
Izvršio je bubicid.
Aman.
Da ovo može ga vratiti u život. Dobit će nov. Dobit će nov kroz garanciju.
Nema garancije. Nema garancije. Ja sam uzeo čovjeka koji je uzeo hard disk u Austriji, razumeš? Na neku grupnu garanciju su uzeli, razumeš? 5-6 komada. Znači od toga nema ništa. Kako bi ti objasnio? Da sam ja to uzeo za moje pare, razumeš? Da sam sačuvao papir i sve to, verujem mi da bi izvao za garanciju. Pošto sam to uzeo od čovjeka koji zna čovjeka.
Čovjek zna čovjeka.
To nije Milan ovaj kapičko.
Da.
Što si sjebo čovjeka Milan?
To si ga skema. Koga Milan ga?
Ti deluješ kao čovjek od poverenja, verovatno ima razlike.
I razlike i
Čekaj, koga sam ja zajebao?
Hoće koga da zajebe? A?
To je sjaj, apsolutno sjaj.
A ne, a da. A ne, a da, a ne, a da, a ne, a da, ne, a da, ne, da, a ne, da. Digo je ovaj, brate, njegove tamo. Neke dig. I pucaju nas u daljini. Jebot, metak mi prošao pored. Nemoj da se statiči, jel?
Ništa se ne vidi na skenu, odakle pucaju.
Pa i sa 300 metara tamo imaju ugao. A s dvojste carošao.
Ladno pucaju, nek strašno.
Kaži.
Kaži mi sunce moje, uzmi me na grudi svoje, ko te to sada krade od mene? Sunce moje.
Govatimo nas za gušu.
Jao, nemoj mi te fore. Nemoj mi te fore iz Srbije. Vati ga zagušuje. To ti zvučiš kao moj stari trener karatea. Vate ga zagušuje.
Gdje ti živiš, Ilija, gdje ti živiš?
U zemlji Indiji.
Je nekom bio ako je crko hardware, mislim, stvarno ne razumijem. Pa nije on, nego je ustrao Samsung jer nije trebao da izbaci update koji nije dobar.
Samsung ova je greška, nije moja. Izbacili su loš firmware i to je to.
Ajde ako imate opciju sad, ako imaš bubom nekoga da opizdiš, imam 2 sad taspera.
Ako imaš kakvu ideju kako da vratim.
Ništa te ja ne čujem od ovih.
I ne može.
Dobro, jesam.
Ako imaš opciju da damage-uješ nekog transfera, ako odradiš, ja. Imam sad 2 taska, jedan je 25, jedan je 30.
Imam, ali me boli kurac, nisam stavio taj quest. Ja prvo stavim ovaj jednostavni quest, locate, boss led, šta ne mogu ja da stavim?
Ne moraš ti da staviš taj quest, stavila sam ga ja, sabira se ako ti...
Da, ali mora i on... Tako, objasni čovjek, molim te. Ajde, objasni. Morate isto vreme da stavite obojica taj quest, kapiraš?
Obojica moramo isto vreme, nema pojenti ja to da radim. Meni dron ne služi da ja odem, da ja njih tamo explode. Neću da deknem nikog. Tu nema šta prilika, to možeš svaki put da uradiš čovjek. A ne mogu, zato što ja čekam da neko kuva bombu nama, dok su boss areni i da kuva bombu da ga ja ubijem. Sa bubom, brate. Ili ako reviva prijatelja da priđem dok ga brate diže i da ga ubijem.
Dobro, reci mi kako. Dobro, reci mi kako može da se...
No mi, hvala za 500 mana,
To ne može niko da uradi.
Tako?
Ne može, nije u pitanju formatiranje. Kako ti objasnim? Što ti sekiraš oko toga kad se ja ne sekiram? Ja sad to ne kapiram.
Velika je to sekiracija.
Sveće imam... Od 4 hard diska imam 3 ispravne diska na kojim ne fali ništa.
Ja mislim da se nekad istočno-nemačka republika zvala DDR. Tako bez?
Yes.
Ljudi, gardi ispred tebe čovek, bre.
Zašto ti već tako očem?
Neka si ti meni
Mislim, znam da si hevat Milane.
Stani, ne. srećeš, jebeno ti.
Zanimljivo.
Moja.
Ali mogu da otvorim ovo nekako, a da ne najašim ljuse.
Koji stavio to prišli?
Pitam se.
Malo smo se tradeovali. Kako nije headshot i ubio me jednim?
Gleda da nije.
Kažem nije headshot, a ubio me!
Nemoj da vičeš na mene, nemoj da vičeš na moje uši.
Što vičeš, Boris? Što ti je?
Ja vrlo čujem i nemoj da vičeš.
Nemoj da se healaš, imaš
Što
heal
vičeš?
ovamo, bre.
Pa i ti,
Rekao sam da li je bio, ne znam, ne slušaš me. Dobro, ali kako je on mene ubio, a nije headshot?
Velike misterije života.
Dva tima oko nas.
Ajde, to mi je isti tim.
Jedan mrtav. Tu sam ga rok.
Penju se na krov, leđa naša. da otmu.
Ovdje je jedan, pazi, ej.
Anje, lik ti je tu.
Ne. Zaboravio da nemam full health.
Da, izgodno.
Da se ne healaš, a? To si zaboravio.
Ne, ubili su me jednom pa...
Zaboravio da nema 150 hit point.
Dobro.
Zajebano.
A šta radi, jem. Ne deri se. Imbecilu.
Viči.
Ko ti kurac?
Uzmite bounty ovom gore.
Uzao sam odmah. Nećeš ulazi unutra. Alo! Nenade!
Sluša vesti. Jebi ga, Nenade, mikrofon ti je previše dobar, oprosti.
Idi brate, mutiraj se, nosi sebi. Si normalno? Jedan je napolje, jedan je ovdje. Ovo će se napolje. Čekaj, treba mi fokus, lik mi treba da mi izađe Milan. Ej, pusti. Digni ovog mantora. Zadnji lik ispred mene, ubi ga. Alo! Ujel, kako? Kako gore praviš? Polako. Pored tebe. Alo, preskočio si ga. Pored vas! Bože bre, ovaj gard je čorav. Kupi naočare. Kupi naočare, jebote.
Previše ih pritiskaš, Drako.
Obojica prolaze pored njega, a on čuti ko pored turskog groblja, a on se pravi mutav kao naš, neće ga vidjeti.
Pa i ne vidi ga, vidiš da uspeva.
Evi ga, ovdje neko igra na log pa vidi kroz teksture. Čekaj, ti ćeš sad to da pričaš, brate, aj iskuži, brate, malo, vidiš da imamo oba, brate, ono, nemoj da, brate, praviš problem bez ikakvog problema. A neka radim, kak je veze, Milane, aj ozbiljno, brate, znači, nećemo igrati, brate. Znači, neka tako igram, vidiš da je Digo i sad kenjaš opet. Samo si govno, brate, opno si govno, brate. Ne, kenjaš zato što si, brate, izlusiran sam. Idi, brate, leči. Znači, zajebi me, brate. Zajebi me, brate. Ili ti čovjek pravi bez problema problem, brate. Idi, brate, radiš nešto nekom drugom, brate. Vi ste nešto nadrkani, brate. Problem što pobijemo čitav server, uzemo sve probleme kad izgubimo tebi, uvijek, brate, problem neki, uvijek neka žurba, uvijek neko sranje. Digo sam te, šta hoćeš? Neću da te dignem, jesam digo? A, šta onda se?
Hoću da mu se prizna.
I sad je problem što Gardi puca u vrate tebe. Puca zato što je stari čovjek, ne vidi.
Zato što imam konto da je iza tačke.
Jebote.
Da je tu negdje. Nisi naskočio mene.
Praktično si pokupio njegov metak.
Ne, bitno je da ga ja, vrati, ne diram. On će sad tome da priča godinama. Čuš.
Ne čuje da ga priča.
Kako crnu sreću, jesi bolesan ti?
Ja sam svoju sreću.
Pola meča si apu Niko ti ništa nije rekao. Viš li koji si ti govno, brate? Smrdo jedna.
Što ga prozivaš?
Nebitno koliko afka, nego smrda si, brate. Dođeš kenješ tu, brate, nešto bio si AFK. Čuti. Pa normalno, da, i digo sam te. I ti opet nastavljaš, brate. Zato što imaš problem neki, trebao sam odmah.
A ima problem? Diži me.
Imaš, pa onda igraj, brate, s drugim, brate.
Tetris. Da igre Tetris.
Ja, Milane, praviš tenziju, brate, ne, težak ti čovjek mnogo, brate. Ti imaš ozbiljan problem, ja, brate, ne znam kako su tebe ljudi, kako si ti u, brate, kolektivu prihvaćen kad si radio posao neki, jesi ti radio išta, pa...
Mjesec 2, Drakula.
Pa, po tome, pa zato...
Drakula, mjesec 2, dok se ne provali.
Nije bilo shoot karta, brate. Zato što nisi normalan, brate. Brate, ti si jedini pod, brate, suncem jebote.
Stresom, on je jedini pod stresom.
A jebote, znaš, on je sad njegovo, ja, moje ja.
U vateri, da što bolje ubijem.
Nije, jeste, rekao si mi i digo sam. Naravno, hoću.
Ali treba si odmah.
Ja znam kakav sam ja, brate. Ne, tebi je, slušaj, možda jeste, meni nije, ali nebitno, ja sam te poslušao ipak, a ti dalje kenjaš, brate, razumeš? Praviš problem, nema veze. Vidiš sad, ti imaš slobodnog, brate, vremena koliko, što je strašno, to je bolesno, brate.
Slobodno vremena? Pa da li... Da li ja... Peđa.
Koliko je to lenj čovjek, besposličar, sve živo, brate. Znači,
čekaj.
Čim ono ko Hanta pravi ovako, koliko je on katastrofa,
pa sjećaš se ko špinira s tim profilom.
Brate, godine je ozbiljnije nego...
Znaš kad njega nije mrzalo da mi sabira koliko imam sati u kojoj igri. Čekaj. Ko to radi?
Ljudi koji ne rade ništa u životu. Uglavnom lenjici, džabale paroši da kažem, šta je još,
postari.
Neću da ga bate redom.
Nemoj, neće igrat sledeći, nemoj to da radiš.
Smiješna stvar, napravi tenziju, problem, a mi pobili čitav server.
A da, ali hoću da mu se prizna. Hoću da mu se prizna.
Priznajemo sve bebice, gdje ti je cucla, evo sve, najjači si, ti si naš kralj. Treba, zato što si jedinac, jebem te, muško.
Gugu gaga.
Danas sam upravo dobio kompliment da stoji pravo na uvisko sveća, jebi ga, znaš tako. Tako da ne brini ti za žvaku, žvaka se smrdla. Čim vidi žensko... Evo ženske ruke.
gdje da kupim najjeftiniji sto?
I ja bi trebao, stiže mi za 3-4 dana 4K monitor.
Ne znaš da bi ga staviš na Boris?
Pa neću da prodajem ovaj 2K, ovaj je savršen, hoću da montiram 2 monitora.
Tebi je Gardi isto
Ali nije ti onda dobra rezolucija, znači bit će ti 4K sa 2K, jebi ga. Kako zamišljaš ti taj extended desktop?
A što ne, čekaj, čujem Iliju sam, a što?
Jesu li bar slične frekvencije osvežavanja, ajmo tako?
144, je.
Oba, jel? Onda nema nekih velikih problema.
Stavit ću 4K kao primarni ovaj desktop.
Ne, mora da imaju barem sličnu frekvenciju osvežavanja. Ima da ti... Hoće ti kažem, ili će da trepću oba, znaš. Kad se prebacaš s jednog na drugi.
A uzeo sam onaj Samsung Odyssey G7.
Odiseja.
A čaša ili čaša Orideja. Odideja.
Znači sljedeći mjesec, eto, nešto ću za kombre da stavim, za novi 100 i procesor i to je to. Ništa više.
Razmišljam samo da li da uzem onaj nosač sa...
Dobro.
Sa rukom, jedan iza drugog ili jedan pored drugog, to sam još.
Trak pored tebi, ne zjeću.
To je već stvar finese, kako voliš?
A ne, isto je cena, nego...
Pa meni su jedan od drugog 30-40 cm čini mi se, s tim što je jedan malo bliže, ovaj što kod nikog nije primjer.
A ja bih napravio onako kao polu zalamljeno.
Ajmo nazad.
Ti bi tako, ne? To dobro.
A stavim jedan za drugog koji su da ne pođe stvari. O bože, budala.
Ne, kaže ovako, nije ni svaka budala ista. Physician.
Znam šta je Sikijan, ne znam...
Physician, sa F. H ti je F. Physician, F. Physician. F. Lak ti je taj alfabet, varam.
Kao da sam Nemad.
Ne, CH ti je Č, na primjer.
Pazi ga.
T ti je Č.
Tako Milane, bravo. Dobiješ od mene... Kako si je bacio tamo preko je?
Brada.
Žavna buba smrda. Evo ovako. Ljudi. Pali.
Jel bacamo, smrdimo mu?
Bacaj. Lik na pinu. Vidi me, malo ujebem u pičku. Mate ti jebem. Dobre.
Koliran jebem ti, još ga napao bombi.
Brate, sačekaš ga ovdje gdje sam ja. Baču sam ostavio. Samo ga sam... Spala mi buba. To moram da se popušam. Gdje mi buba?
Nema.
Headshot. Headshot sine.
I ovdje, jesi tog ubio ili desno?
Da. Nestala mi buba, jebote.
Jesam.
Gdje mi je buba?
Evo. Hitovo sam ga.
Digo je ovoga.
O bože.
Neko nas raša jebe. Jeste trepali vi sve, alo? Jeli?
Raž vi suka.
Nemate žice, a? Ništa, će nam jebe. Ništa, svi po jedan ćošak. Čuvaj stupe svoje. Tako će masakar biti.
Masovna saran.
Zombiđina jedu ljude.
Zombi izlazi iz grobnica, hoće da pojedu ljude. Krenuli su da zveckaju kosti. Neće biti milosti!
Nisam znao, pošto je jedan boss u pitanju.
Što je?
Ja sam mislio da su svi...
Milion ih ima!
Ima ih milion, ali? Wow. To je vrlo kvantitativno mnogo, priznajem.
Kidara, Milane, kidara. Double barrel.
Još jedan manje, ubio sam jednog. Ovdje.
Bravo. Još jedan manje.
I ja manje. I ja manje.
Okej.
Digni ga, Peđa.
Evo, ulazi jedan čovjek vam. Otvori vam vrata, alo? Glavna! Dole, ni stepenice. Ulazne. Šta, koja vrata, bet?
Vrata na vratima.
Koja vrat? Opla ona, brate. Klizna. Bov neko ima.
Mother trucker.
Bravo, Milane.
Pogođen.
Ovako. Mrtav. Bravo, godi. Aj, skeniraj mi! Skeniraj mi! Dobro.
Let's go.
Da.
Digo se. Ali neko se heala, nešto se da.
Jedan manje.
Bravo, doktor.
A baj, odakle me jebeš bre? 49 metara, ne bio, ovog nisam vidio uopšte.
Gdje si bio kad sam bio, Niko? Kako da ti vjerujem?
A daj, šta radiš? Onda su nekog digli.
Ne mogu da vidim, nije mi jasno.
To su 6, 40, 13.
Prečisnik. Koga brojiš?
A brojim ovce.
Kane, jebem ti mamu.
GG.
Oba su tu, kako jednog bi prikazao na skenu od dvojica? Kane i onaj Carter je.
Stoje jedan drugom na glavi.
Evo, koliko ljudi ima ovdje?
Mnogo.
Onda skeniraj, ko može. Imam ja, čekaj. Trojica.
A ovdje si dizao neko, ne, ovdje su dve ekipe, da, ne.
Ne.
Aj Gardi ti, pošto hoćeš da siguraš. Trejdos.
Evo, mater, uzmi bounty od mene.
Jok.
Ja sam ga ubio bar jebo.
Dvoje. Hoće da je digne. Digo ga je. Ovo je digo drugu ekipu.
Bravo,
Opet
Milan,
su se
bravo.
digli, dvoje ovdje. Ne, ovdje dvoje zadnje liko. Digli su se, jedan je digao drugu, znači imaju 50 HP-a jedan ima. Kapa. To ću vam reći samo.
Vidio sam se.
Milane! A, Milane!
Idi pomozi Drakuli.
Još jedan. Evo ga ovdje. Ovako. Tu iza ćoška. Jebi. Bolje. Šta je moj peđe, ideš na vrate ravno s leve strane, nemaš nikakav kamer.
Uli jebati, zašto?
Moj peđe, čovjek umire na čistu. Nikakav kamer, ništa. Osnovne igre, ne znam. Moj peđe.
Kako zna. Pravi se režim.
Samo ti imaju opravdanja za sve. Ovo je smešno. Što pauza? Ovo je smešno, ovo kad bi pustio nekom šta radi ovaj hendikep, ide na sred puta, a ima desno jedna kutija, druga kutija, treća kutija.
Milane, u meču da ja imam 5 kilova mi izgubim. Sramota je. Čekaj da se javim, nemam se vremena.
9 kilova smo imali jebote.
Pa znam, vidim.
Dobar meč svaki. Znaš kada bi jesi javio? Pauza.
Previše ga turiraš, već sam ti objasnio. Moraš da ga ohrabruješ malo.
Ja sam samo realan. Bravo, bravo. Ajmo novo. Taki put kad dođe da mi kenja nešto, ja odmah imam... Sred čovjek ide po sred ničega, kaže moj.
Dobro, on, slušaj,
A ja ga hito...
slušaj, on voli da ide cestom, jer tako pokazuje da se on ne plaši. Ako bi on išao kroz zaklon ili tako nešto, onda pokazuje strah. A pošto ide otvorenim putem, pun gas, znači pokazuje da ga boli kurac jer oni gledaju cestu i ne gledaju. Znači, on pokazuje muda, znaš? A vi što se krijete i idete u zaklonu, to je vaš problem. Tako, ja sam svoje rekao. On pokazuje muda. A vidi?
To je 4. Čak imam 5 zvezdica. I ovih 4, to je 9. Treba će mi još 3, ne mogu više da uradim sa 2. Znači moram using Bringman Bash, to moram da iskoristim. Like Bringman Bash ima da dobijem naš kac.
A, uzeo si pestri, zato se zema.
A, to mi jebe sad. Nema vez.
Sam si sebi zaključao pušku.
Da, kretenski, ali to nisam ja, nego...
A nisi ni zaključao, nisi ni...
Normalna igra bi to napravila, imamo likova koji rade prestiž.
Pa da im otključamo samo tu pušku, da bi radili challenge.
Da, logično, to su logične stvari, ali kod njih su to nelogične stvari. Mušikaru. Tu je kurat. Da iskudiramo malo od Hanta, pa ćemo vidjeti za ovo sad.
Koliko stigli? Match 2?
Boga mi, ja sam...
Ne ti.
Milanom, match 2.
Ekip. 1-2 meč.
2 meč, 3 maksimum.
2. Ne bi pre rekao 2. Pošto znam kako si igra kampera.
Vidiš da je ovaj otišao u kurac. Neka, brate, nađe druge, brate, ljude neki igra s njim. Postoji nenormalno.
Slušaj, mi ovdje možemo bez Hanta, a to je jedina stvar koju on zapravo može da...
On je vodi, ja, brate, nikad neću igrati, znači igrati kao što sam pre igrao, znači ja sam prije imao 2, brate, nešto sad imam 1.80, pa sam pao na 1.70, pa sam sad 1.60, ja ne mogu ni da pokušam da budem bolji, ja starim, to jest uopšte neki da sam usira drugi igara, a on sad našao 40 godina...
Da tryharda.
Da, kao tryharda.
Znam, umjesto da se opusti, digne noge, uvisi, šta bude, bude. Ne, vi njemu kažete, slušaj, vi njemu kažete, Milane, izleti, znači ubili smo dvojicu, izleti, diće ga, a šta bude, bude. Ne, on uzme se krije, čeka da ih ovaj sve digne i onda ide da ubije trojicu. I to je kao dobra ideja.
Ali Milan je stari lovec.
Nije on je...
Milan je...
On je... Milan.
preko radija.
Ko preti preko radija?
Ko preti, pa preti ovaj peder.
Ko?
Ko ne ide na popis, plaće kaznu 20.000, ko ne plati porez, kazna, alo, ovdje se kao šibi. Ja bre, ću da platim porez, ali kad ja imam para, nekad imam para, nekad ja pišem
Vlado. Da neće možda kod da robija zbog toga, oprosti.
Ne znam kako je, kako pričaju, ne bi me čudilo ništa.
Zbog poreza da robijem, a?
Može to, može uvijek.
Smo mi svi nenormalni, šta?
Za svo ovo vreme da ikome naplaćena kazna na našoj opštini, a još manje da neko išao u zatvor zbog toga.
Slušaj, ako ti se...
9.500 kilova.
Ko je taj gospodin?
Adveri sa Y.
Adversari ili adveri?
Ne, Adveri sa Y.
To je onaj pokret dveri, ne?
A to je Boško bre iz
Adveri,
pa mora da da, pa mora da lađi nikad.
To je onaj iz dveri, Vlade, znaš? Da ga ne provala odmah.
Malo mu što je postao Vučićev čovjek, nego sada hoće da je irikant je.
Jesi dobio hemoroid?
Dobro, da je živi zdrav, to može da se desi.
Od čega?
Kako je dobio? Da, sad ću da vam pokažem.
Nemoj
Bulja
moći.
mu krvari jezivo.
Ti bi sad da deliš slike s nama te, a? Nemoj. Ja imam slab stomak.
Ti si lud.
Evo, delim je na kanalu.
Bolje da si Milanu dao sliku za...
A gledaj bre, pukao sam ga u dupe, sam ga pukao sa nožem, pa mu otvorila bulja.
Nije to smešno. Kad čovjek udariš nožem u guzicu pa počne krvariti.
Bolje da si Milanu dao jednu sliku za te lako noć je bio.
Nazdravljen,
to ovaj što tako zaspi s vremena na vreme. Daj.
Jesi ga vidio, mi dobili meč, sve super, on genijalan.
On je ljut.
Skoro lud jebote. Dobro odigrali.
Ne jebatitis bre, marš.
Daj smo isto dobro odigrali, evo. Ja ne znam šta je on poludio. A ne, on čim padne, on
Gori je sve gori. Ja majkim prestaću, neću ni da kupim ni brate procesora, ni kompjuter, brate, zajebite to čovjek. Ja nemam tenziju nikakvu u životu, nigde bilo šta, on brate dođe ovdje u jebenoj igri da se opustimo, on dođe brate pravi tenziju. Ajde ja isto kenjam, to su greške neke, ali ja makar prestanem, kažem i kao igramo novu, koga jebe? On! Posle toga nastavlja, on to vuče brate kao da smo ne znam šta uradili.
Nije pitanje igra, u pitanje je princip, ti to ne shvataš.
Da, njegov princip.
Da.
Ozbiljan patolog.
Jeste. U pitanje je princip, znaš. Jeste, i Gavrilo ima princip.
Znaš kad tu, sad ono, kad se to vratilo, poučavali ste
Gavrilo je umro zato što je djala.
Slučaj, brat, odlični drop da urade organizaciju da vide promoću i to. I stvorili ovo ovako, znaš, pokrije leš, trva kod godići ovaj patolog. Kaže, aj, pred to
Ti je dobro. Ti je dobro.
Jednog od ovih dana će me neko ubiti dok trollim ljude s ovim dronovima. Ubit će operatora, ne bub.
Daj mi jednu čašu vode, molim te.
Evo odmah. To nije bilo za mene. A, sinovi, radi Nitro Express, šta je ovo?
Srpkinja poznata u industriji filmova za odrasle bila parama počela da snima u Americi, posjetila rodni kraj Ivana Slavković Čeri iz Jajno. To je bitna vest.
Je li Ivana ili Višnja? Kako se zove? Ovo nešto je zabagovano. Definitivno zabagovano. Šta je ovo, barijak?
Da ima dobre rive, rive.
Kele.
Znači, Miljenko je zaspalo već, jel?
Da, verovatno.
Koliko je sati? 9:36, a on već spava.
Da opet prekinulo.
A?
Nema veze, sve ste se dogovorili do 3-4 najkasnije pijani. Ajde. Ajde, čao.
Pravi sam one termalne elektrane, znaš?
Znači šta si full auto?
Pa dešava se nekad da mi prepumpa previše nafte i da ne znam šta ću od toga. Da moram da odem da proverim. Stavio sam onu hypertube do tamo i onda se...
Čekaj. Jesi stavio gasne ili baš one na ugljen?
Ne, imam ja svega. Nisam sve iskoristio zato što sam tek skoro stavio da mi se automatski prave oni kompjuteri, znaš, computer parts. Jedino što moram da napravim ručno je superkompjuter, ali to nije problem napraviti.
Pazi ovom. Jedna gasna elektrana Znači, full nabildovana, te još i 25 ovih gasa. Naftije, ono, kako se već imam.
A ne, nisam se ja prebacio na gas ako misliš. Nemam ja onaj recept koji ti imaš. Nego kako se zove ona, geotermalna, znaš, na toplu vodu.
A to?
To. Da se ne razumemo pogrešno.
Ja sam mislio da ti da si na gasu. Sve te recepte možeš i ti da nađeš.
Kako mogu ja da nađem? Misliš, mogu da ih nađem na mapi?
Na mapi, svi ti recepti su uvek na istom mjestu. Ne menjaju mjesto.
Ima recimo recept koji stoji na vrhu brda, usred polja radijacije i treba mi gas maska također. A ima i onih neprijatelja koji su imuni, čini mi se.
To je bio blizu naše baze.
Znači, to je pakao. Znači, već sam 2-3 sam izvukao iz otrova tako što sam bukvalno uzeo onaj inhalator i trčao sam, uzeo bubu, znači iskoristio inhalator, istrčao iz gasa i nekako preživio. Tako sam par puta ukrao. Whatever.
I nije ume da... U full žbunju on mene čovjek vidi, svaka mu čas. Regenske oči ima, jebi ga.
Tomorrow. Ima. Šta je problem? Čovjek zna.
Zna moj kurac.
Da si i ti igrao i ti bi znao.
Ubio sam govno. Džabe čita, džabe!
Možda ljudi samo bez veze pucaju, razumeš? Ofrlje. Pogledaj kako igra onaj...
Gaži u mene, evo te.
Onaj... Retard Z, da kažem tako. Ajde. Viš kako on igra, on puca non stop kroz zidove. Znači ljudi ne mogu da kažu ni da čitaju ni da ne čitaju, zato što nasumice gađa. Nekad pogađa, nekad ne pogađa. Pa ti reci da čovjek čita. Nema logike. Dosta puta puca bez veze. Bukvalno bez veze gađa. Znači gledaš njegov stream, ono, pogodi.
Znači, podržava sve, a?
Da, ja samo baš gledam. Nisam vidio da si okačio oni screenshot, nešto radim. Vlaki je već bio, tako da ne moraš ništa da čakaš.
Čekaj, meni je 1-0 bio tako, šta?
Ne, Vlaki ti je revizija, 1-0 bio si F2.
Znači, to je okej.
Upon waking up, Shinichi hears a voice expressing disappointment in their failure, though he can't locate the source. During breakfast, his parents ask whether he found the worm from last night. Shinichi just replies that his hand is numb, and his mother explains that that was probably due to wrapping his headphone cord around his arm. While walking to school, his friend Morino tries to surprise him from behind. Without even looking, he grabs her hand. He denies knowing she was there the whole time, and involuntarily gropes her, receiving a slap in return. He denies anything is wrong with his hand when she inquires. During class, however, he's caught using his phone involuntarily. The night before, a strange worm-like creature tried entering Shinichi's head. Since his headphones barred entry through his ear, the creature went for one of his nostrils, only to cause Shinichi to sneeze, waking him up. Panicked, Shinichi attempts to protect himself with a book. The organism misses its mark, burrowing into his arm. Wrapping his headphones around his arm isolates the creature, and his parents, as they burst through the door, see their son with a makeshift tourniquet. After getting his phone confiscated, Shinichi decides to skip class. On his way home, he notices a speeding car on a collision course with a child. Jumping into action, he saves the girl and stops the car with one arm. In his confusion, he sees an eye open on the back of his hand, prompting a quick return home. Grabbing a knife,
Bitno je samo ono da je duplo više pridova nego jezgara.
Where is the last body? Yeah, I know for him. Where is the second? That you killed.
Understandere.
Understandere language balkanera.
Ja, balkanezi šta da radim.
Ne ti, zna Boris. Zna Boris nekoga mi ciljamo je.
Jem te kog ljub nagrosak i šta mogu.
Ne ti, šta ti je čovječe?
Znam na koga misliš, ali...
To Boris voli njega da tori. Volio da ga dovučem ovdje u Discord, da ga pitam zašto se presrava. Znam da je za pare, ali da ga pitam čisto da li vredi za pare baš prodati sve što si ti. Mislim, srozati se toliko. Možda ta osoba smatra da vredi, ali ja ne znam koliko bi mogu da jedem govno za pare. Nisam siguran. Možda ja sad tako pričam kao zato što nemam para. Možda se ja da otim novca, možda bi ja jeo govno. Ja ne znam.
Ne mogu ni da imitiram sve najgore. Toliko retardirano.
Ali mi možda se ubijemo od para, samo da radimo taj...
Da jedemo govno ko ona.
Ne, just chatting da radimo.
Šta da radimo just chatting?
Kakve pare, nema
pa
tu
dok idemo
para.
da pričamo, da se zajebavamo i to.
Kakve pare, be, ti stvarno misliš da oni imaju pare neki od toga?
Evo, jako.
Kakve pare?
Mora ga pojačam se, sad ga ne čujem.
Vladimir ima...
A? Šta, ovaj se gubi, ovaj se ne čuje, šta ti?
Discord puca možda Discord puca, stani.
Ponovi sad se. Šta se?
Rizbog, daj poleti, nešto.
Page, Vladimir...
Brate, tebi mikrofon guta tebe, brate.
Skibira,
šta se dešava s tobom?
Ja mislim da me drugi čuju.
Da, čujem se.
Jel me čuješ? Sad svi čute.
Čuje li kako?
Čujete kurve.
Jesi ga ti čuješ, Peđe?
Guta ti mikrofon.
Peđe, ga ti čuješ?
Da, čujem ga sve.
Ja ga čujem, kako da ne?
Jurite kurve, je tako?
Kako da ne? A da, kako da ne?
Ko hoće 100 € na poslan, da li to čuje?
Ne, ja bi čuo da... Šta reče za onaj procesor?
Popaljam 100 €.
Ništa za pare. Ne verujemo ti, džaba, ne možda nas kamuješ.
Sad si rekao Vlada neki, šta?
Steva, bre.
YouTube, kao sad je video tehnički stvari. On zarađuje od YouTube-a, a nema nešto pretjerano, ima oko 4-5 hiljada pregleda po videu.
I koliko zarađuje, eto on je YouTuber, radi za njih.
Pitao bi ga da mu nisam rekao da je retard, to nije vjerojatno.
Vidiš, smeta ti, jebi ga to je, jebi ga, bori se ti.
Ne smeta mi, nego što on to tako lepo prenese. Prenese što pročita na...
Što skida moj vađan.
Prenese što pročita na internetu i onda on to lepo sve složi u svoj lepi video. I on to tako lepo nam sve sroči i prenese, znaš.
A zašto to...
Ja rekao, a koji si ti tu stručnjak, majke?
Pa to mogu ja da budem, ja mogu da budem prevodioc, nije problem. I šta ćemo sad?
Prevodilnik? Žilnik prevodilnik?
Bum prevodilac. Kabum! Kabuš!
Kako bre?
Vidi! Bravi!
Joooo, krstavi!
Njegoš ti, ja?
Liksićami!
Dođi, mravu, jebem li ti? Doćiš ti doći. Meh.
Shinichi contemplates self-mutilation when his right hand suddenly grows eyes and a mouth. It begins communicating with Shinichi, who demands to know what happened. It ate it. Apparently it was hungry for hands. When Shinichi tries to stab it, failing miserably, the creature requests his help to learn how to speak before falling asleep. After fruitless research, Shinichi awakens the next morning to find his right arm studying, unable to find any information on its own species, though it instinctively knows it failed to occupy Shinichi's brain. Fortunately, it offers to relinquish control of his arm while it sleeps, proposing they cooperate, as it benefits both parties. Shinichi takes a different route to school, admitting he was thinking of going to the police, while his hand argues against it. Suddenly sensing another of its species, it convinces its reluctant host to follow the signal. The pair catch a dog committing casual cannibalism, which expresses its discontent with its host. They begin to run as the pooch pursues, sprouting wings. It's no match for Shinichi's handy helper, who quickly removes the dog's heart. Elsewhere, someone knocks out 3 men harassing a woman, offering to walk her home. When the men catch up, the woman's savior remarks that his stomach isn't big enough for the 4 of them. Disappointed he can't savor her after all, he dashes without dining. No way to save face. It's time for a change. Shinichi makes his way to school. Now that his hand is sentient, he figures it should have a name. It decides to name itself Migi. After helping him score baskets during PE, Nagai becomes jealous when Morino forgives him for the other day. Outside, Nagai attacks Shinichi, who fails to dissuade Migi from giving him a hand, sending Nagai flying. Shinichi learns that the number of recent killings, dubbed the mincemeat murders, is on the rise. He loses the debate to alert the authorities when Migi threatens to maim him. Outside, another parasite pops up on Migi's radar. Believing it's the killer, Shinichi decides to unmask the potential parasitic psychopath. Begging for Migi's help, the other parasite finds them first. Despite being invited to assimilate, Migi chooses to save themselves due to the uncertainty of such a possibility. That night, the man who left his food out meets a woman in a hotel room. The mincemeat murders climb to a staggering 84, which only worries Shinichi even more. He might be the only person who knows the truth. At school, Migi warns of another parasite in the vicinity. Despite his attempts to avoid their gaze, he's quickly found out when he locks eyes with the replacement professor, Ryoko Tamiya. She calls him to her office to chat after class and asks him to meet her after school at a cafe. While they wait, Migi informs Shinichi that there is another parasite with her, causing him to panic, thinking it might be a trap. Ryoko introduces the man as A when they arrive. She reveals that she became pregnant after experimenting. It turns out the baby is human. After A storms off before the meeting ends, he reappears at Shinichi's school the next day, killing everyone in his path. Migi floats the idea of using the other students as meat shields. Disagreeing, Shinichi comes up with an alternate plan, using inanimate objects to block his path. The pair discuss how to effectively deal with the intruder. Unlike A, they're a team, which is something the other parasites underestimate. Migi arms Shinichi. At least this way they have a chance. They only need to be within arm's length. It only makes sense for Migi to focus on defense